Thank you, appreciate it. Sounds good. There's a question for you. You know how I sometimes do these technical that press box, there's like a storage facility, right?
Yeah. So at the end, there's like where they keep their all their equipment there. And you can also that gives a lot of space in the press box.
I can sit there and talk to you about that. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm gonna take you up on that. It's warmer in there.
Yeah. Not much warmer, but it's a little closer. And radio used to go in there when I first started.
Okay.
And then when we started webcasting, we just moved everything.
Right, because you get this in a second. Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then one year, I could hear one of the radio stations was in, and the net that protecting the glass was completely rotted out. And whoever was on the call was just standing up there in the wall, shattering.
Oh my gosh, the glass.
No, I don't know how he didn't get hit with anything. But
That's awesome. That's, they're okay, but wow, that's scary.
they were great. Probably they were going to win the second national championship baseball. I think they were 2 windows right before the second national championship baseball. And it just blew right through the net. It was flat. It was like 4 inches this way, a little further down, it was caught square in the face.
Since then, no one's been there.
No.
That's crazy. Appreciate you, Justin. Thank you so much.
Baseball back at Freeman Field for the first time in 10 months. It's the Liberty League opener and the Bombers home opener here from the South Hill, and we have you covered here on Bombers Sports. Alongside Devin Jarvis, Cam Manning with you. It's the Bombers, it's the Saints, and conference play underway. The Bombers' quest for a four-peat begins here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. This is a good test to get back into the swing of conference play. St. Lawrence has been a team that has not really had the defense to show, but they're a tough offensive team. This Ithaca Bomber team right now at 6-7, they're going to need to get their back on the horse a little bit, Cam. They haven't had the best start, but now with conference play, all that matters is what you do from here on out.
A 6-7 baseball team coming off a spring break trip in South Carolina, and then a quick trip to Ohio as well for the Bombers. The senior Colin Lehner takes the bump, and here's the Saints lineup that he'll face. It's the left fielder Jack Finnegan batting first. Tim Connor, the two-hitter, will play first. Matt Davis bats third and plays second base. John Gannon, coming off a phenomenal sophomore season, in the cleanup spot playing right field. Brett Federico back for a fifth and final season playing center. Will Landman bats sixth in DHs. Mike Ciano in the seventh spot, commanding the infield at shortstop. Sean Desjardins will bat eighth and play third. And John Donnellan will do the catching for the Saints here this afternoon. Game one of a doubleheader, 3-game set here begins. And Lehner has been a standout once again, coming off an all-region second-team knob back in his junior year.
Yeah, first team All-Liberty League as well. He's one of those guys you can just trust as your ace on the mound, a part of this Ithaca team that makes them so incredibly special.
Well, Lehner, the righty, takes the bump, the senior out of Edison, New Jersey. Jack Finnegan, the righty, steps in, commands the box, and you're underway from Freeman Field for the first time this season, ball one. Bombers in their clean home whites, blue lettering, blue numbers, the blue caps, and the white pants. And St. Lawrence in their road grays, red numbering, red helmets, red caps, and the gray pants. Lehner from the windup. His 1-0 is chopped foul by the Bombers' dugout on the third base side. For Finnegan, 182 so far in the top spot in the order, no extra base hits. Did not play in his freshman season. 1-1, off speed inside corner, called strike. And a guy for Lehner, fastball today with the weather of a feel of 22, he's going to be in low 80s. 1-2 pitch, slide piece low and outside, but he commands the off speed extremely well.
Yeah, this weather's going to make it a little bit more of a gritty game that we have here. Really, any hit that you get is going to be extremely valuable.
And that wind blowing out as well. Lehner's 2-2 to the one-hitter Finnegan. Check swing, did he go? It was low to the backstop, he did not. It's a full count to the one-hitter in Finnegan. Bombers defense, normal depth here in the top of the first inning. Bombers home opener, conference home opener here in the Liberty League. Lehner fires 3-2, ground ball up the middle. Brody at shortstop, shuffles the feet, fires to first, and there's one down. And we'll take a look at your Bombers defensive alignment. From left to right in the outfield, it's McDermott, Colin Feeney, the captain in center. Ethan McDonough plays right. And from third to first in the infield, Ryan Lopsher, hot corner. Riley Brody at the putout at short. Matt Curtis plays second. The sophomore Camden Laney at first. And Ethan Dadabo does the catching. Tim Connor, the lefty, back of the box, steps in with one down. Lehner from the windup, heater to the backstop, 1-0. 306 hitter is Connor, a home run, 3 doubles. Last season led the team with 39 hits. Talked to the pitching coach for the Saints, Eamon Andre. He said Connor is the engine of this lineup towards the top of it and has a lot of speed out to the left side of the box. Lehner, glove at the belt, 1-0. Slider low and inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Lehner's still trying to work into his arm right now. It's cold, it makes it a little bit more difficult, but a little off the plate is more than he'd hoped to, Cam.
His 2-0, changeup in there for a strike. His 5th start of the season, just under a 5 ERA. Last start came on the 14th against Marietta, top 25 team in the country. He went 6 innings with 3 earned runs. 2-1, deep shot right at center field. Feeney takes 2 steps to his left, makes the catch, and a quick 2 outs here in top 1. Feeney does a really good job in center field, so much speed with his glove, and really roams that outfield like a captain.
Yeah, I mean, you have a guy out there who can really cover a lot of ground, exactly who you're going to want in center, who can make diverse plays and be somebody you can just trust, not even have to look back and know the out is coming.
Matt Davis, the 3-hitter, steps in. Laner back to the windup, kicks and fires. At the knees, 0-1. Finnegan led off with a put out to Brady at shortstop. Connor went down, fly out to center. There's 2 down, top 1, no score. Laner's 0-1. Jam shot, shallow right field. Drops down for a single for Davis. Takes a slow turnaround first. Bombers throw it in. And the Saints, their first hit with 2 down. And gives way to John Gannon coming up in the 4 spot.
Davis was a good hit right there, kind of in that no man's land Bermuda Triangle in shallow right field. Can't do much. Feeney's going to have to shake that one off and just keep going.
For Laner so far, commanding early in the count with his off-speed pitches. Won't go to his fastball extremely often, especially with this weather at 22 degrees as the feel. First pitch here to Gannon, off-speed inside a called strike. But that's also a part of Laner's repertoire. Not a big fastball-heavy pitcher. A lot of junk that he throws for strikes. Wide stance for Gannon, the right fielder. Home run and 3 doubles this season. 2-step lead for Davis. 0-1, well outside to Dabo with the block. And a different infield for the Bombers. Lobster moving to third base this year, where they want Camden Laney in the lineup. Connor Peterson out with an injury, so Riley Brody playing shortstop, and Matt Curtis getting used to second base. 1-1 from Laner. Gannon lines it to center. Feeney chasing back, leaps, and he made the catch. Got a weird hop at first, took 2 steps in with a speed from Feeney heading back, and it ends the inning for the Saints on the offensive side. 1 hit, no runs, and after a half inning here from Freeman Field, there's no score. Bombers line up their first chances coming up here from Bomber Sports. We head to the bottom of the first here from the Buck on the South Hill on a pretty cold Friday afternoon, getting set for a doubleheader in the Liberty League opener. It's the Bombers and the Saints. Bombers' first chance at the plate. David Zulsdorf, the 5'10 lefty sophomore out of Canton, New York, takes the bump. Here's the lineup that he'll face that the Bombers bring to the table. Andrew McDermott, the D1 transfer, the 5th year, bats first, plays left. Ethan McDonough, he's been red hot. He'll bat second, play right. Camden Laney in the 3-hole playing first. Ethan DeDabo does the catching, and he'll bat 4th. Matt Curtis in the 5-hole playing second. Colin Feeney roams center, bats 6th. Logan Scully batting 7th, playing DH. He has 3 home runs this season. Ryan Lobster also 3 home runs, bats 8th and plays 3rd. And Riley Brody bats 9th and plays shortstop. For a Bomber lineup, 11th in the nation right now in home runs. It's just now having this pitching staff help out, but the offense has been there.
And the offense is an experienced group. We've seen this unit specifically year after year be able to gather a lot of experience and show why they've been able to win 3 Liberty League championships in a row. They have that same unit back. They just need to find their rhythm and have the pitching come with it too.
And the Bombers looking to become just the 2nd team in conference history to have a 4-peat. RPI has done it twice. A 5-peat that came from 1999 into the 04 season. Bombers 3 consecutive years with conference prowess under Dave Valicente. McDermott, the left fielder, batting left, back of the box, steps in. Clean white unis wearing number 21. Zulsdorf, the lefty, from the windup left side of the rubber. First pitch fastball, up and outside, a called strike. McDermott played 2 seasons at Quinnipiac, then Queens College in Charlotte, batting .349 in a Bomber uniform. Zulsdorf's 0-1 pitch. Off speed in there for a strike, letter high. Quickly 0-2.
And what additions McDermott's been to this team. You know, you bring him out into left field, and he's been able to provide a lot both offensively and defensively.
And the Bombers say he's a leader as well, a guy that cleans up and plays hard. 0-2 well outside. I was talking to Ryan Lobster about it. He's just come in and just really been an enforcer, vocal leader. A lot of experience at 2 Division I schools. Bottom 1, no score, Saints and Bombers. 1-2, nobody out to the leadoff man in McDermott. Zulsdorf, the southpaw, deals. Ground ball, left side at shortstop. Ciano shuffles, throws to first. A scoop from Connor, and there's 1 down. We'll take a look at this Saints infield outfield. Jack Finnegan plays left. Brett Federico, a Gold Glove outfielder in center. John Gannon in right. From third to first, Sean Desjardins. Mike Ciano was there at shortstop. Matt Davis plays second. Tim Connor at first. And John Donnellan does the catching. Speaking of hot hitters, Ethan McDonough. 436, 4 bombs, a team lead. Tall righty stance. First pitch. Shows bunt, pulls back. Pitch is low.
If there's any bright spot on this Bomber team right now, it's Ethan McDonough, how strong he's been offensively. You know, OPS right at 1,400, Cam.
Just dominant. 1-0. At the belt, a fastball called strike, 1-1 count.
Also one of the big guys who's contributed to that 8th in the nation home run status with 4.
And that wind blowing out here could be a factor. 1-1 count, 1 away. Big swing and a miss on the off speed from McDonough on the pitch from Zulsdorf. Normal depth here from the Saints defense. Picked to finish last in the West Division. Bombers picked to finish first overall and first in the West. 1-2, 1 down. Zulsdorf, sidearm fire, well outside in the lefty's batter's box. McDonough is a 5th year, but also a 4th year on the field, so he does have 1 more year of eligibility with all the injuries he's had. Wide stance on a 2-2 pitch, grounds it up the middle, rolls into center field. It's the Bombers' first hit, just skipping over the bag, and McDonough continues to get on base.
McDonough both put balls to the middle, but McDonough just finds that gap. Great hit right there to get things going. How can Laney now capitalize off it? This young sophomore, youngest player in the lineup for the Bombers.
And Laney had a phenomenal freshman season. 250 so far with 6 RBIs for Laney. But that freshman year is what's put this guy in the lineup, batting left, in this 3 spot. Pick over, back safely and sliding is McDonough. 337 hitter last season, 3 bombs, just 25 strikeouts and 101 ABs for Laney. As that awkward lefty stance, pitches well inside, almost clips him. Kind of waves the bat at a weird angle behind his head and kind of has it at a downward angle towards the back of the plate.
Yeah, if you had a silhouette of him, he'd be like the most notable player, Cam, on this Bomber squad, just from how he holds that bat.
You always look at batting stances. Laney has an interesting one. McDonough was very generic. He's a 2-step lead. They almost caught him stealing. Throw to first. Connor at first base. Throws to shortstop. Seattle runs down McDonough. Back to Connor, running him back to second base. It's going to be close. It's an errant throw. McDonough looked like he was caught to rights, but went back and forth. He won the pickle battle. He steals the base. He's on second with 1 down.
And that really should have been an out, Cam. Just an unfortunate throw, an unfortunate underhand toss. He gets back in safely. Good base running, and now you got a runner in scoring position.
McDonough on the pond, stealing the base. Picks up his 5th stolen base of this season. Ciano holds him on there at shortstop. Laney steps back in. 1-0, 1 away, no score here in bottom 1 from Freeman Field. Game 1 of this doubleheader in the conference opener. Zulsdorf to Laney up and outside. Zulsdorf just his 3rd career start, started 2 games last year. His 3rd appearance of this season has just pitched 3 1/3 innings in his 2 appearances. From the stretch, left side of the rubber. 2 looks at McDonough bouncing around. 2-0, just clips the outside corner. The Saints team over the last few years under Coach Collins in his 3rd season, they've been an offensive team that's hit the ball well. It's just been their pitching staff that's given them a lot of issues. 2-1, Laney clips it back.
McDonough there at second, getting deep into the base path. Probably halfway once the ball reaches the plate. Any ball in play here in the outfield at least may be able to bring a run home for the Bombers.
The Bombers have lost 5 straight. Looking to strike first here at home. 2-2, pick over. Back safely as McDonough head first slide. 3rd time they looked at McDonough for good reason. They pretty much had him on the 2nd pickoff at first base. Laney steps back in like a lot of Bombers hitters, widens the stance, back foot back of the box, front foot maybe a few inches from the front of the chalk. 2-2-1 away. Zulsdorf, 2 looks, now fires. Laney pops it up, high in the air, foul territory behind home plate. Donnellan chasing, he dropped the ball. It looked like it would be a pop-up kind of shallow third base line, drifted all the way back behind home plate towards the gravel, and Donnellan cannot make the catch.
Yeah, the wind's kind of bringing it from third base to home on that base path, and really throws you off on where you can, place your glove to judge it, but kind of get away with the win there.
Wind is here. Real feel is 22 degrees. Monday it was freezing. Then it was warm most of the week, and now it's back to winter weather here in Ithaca.
Just typical predictable weather from the South Hill.
Exactly what you want for a baseball home opener. But Laney looking to start the Bombers on a high note. 2-2. Fouls it hard over the Bombers' dugout down the left field line. 7th pitch of the AB coming up here from Zulsdorf to Laney. Infield pinches, Ciano behind McDonough at second base. Third baseman and Desjardins about even with the bag at third. Zulsdorf, 2 looks at McDonough. Another 2-2. Laney clubs it deep center field. Federico back. He's going to make the catch. McDonough's going to advance to third base. Ball got caught up with the wind. McDonough 90 feet away. Laney moves him over on a really good piece, but Federico read it very well.
Velocity's not high right now from Zulsdorf, and Feeney really able to get a hand on that one, or rather Laney. What a shot he was able to get. Advance a runner. Now just a base path away.
Ethan Dadabo looks to do the job, the catcher in his junior season. He's been a big part of the middle of this order. Coach Valicente says it's on his way back to being a really bright spot of this team is this lineup. First pitch to the lefty. Well out in front, he was fooled. Coach Val said they're waiting on Feeney and Lobb to get back in their offensive ways, but Dadabo's done a good job hitting .333 with 5 RBIs. Has McDonough 90 feet away, 0-1 with 2 away. Golfing swing at a low off speed, 0-2.
That off speed might be the move for Zulsdorf today. With the low velocity on the fastball, they're going to be a little bit easier to track. We saw it there. Despite the out, Laney was able to find it. So let's see how he continues to choose his best selection.
0-2, fastball painted, strike 3 on the outer half. So Zulsdorf gets out of a jam. A 1-out single and a stolen base from McDonough. He is stranded at third, and after 1, no score between the Saints and the Bombers here from Freeman Field. Top 2 coming up on Bomber Sports. We head to the second here from Freeman Field. It's the conference home opener. The Saints and the Bombers, no score. Both teams with a single and a base runner couldn't answer. 5-6-7 for the Saints. Laner the righty from the windup. First pitch to Brett Federico is low in the dirt. The center fielder, strong start in his 5th year. Led the team in doubles last year with 10, hitting .289 so far. Lehner's 1-0 pitch. Chop foul left side. Lehner in that first inning. First two guys went down. Matt Davis at 3 spot with a single. And then he sent down John Gannon with a line out on a phenomenal play from Feeney in center. 1-1 from Lehner. Line drive, right center field. Low liner into the gap. Big turn for Federico at first. He stays there with a leadoff single.
Strong ways to begin this inning here. I mean, we emphasize the weather going on right now, how cold it is. For a home opener here on the South Hill, it's the wind, too, that makes it even worse. They need these base hits, and for St. Lawrence, a team that struggles defensively, pounding on the offense is going to be the way to win this game.
The righty Willie Landman, first pitch inside, he dances out of the way. Even a game, too, we consider playing some small ball, steal some bases.
Yep.
Every run's going to matter with this kind of weather that's going to really not favor the pitcher or the hitter, especially the guy on the mound. 1-0, out in front. Off speed from Lehner. Landman was fooled.
Your muscles are just going to be a little bit tighter. It's going to be tougher to, make your typical athletic plays, and it being colder too, the ball won't go as far. You won't be able to apply as much spin. So many factors that contributing to a little bit less performance from, like you said, the pitchers and the batters.
The junior and Landman hitting .231. It's 2 RBIs this season. Lehner from the stretch. Slide step 1-1. Up and inside, it's a 2-1 count. Lehner is a workhorse for the Bombers. At least 85 pitches in all of his first 4 starts. Went over 100 pitches against Marietta. Last season in the NCAA Regional against Lynchburg, who's a top 5 team in the nation right now, Lehner went all 9. 2-1, slider a called strike.
And how often do you see a guy nowadays able to do that? Coaches don't like you doing that, but he's been so versatile and can go so long in these games.
Takes a deep breath. 2-2 runner on. Pick over to first. Back safely is Federico, who's a guy that could swipe bags. 3 on 3 attempts so far this season for the 5th year. St. Lawrence comes in 4-7, Bombers 6-7 as the 2-2 well outside. It's a full count. Something Coach Valicente told us this morning is the free passes have killed this baseball team. Well too many errors, hit by pitches. That's a big thing that has to change, and he said this team's just hurt themselves all throughout the first 13. Deep drive left field, well foul that will leave the ballpark here from Freeman Field. Still full count. 334 out to left, 400 to dead center, left center field about 405. Straight away in right around 334, and then right center field 340. 3-2 pitch, line drive. Lobsher can't dive towards the foul line, off his glove, into foul territory. Runner in Federico advances, and to first is Landman. They'll likely give him a single on Lobsher's full extension play. Tipped off his glove, and the Saints first and second, nobody out.
Would have had to have been the second diving catch of the day for the Bombers. A really tough one for Lobsher. Honestly, you're almost satisfied with the fact that hit his glove. If not, you could see a runner now at third or even home.
Yeah, he knocks it down, and it didn't trickle too far. It trickled towards where the Bombers' old bullpen was. Mike Ciano, the shortstop, the sophomore, with 2 runners on. Bombers infield full in with the corners. Ciano gets the bunt down. Left side. Lehner picks it up. Fires to first. Gets the out. Sack bunt. Both runners advance. Second and third, 1 down. But a phenomenal small ball play from Ciano. We just mentioned small ball. Sets the Saints up very well. Federico now at third. Landman at second base. And Sean Desjardins, the third baseman, with an RBI chance. Infield fully in now for the Bombers. Everybody toes on the grass for Desjardins. Righty's first pitch, he showed bunt, but he placed it foul. Early part of this game, if you're St. Lawrence, long trip from Canton for a 12 p.m. start.
Oh boy, it is.
It's cold, you're on the road, you want this quick start.
You do. You want to get ahead as fast as possible, put this Bomber team into a sluggish mood, and then just roll with the rest of it.
0-1 pitch to the righty, well outside. That first inning for Laner, pounding the strike zone early, was the senior. Now has missed it early on in counts. Federico off third, Landman off second. One away, top second, no score between the Saints and the Bombers. 1-1. Desjardins check swing, did not go. Snap throw to third base. Did they get him? No, he did not. Smart throw there from Didabo, though.
Fast, too, yeah.
And Lobsher, a good job reading it at third.
Bang, bang at third.
Back of the box is Desjardins. 2-1-1 away. Went 0-for-4 against Hamilton last week. Laner's 2-1. Can't go front door. It's a 3-1 count. Do have that base open. John Donelon, the catcher in the 9 spot, waits on deck.
Still the opportunity for a bunt, too, but infield is ready for it.
Did show in the first pitch, doesn't show. 3-1 pitch, wave and a miss. Well out in front on the slide piece. It's a full count.
Excellent location, excellent speed, and a much-needed pitch now to get yourself into a full count.
The outfield normal depth, infield in on the grass. 3-2-1 down, 2 runners on in scoring position. Laner fires. Ground ball at shortstop. Brody looks the runner back at third. Fires to first. Nobody moves. There's 2 down.
Strong defensive play. Brody doing a good job keeping the man there at third base. Federico wanted it, but probably the most ideal outcome you'd hope for.
And this is what makes Colin Laner so good, is his ability to work out of jams and just stay composed. Has to get through Donelon, the junior catcher. 2 on, 2 out, no score. Top 2. Laner, middle of the rubber. First pitch, fastball off of Donelon, right at his hip. He jogs down to first, takes off all the accessories, and Jack Finnegan, top of the order. That's a tough break there for the Bombers.
It is, but, I mean, you can look at it as you got to force out everywhere now. Nevertheless, this is the exact thing that Coach Valicente was talking to us about, limiting these simple mistakes, these, unforced errors that you can avoid. One right there can really punish you. Let's see how this rest of this inning plays out.
The righty and Finnegan 0-for-1 with a ground out to begin the game. First pitch fastball misses low and outside. It was a hard ground ball to Brody at shortstop to begin the game. No extra base hits, 182 hitter coming in is Finnegan. Every base occupied. 1-0, fastball down Main Street. Federico led off the inning with a single, Landman a single, Ciano the sack bunt. How will the Saints answer on the road? Laner glove with the belt, sets his sights, kicks and deals. Block from Didabo, really low pitch, could have been dangerous and would have brought home a run on a big backstop.
Didabo flashing all the defensive skills so far early in this game. A couple big stops as well as that throw down to third. Really stopping runs from scoring just by himself.
That ball bounced about a few feet in front of the plate as well from Laner. It's that weather affecting everybody.
Outside, too.
2-1. Deep drive, left center field, sends McDermott back, and Feeney coming in. He slides and he made the catch. The second web gem for Feeney in the outfield, and it stops 2 runners from scoring. So 2 hits, 3 base runners, but no runs for the Saints in the top half of the second. And after 1.5 here from Freeman Field, no score between the Bombers and the Saints. Bottom 2 coming up. Bottom two from the Buck. No score. Bombers and Saints. St. Lawrence stranded 2 in scoring position in top 2. And Bombers back to the plate. 5-6-7. Here's the righty Matt Curtis. First pitch fastball upstairs from Zulsdorf. In bottom 1 for the Bombers. Had the 1 hit from McDonough. He stole a bag. And he was stranded 90 feet away. The pitch up and in from the lefty in Zulsdorf. It's a 2-0 count to Curtis. Feeney and Scully to follow here in the order for the Bombers. Saints defense, normal depth for their sophomore lefty. From the wind-up glove at his face. 2-0 at the letters, 2-1. Curtis, a player in this order that just had a standout sophomore season. Hammered the ball as a freshman. Has come out slow in his junior year. 2-1, big swing and a miss. It's 2-2. 3 for 18 on 3 ribbies. But Curtis last year, 41 RBIs, a team lead. Zulsdorf, 2-2 with no outs. Low and inside, Curtis a good eye. It's full. The Bombers coming off a tough loss against Spalding University, 13-3. They've lost 5 straight. Looking to change that here in the conference home opener. 3-2, ball 4, up and inside. Curtis on, and Feeney to the plate.
Quite atypical for the Bombers to lose that many in a row, Cam, but, you know, at the end of the day, the out-of-conference games matter for where you place in the NCAA bracket. The Bombers, year after year, have proven they've been able to earn a spot in that tournament through the winning the Liberty League. They're just going to have to play their, really, as best as they can throughout the rest of this conference slate. Starts today with St. Lawrence, and you're looking in the middle of this order now to try and get something going offensively. You were lucky to get out of an inning just 1 to go, not allowing any runs. Can you respond now, putting some up on the board?
3 consecutive 30-win seasons. First pitch to Feeney, it clipped him. He showed bunt, pulled back, got him on the elbow. Feeney down to first base. He's got some speed. Curtis in front of him, though. Either way, first and second, nobody out. Bombers, something brewing. Logan Scully, the senior DH. He'll take swings.
That's the way to start it, right? Control the controllables, but also at the same time, they're putting themselves in a situation to succeed.
Quick conversation there from Coach Collins and the home plate umpire. Call will not be reversed. 2-man umpiring crew here for this one. No score, bottom 2. Game 1 of this doubleheader in 3 games set. Beginning here Friday at noon. Pick over from Zulsdorf to second, doesn't throw. Curtis back. Tough spot for the sophomore that grew up in Canton, New York. 3rd career start, first start of the season. A lot of growing pains that come with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're a hometown kid, probably watched St. Lawrence baseball growing up.
First pitch to the righty, Scully. Off speed, low and in.
And now you're here really manning this team. And, to get the start in your first start of the season against the Ithaca Bombers, that's a big deal. This is a very well-established team that's not going to make it easy for you. So Coach Collins trusts him majorly.
Scully fouls back the 1-0 pitch. Scully, 265 hitter, 3 bombs, 9 RBIs. He'll catch a good amount for the Bombers. DH is here in game 1 to Dabo behind the plate. Curtis off second, Feeney off first. Infield pinches. Third baseman in Desjardins, even with the bag. Pick over to second. Curtis back safely and sliding. Zulsdorf and St. Lawrence, they have been very wary of the Bombers' base runners. Curtis not a big threat to steal like McDonough that we saw last inning.
Yeah, McDonough got a lot of attention now. First throw over against Curtis right there.
Zulsdorf 2 looks. 1-1, Scully a big hack. Went to a knee, it's a 1-2 count. Looks down to Coach Valicente at third base. Ryan Lopsher, the senior, waits on deck. It's the bottom of the Bombers' order. Looking to answer first runs of this season. Maybe on tap here from Freeman Fields. 1-2, well outside, low on the changeup. It's a 2-2 count. That first inning for the Bombers, just McDonough is the only base runner. First time they've had 2 on in form of a leadoff in the inning. Curtis got it going with that walk on 6 pitches. 2-2 to Scully. Pops one up, right field, and well foul. Laces all the way towards the football field.
It's a little bit late to it on that one. A lot of variation in Zolsdorf's velocity right now. I mean, he's bringing slow, change-ups and off-speed pitches that is making it difficult, and then he unloads with a fastball that most of these Ithaca players are behind on. It's made him really effective so far early in this game.
Very deceptive. Mix it up with the leg kick and the slide step. Shows the leg kick, misses low off-speed. 3-2 count. Does have a base open, but nobody out. Bases would be juiced for Lobsher. He has 3 home runs in this season. He's kind of been a home run or bust player to begin, but has the capability to bat well over 300. Zolsdorf back in the rubber, looks at Curtis at second. 3-2 to Scully. It banged him. Scully to first base. Bases loaded, nobody out. And here comes Lobsher. A chance to blow this thing open early on.
Great spot for the Bombers right now. And, honestly, a player who you want in this situation is Lobsher. Home run or bust, Cam, as you mentioned, but he's going to put balls into the outfield, allow runners to tag up if they need to.
And what Lobsher doesn't do is he doesn't strike out extremely often either. Even though he has that power, you would think, does that lead to strikeouts? No, Lobsher last season, just 16 strikeouts, hit .337. Battled some injury, moved over to third base. Played a lot of time at first in the beginning of his career, but Coach Valicente wanting Laney in this lineup, and Lobsher versatile enough to play third base. Full mound visit for Coach Collins and Zolsdorf. They all depart back to their positions, and Lobsher, the righty, will step in. Curtis on third, the leadoff walk. Feeney hit by a pitch. Scully hit by a pitch on a really good at-bat from Zolsdorf. Just lost him on the 3-2 count. Wind still picks up here from Freeman Fields. Bombers looking to open it up in bottom 2. Zolsdorf to the windup. First pitch to Lobsher. It hit him. 3 consecutive hit by pitches. Curtis comes in, and that's the first run of the season from Freeman Field via the hit by pitch.
Atypical, but listen, we live in unordinary times with weather going from 70 degrees yesterday to 20 degrees today, so maybe it's fitting that we see such unusual baseball to begin this game. Zolsdorf just needs to kind of take it a little bit slower here, resort back to what was, letting him play so well before.
Here's the lefty, Riley Brody. First pitch fastball is a strike. Top of the zone. It's a good way to bounce back if you're the sophomore in Zolsdorf after 3 hit by pitches. Every base occupied, 1-0 Bombers in bottom 2. Still nobody out. 0-1 pitch, back to the fastball, back to his strike. Brody not punching it either. Feeney now on third, Scully at second, Lobsher at first base. Brody widens the stance, 0-2 to the lefty. Well outside. Not the way you would have imagined the first run of the season to come on 3 consecutive hit by pitches, but the Bombers now can expand. Just 1 hit. St. Lawrence has 3. Zolsdorf 2 looks at second. 1-2, Brody swing and a miss. Chase the upstairs Cheddar, and there's 1 down.
Sometimes pitchers almost need to make mistakes to put themselves in a mental headspace to, reset and understand how to get back into that killer mentality. And almost we saw that on display with 1 at-bat right there for Zolsdorf.
His second punch out gives way to the top of the order for the Bombers, and Andrew McDermott, the 5th year. First pitch, slider away. McDermott hitting .349, 0 for 1 so far. Began the game with a ground out to Ciano at shortstop. Bases still juiced, 1-0 Ithaca. Zolsdorf, the lefty, 1-0 in the attic. Few arms getting stretched out in the St. Lawrence bullpen down the right field line. For Zolsdorf, too. Just 3 1/3 innings coming into this one, so got to see what that arm is made of. 2-0. McDermott clubs it deep right field, sends Gannon back at the track. Grand slam! The fifth year makes his mark in the home opener. His first and biggest swing at Freeman Field, and the Bombers open it early, 5-0 on the grand slam shot.
What a way to kick things off and reinvigorate your offense. Okay, you allow the Bombers to get on base with some walks and hit by pitches. How about saying, all right, you can make those mistakes, but we're going to start taking advantage of them. You got this transfer from D1 schools, McDermott, lighting it up for his first hit here in Freeman Field.
First pitch to McDonough is inside. That ball was crushed, sent
Oh, my.
well up into the middle of the trees in right field. Gannon took a few looks back, but McDermott got a hold of a middle-in fastball and just crushed it. 1-0 to McDonough. He slams one. Left field in deep. Finnegan back. Track. Back to back. McDonough sends it over the wall in left center field. 6-0 Bombers, and McDonough, his fifth big fly of the season.
I mean, he's the one player who you probably expected to make those marks, Cam. It wasn't going to be McDermott. If it wasn't going to be McDermott, it was going to be McDonough, so why don't you have them both do it? An excellent showing of why this team is so dangerous. You put a ball in play for them, and they will put it yard. And just like that, they do it twice.
Laney steps in, first pitch, in there for a strike. So 3 consecutive hit by pitches. Then Brody goes down with a strikeout. Then McDermott grand slam. McDonough 2 pitches later, a solo shot. Now an 0-2 count to Laney in the box. But just the change of the inning. Couldn't find the zone. Now finds the zone and gets paid for it. Zolsdorf's 0-2. Laney, hard grounder. Second base. Davis backhand throws to first. And there's 2 down.
Looking to the Saints bullpen too, not any arms fully going yet. Collins still has trust in Zolsdorf to keep on pushing, but Cam, you mentioned that figure of only 3.5 innings pitched going into this game. I mean, you have a strong first inning, you have a maybe stronger start to that early in this second inning, but still you need to tighten things up real fast.
And you wonder what his length is.
Right.
Dadabo first pitch, he seizes outside, 1-0. Dadabo's 0 for 1, one of the 2 strikeouts from Zolsdorf. The lefty from the windup. Fastball clips the outer half. But that got this place going, the Bombers dugout going. McDermott was a no-doubter. McDonough was a laser that just got over the wall in left field. 1-1, Dadabo chops it first base on a knee as Connor steps in the bag and ends the inning. But a loud one for the Bombers, a 6th spot. A grand slam from McDermott, and McDonough, his 5th big fly of the season after 2 from Freeman Field. Bombers 6, Saints nothing here on Bomber Sports. Top three here from the Buck on this Friday. Laner back in the bump. First pitch to Tim Connor. This one is no good, 1-0 count. Bombers 6, Saints nothing. McDermott a grand slam. McDonough solo shot, his 5th big fly of the season to put it where it is. 1-1 count on Connor's foul ball, but what an inning. 3 consecutive hit by pitches, and the Bombers bring out the long ball. Laner sets up back in the bump for his 3rd inning of work. From the windup, 1-1 off speed, misses. Lobster picked up that first RBI in a hit by pitch. Then everything just went haywire. 3-1 count. Laner can't find the zone.
Yeah, it really did spiral for Zulsdorf. He was looking okay after one of the first RBI hit by pitch. You know, he puts out a really good showing against Brody, but doesn't have answers for that top of the lineup, and it pays.
Ball 4. Laner missed just outside. He asks where it missed. Connor to first base. Matt Davis steps in. The Saints now looking for an answer. Zulsdorf would assume not likely to come out for the bottom half of the 3rd, but we shall see. Davis is 1 for 1. One of the 3 hits for the Saints. First pitch flowing outside. The Saints and the Bombers both with 3 hits.
Yeah, only, right?
Yep.
It's funny how that works.
Big part of the game of baseball. Laner from the stretch. 1-0. Slider again misses. 2-0.
I guess if you only looked at that figure, Zulsdorf's having an okay day so far.
Yeah. Really just the hit by pitches was the big thing that killed him.
Right. I mean, you ignore those, you eliminate those, it's still a 2-run ball game and not a 6-run ball game.
2-0. Back in the zone is Laner, not going away. Bomber defense, normal depth, no substitutions. Laney holds on the runner, and Connor at first base with a 2-step lead. 2-1, ground ball, left side, sneaks into left field for a single. Davis is 2 for 2. 4th hit for the Saints. They got 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Back-to-back innings for St. Lawrence. Back-to-back leadoff base runners. Will runs show for it now?
Yeah, you kind of forgot about that last inning a little bit where St. Lawrence had some decent offensive production. Getting 6 batters up and putting runners all the way to 3rd. So they're just trying to look on a way to capitalize it now. Their offense is what they're known for. Let's see why.
John Gannon, wide righty stance, stepping in, had a deep line out to center in his first AB. First pitch strike, a heater at the knees. Gannon becoming a lot more of a vocal leader for this Saints squad. Strong sophomore season and now a junior. Saints mixed up with a lot of different under and upperclassmen that play. 0-1. Aims low from Laner, 1-1. Strikeouts have an issue for Gannon. 13 strikeouts through his first 11 games. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. 6-0 Bombers in top 3. Laner's 1-1. This one's skied in the air. Shallow right field. McDonough couldn't see it at first. Finally does. Makes the catch. Nobody moves. McDonough was almost just caught for a second. Some sun also peeking straight towards right field, but Feeney communicated it very well to McDonough.
Yeah, McDonough almost had to work for that one. I feel like all fly balls right now are not coming easy for the Bombers. Nevertheless, they're getting the outs done.
That just swirling wind.
Yeah, kind of balloons up there and lands in unpredictable spots. It's hard to play on.
So 1 down for Brett Federico, still 1st and 2nd. First pitch to the righty. He lines it deep left field. McDermott back. He made the catch. About 5 steps towards left center field. And there's quickly 2 down, so Laner working back after the leadoff walk and single. That's what Laner does extremely well. He doesn't let the 2 base runners turn into 4 or 5 in big innings.
Right. I mean, we saw them get to the full bases loaded just an inning ago, but again, Laner able to hush any offense after that, eliminate all the base runners, and, you know, end things. A similar thing here. You put on 2. He's been clean after those.
First pitch to Willie Landman is inside. Landman singled in his first AB. He was a part of him and Federico leading off the 2nd with back-to-back base runners. 2 runners on, 2 down. Laner from the stretch. 1-0. In the air, center field, right at Feeney. Jogs in, makes the catch, ends the inning. So 2 base runners, 1 hit, No runs for the Saints in top 3, and after 2.5, 6-0 Bombers in their home opener here from Freeman Field. Matt Curtis in the box to kick you off here in bottom 3. 6-0 Bombers in the conference opener and the Bombers' first game from Freeman Field. David Zulsdorf, the starter, back in the bump after a loud 6 spot in bottom 2. First pitch to the righty, and Curtis clips in there on a fastball strike, inner half. It was 3 straight hit by pitches and then back-to-back home runs. McDermott a grand slam, McDonough a solo shot. Owen to Curtis, almost hit him. Curtis walked to lead off that inning, so the Bombers got around their order. And Curtis now can kick things off in bottom 3 and continue what was the wake-up of this Bombers lineup. 1-1, Curtis loops one, first base side, and foul, just over the first baseman in Connor.
Of course, it doesn't matter much, but you ignore the McDermott and McDonough at-bats, and it's been an okay to decent performance from Zulsdorf so far. So you keep him in this game, you're kind of trying to look for those punch-outs. He's got 2 already.
1-2, almost had him there. Home plate umpire almost punched out Curtis. 2-2 count. Curtis, leader in RBIs a year ago with 41. From the windup is Zulsdorf, kicks and fires. Curtis swinging a miss. Third punch out for the sophomore southpaw, and there's 1 down.
The bright spots are there for Zulsdorf, but Cam, I think it's important to remember that this distance for Zulsdorf might be a big question. How can he continue to hang in this game when the runs pile on, stay confident, and go distance?
First pitch strike to Colin Feeney. Would be big to just see a 1-2-3 inning. You quiet down the momentum and keep that pitch count, maybe send yourself back out for the 4th inning. 0-1 to the lefty Feeney. Fastball down Broadway, 0-2.
Again, showing that versatility with the fastball at a high velocity.
And mixing up just his leg kick. Working quickly on the fastballs, longer on the off speeds, but Feeney sends it right back where it came from. Single into center field, Bombers back on the base paths, and no one more dangerous on first base than Feeney. A guy that runs extremely well, makes a lot happen. Has not been on base at as high of a clip as Coach Valicente and Feeney would want early on, but that will change as time goes on.
We saw Zulsdorf give a lot of attention to the base runners. McDonough, Curtis, last inning.
Scully, first pitch, fly ball right field, towards the line, chasing over is Gannon. Did he make the catch? No, he did not, into foul territory against the fencing. Sends Scully back to first base. That one just carried and carried and carried towards the line and then laced into foul territory by the bullpen.
And that's all the wind. Right now it's sticks pointed kind of down the third baseline to home, or you could say from left foul pole to right foul pole, brings that into foul territory, probably saves Scully from a flyout.
Zulsdorf back in the rubber, left side. Scully wide stance, righty's batter's box. Pick over to first, Feeney backsliding safely. Feeney's now been on base, both ABs, hit by a pitch and scored in the second, and that single right there. 3 home runs for Feeney on his season. Not a big power hitter, but has just got it to go early on. 0-1 low, Feeney caught between first and second, heads back to first. Forced a throw from Donnellan. What's big, too, for the Bombers is you bring back pretty much your whole entire lineup.
Yep.
From last year. Yes, you lose Louis Fabos, an All-American, and Colin Shishadi, but outside of that, you bring back most of this order. 1-1 inside to Scully. And you replace Fabo with a guy like McDermott. Both
right.
play left field, and both guys that have that All-American status. And then it's finding that vocal leader like Shishadi.
Shishadi, what development he had in his years here at Ithaca, especially that senior year, so potent in the base path and the high batting average. But you lose those guys, you still keep the main core of your lineup in offense. As you've seen in this second inning just a moment ago, it can get pretty high power and put on a lot of runs very fast.
Zulsdorf, 2-1. Scully, grounder at third, could be 2. Desjardins to second for 1. They'll only get 1 on the diving play. Davis at second just holds on to the bag. So it's a fielder's choice for Scully, Feeney out. And there's 2 down here in bottom 3. Coach Valicente said for this lineup, too, he feels his hitters 6 through 9 could bat 3, 4, 5, one of them being Ryan Lobster, who's in his 8th spot. But even last season, he was a guy that was in the middle of this order.
Again, we saw what he can do all season long with those deep balls. Seems like the home run is in play right now.
Been there for 2 Bombers so far. Lobster has done it this season with 3. He's tied with a whole bunch of hitters, Scully, Feeney, and him all with 3 home runs. McDonough, the team lead with 5. Scully off first base, 2 down, bottom 3, 6-0 Ithaca. First pitch to Lobster in the dirt, bounces away from Donnellan, and Scully advances 90 feet, takes a big turn at second.
I was almost thinking about third there for a moment.
They can expand even more here. What started out as an inning for Zulsdorf, pounding the zone, has had no free passes here in this inning, just a single in that fielder's choice. The Saints desperately need a quiet inning right now. Normal depth of the infield. Davis just pinching over to hold on Scully. 1-0 to Lobster. Ground ball at third base. It was off Lobster's foot. Foul ball. That is not fun at all with this weather when something's lasering off your foot like that.
We saw like 3 hit by pitches in a row.
Ugh.
It's got to be terrible.
Puts things into perspective.
It's nice up here from Sriracha.
Yeah. Zulsdorf back on the rubber at the stretch. Lobster, bat in his shoulder. 1-1, low and in on the off speed. It's a 2-1 count. Catcher and Donnellan talks to Zulsdorf here before this 2-1 pitch. Game 1 of this doubleheader. Next game coming your way around 3:30. And they'll both play tomorrow. Location to be determined depending on the rain and the weather that's coming in. Could be in a multitude of locations, but hopefully back at Freeman Field. Bombers 2 years back only played 9 home games on 30 wins, so you don't get too many games here from the Buck.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting scenario. A lot of the early games last year also rained out, but they can win anywhere, it seems.
They've shown that. Scully still off second, 2-1 to Lobster. Ground ball, left side, gets through, it's a base hit. Scully to third, gets the stop sign on a heater throw from Finnegan in left. But Lobster on base for the second time. It's his first hit of the afternoon. Runners at the corners, 2 down for Riley Brody. Inside pitch there for Lobster and just turned on it extremely well, put it through that 5-6 hole. Getting his bat back going. A big thing he talked about was being less selective in in the at-bat if you see a pitch you like early, hopping on it. Saw that with a foul ball before that single. First pitch to Barati. Fouls it out of play.
Barati the only punch out from an inning ago. After him, it was 2 home runs. Right now, 2 outs, though, so he can't really let this at-bat go by.
That was on 4 pitches as well. One of the 3 punch-outs for Zulsdorf. 0-1 to the lefty, Barati dips outside. 6th spot in bottom 2 for the Bombers. 5 hits, no errors. All things that Coach Valicente wants to see. Runners at the corners. 1-1 to Barati. Just on the outer half, 2-1. Saints lineup, they've been able to get some hits together. They're just not right now putting together the runners in scoring position as that wind just gusting in right over Cuga Lake.
Gusts up to 30 miles per hour here.
Zulsdorf 2-1. Barati fouls it back, swinging out of his shoes. Front shoulder was just spinning all the way back towards us. Everybody in really winter attire right now.
Yeah, no, it's like we're going skiing.
And then it's going to, curl back down to 40, back up to 60. This one clipped foul, Barati out in front, but just fighting a battle there on the box. Keeps it alive. The Bombers, all their different home locations, they'll get some games at Cornell, at the Gutches Lumber Sports Complex in Cortland, Auburn, New York. Those will be considered neutral games where the Bombers will be playing quote-unquote home games if they can't play here.
Yeah.
Cornell's probably the easiest for them, but that also depends if Cornell's not playing games on their turf field.
Solid team they have there on the East Hill this year.
Yeah. Had a very strong year in Ivy League competition last year. 2-2, 2 down, runners at first and third. 6-0 Bombers, Zulsdorf to Barati. The pitch, wave and a miss. Barati down, swinging for the second time. Zulsdorf works out of a jam, puts up a 0 spot in bottom 3. And after 3, it's Bombers 6, Saints nothing here on Bomber Sports. We're headed to the 4th here from Freeman Field on this frigid Friday afternoon. But sun's out, no clouds as Lehner's first pitch just low to the 7th spot in Mike Ciano. 6-0 Bombers lead on a 6th spot in bottom 2. Lehner from the windup, 1-0. Ciano pops it up. Foul territory, maybe up here. It's up here. Just up over the catwalk area into the away Bomber football stands, but well to our right.
We get ourselves a souvenir cam.
That'd be nice. Should have brought my glove. Lehner's 1-1. Ciano lines it right field. McDonough towards the line, chasing down, drops fair. McDonough couldn't hold on, rolls past him. So Ciano into second base. It's a leadoff double for the Saints. Ciano picks up his second extra base hit of the season, and the Saints, for the 3rd consecutive inning, Devin, have a leadoff base runner.
They do. How they can capitalize on it is the big question, though, because when you get in this situation where you've been able to find success off of Lehner, you gotta put something to it. This one an extra base hit, one of the few extra base hits we've seen this game. A big chance here for the Saints.
Shondas Jardins at the hot corner, the righty steps in. First pitch, line drive, off of Lobster's glove at third base, full extension. Rolls into left field. The stop sign for Ciano on McDermott's throw in. So runners at the corners for the Saints. 2 hard hit balls off of Lehner. Strikeouts have not been a part of Lehner's game here in his senior season. 15 strikeouts through his first 4 starts. Against Marietta, just 1 strikeout on 104 pitches. Right now, no strikeouts to show for. He's been pitching for contact, which is not a bad thing whatsoever, but now the Bombers have to control what they can in the infield.
So far have been through those, weak contact into the outfield, but when they can put balls in play pretty easily, it's going to be tough for Lehner to stay in this one without allowing runs, especially now with a runner on third. You hit a ball to the outfield, they're likely coming home.
John Donnellan, 9-hitter and the catcher in the righty's batter's box. First and third, nobody out. First pitch, deep drive, center field. Feeney does not have to move. Has a running start, throws it in, sac fly too deep, and the Saints on the board with their first run. RBI for John Donnellan. Picks up his second RBI of the season, and it's a 6-1 game. So not a bad way to do it there for the Saints. You get 2 runners on, 2 hits, sac fly, you get a run on the board to try to crawl back.
Solid execution. Kind of back where you started, though, now with only a man on first.
Top of the order with Jack Finnegan. Saints have been swinging first pitch on the last 3 batters. They do it again here. Line drive, right field. Yet another hit for the Saints, just lacing off of Lehner. McDonough gets it in. First and second for St. Lawrence. And the Bombers now have a lefty warming up in their bullpen.
You see things going here. Lehner still with a solid performance. But Valicente might want to look to a different arm as we continue here.
Well, the Saints go again. First pitch. They've done that for now 4 consecutive hitters. Every hitter in this inning has just been hopping on early at the first 2 pitches. The lefty Tim Connor holds back. Pitch that was not close to swing at. 1 out. St. Lawrence now with 7 hits to the Bombers' 5, but the run disparity is the difference, the one that matters. Finnegan off first as Jardins off second base. Brody, the shortstop, right behind him. 1-0 off the outside corner. Lobster even with the bag at third. Curtis, normal depth at second. Laney back at first base behind the runner. Lehner from the stretch. 2-1 to Connor. And Connor fouls it out of play, third base side. That outfield, too, normal depth here for the Bombers.
Kind of tight to center, though, a little bit, or shifted right.
Even the left fielder, McDermott, a little bit more in.
Yeah.
Lehner, middle of the rubber, takes 2 looks at second. High leg kick, 2-1 pitch. Hard grounder. Diving at second is Curtis. On to second for 1. On to first. Scoop and double play. 4-6-3. Curtis, Brody, Laney, and the Bombers get out of the jam. Web gems all around for the Bombers' defense. They hold the Saints to 1 run in the top half of the 4th. And after 3.5, it's the Bombers 6, the Saints 1. Bottom 4 coming up on Bomber Sports.
Back here on Bombers Sports, it's the top of the order here for the Bombers as we look to the bottom of the 4th inning. Andrew McDermott to lead things off. We'll watch the ball go by low and inside. 1-0 to start here against Zulsdorf, who stays in this game, has allowed 6 runs in his 3 innings pitched. Bunt showed by McDermott. It'll go high and foul behind home plate. McDermott coming off a grand slam just 2 innings ago, Cam.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed that baseball over the trees in right field. It was after 3 hit by pitches, and the Bombers just went back-to-back with him and McDonough.
Feet planted on the inside back of the lefty's batter's box. The next pitch from Zulsdorf, fouled straight back, a breaking ball. 1-2 the count, no outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A frigid day here from the South Hill. Beautiful views, though, off to Cayuga Lake, that bright blue. High fastball, probably by the brim of the helmet of McDermott. He watches it go by and stands in for a 2-2 count. Grounded out to short in his first at-bat at the top of the game. And that home run for his other one. Here's the 2-2 pitch from the windup for Zulsdorf. Looked like a check swing from McDermott. Caught his bat, hit off the catcher. Almost a mistake, just a ball that found the location of the bat almost.
But what Zulsdorf's doing so well, even after the grand slam, still attacking McDermott and not being afraid or wary at all.
He hasn't shown any fear, despite the runs he's given up. Low breaking ball, it's going to get clubbed way high. The golfed pitch is going to land just left of the righty's batter's box, but no one to it. It drops in foul territory, 2-2 the count.
Well, that's unacceptable there if you're John Donelon as the catcher. You command the infield. You especially command that front side of the infield. And, someone has to call it there. And if anybody, Donelon as the catcher has to be the one that's going to be vocal to call that baseball. It bounced probably a few feet from him.
A couple times we've seen Donelon have an opportunity to make a play in foul territory. Yet have we seen a successful play. From the windup, the 2-2 again. This one off the right shoulder of McDermott. They're going to call it an out. He leaned into it, says the home plate umpire. McDermott going to walk back to the dugout. He's disappointed with the call. But 1 out on the board, nobody in the base path. Not a very usual game so far, and an unusual at-bat as Coach David Valicente doesn't like the call and will approach the home plate umpire looking for further clarification.
Yeah, an awkward call there, but nothing more you can really do if you're Coach Valicente just looking for an explanation.
Of any lean, and it seemed as if he was just preparing for the ball to reach home plate. Doesn't matter, that's enough, and now you'll look to Ethan McDonough, also off a home run. As the first one he'll watch by just below his knees. 1-0 to start here for Zulsdorf.
And his homer was very different from McDonough. It was an upstairs pitch that was a laser to left center field low liner that got out of here.
Next one high and inside. Tucking his arms is McDonough as he watches it go by and scrapes by the glove of John Donelon. 2-0 the count. McDonough 2 for 2 so far. Only player on the Bombers squad to have 2 hits. As Zulsdorf adjusts his grip from the left side of the rubber and fires. Breaking ball catches the outside corner just by the belt buckle. Next pitch from the windup. The 2-1. He'll kick and deal. High and inside. Good patience and good discipline from McDonough in this at-bat.
Really good job just being selective here, not being too jumpy and understanding Zulsdorf's zone and his tendencies very well right now.
Infield straight up against McDonough. Outfield the same. Here's the next one from Zulsdorf. High and watching it go by is McDonough. He'll trot his way to first base on the walk.
And you can see that fatigue now, just not coming through the baseball as Zulsdorf, so missing well upstairs multiple times to McDonough. McDonough also a threat to run as a stolen base via an error so far.
Got kind of caught in an awkward position. A lot of attention Zulsdorf gave over to McDonough and 2 at-bats ago. Now it's Laney from the left side. Throw comes over to first. Tag applied by Connor on the back of McDonough. It's too late. Laney so far, 2 outs. Only him and Dadabo and Brody are the 3 players on Ithaca not yet to see the base path. Another throw over, another tag applied, and sliding in safely is McDonough. So tapping home plate with his bat is Laney, the sophomore out of Decatur, Georgia. Watches his first pitch. It will come inside. A nice location strike to start for Zulsdorf. Only a 2-step lead at first base for McDonough. He'll get a look over by Zulsdorf. Now come back to home. Instead, he'll kick over to first. The throw not there in time. 0 for 3 right now against McDonough.
And St. Lawrence with a full lefty that's warming up in their bullpen. Bombers had Danny Drodos, their lefty, warming up.
1 pitch home, 3 to first base. The steal will come, throw home low. It's a ball. Off to second. It was a close one. McDonough gets in there safe after Ciano applies the tag a little late and maybe bobbles the catch.
Yeah, just a little bit too low of a throw. Nice transition and exchange from Donnellan, but just not accurate enough of a throw on a close play.
Yeah, it was a good turnaround time for Donnellan, but like you said, Cam, too low. So now a runner in scoring position. Ducks on the pond for the Bombers. Throw over to second. Ciano catches it, no tag applied. Lot of attention McDonough is getting from Zulsdorf, more than any player we've seen so far for either side. Throw comes home, breaking ball right by the shoulders. That'll make things a 2-1 count. Cam, I think we've seen 5 throws to McDonough and now 3 at home plate.
They've just been a very high eye on McDonough, even, back to that first inning when he stole.
Inside stance, Laney again watches it by. This one is called strike. The count 2-2 with 1 out on the board, a man on second in the 6-1 ball game. Bombers a 6-run second inning. Saints got themselves 1 in the top of the 4th. Zulsdorf will step off. Little reset for him. He has his left toe essentially the only point of contact to the rubber and sets from the stretch. Looks over at second to McDonough, comes home. This one batted over the head of Matt Davis. This one drops shallow right infield. Coming home is McDonough standing up. And a strong base hit for Laney. He gets his first with an RBI to go with it.
A good job there from Laney, just giving the hands through on an inside pitch that just got, jammed on, but just enough to work over Davis. McDonough, a really good read, hopping off the bag. Cena was falling and scoring easily into home plate, and the Bombers now extending. And you wonder for Zulsdorf here how much longer he has to go. Double play still intact here, though, with 1 down.
You've got the lefty in the bullpen. Man on first is Laney. This is his first appearance on the base path so far today. 7-1 ball game now as the next one comes home. It's Ethan Dadabo. He'll foul it down the first base line and into the Saints dugout. 0-1 the count, 1 out on the board. Infield playing rather straight up except for Timothy Connor at first base, hugging the bag, waiting for a throw over from Zulsdorf. Zulsdorf here from the stretch. He looks over at first. Now comes home. A late swing by Dadabo. He touches it with the end of his bat. It will be foul. 0-2. Dadabo in his 2. Strikeout looking to end the first inning. And a grounder to first base that also ended the second inning. 0-2. The pitch inside. Caught him looking. A strikeout. That'll be the 5th of the day for Zulsdorf and the 2nd for Dadabo.
Yeah, both looking for Dadabo as well. Kind of just got buckled up there, saw a few different fastballs, and then saw that off-speed pitch and just knew it the whole entire way.
Here comes Matt Curtis. Was the first batter of that 6-run second inning, got on with a walk. He's far off the plate from the righty's batter's box. Throw comes over to first. Standing is Laney as he takes 2 steps back to the bag. Curtis stands rather tall, a little bend in the knees as he watches the next one in the dirt. Throw back over to first. Good throw. Safe in there is Laney. He'll dive head first, but a heads-up play from Donnellan and Connor. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs here from Freeman Field. Zolsdorf fires home. This one rocketed out to right field and foul. Late to it was Curtis.
And Zolsdorf, the fastballs have all been up. Back to the fatigue, just not getting on top of his fastball, but clipping in just enough upstairs for it to be a strike.
Cold 2 could be playing a factor. The 1-1 comes low. This one gets past Donnellan. On his way to second is Laney. Probably halfway between a pass ball and a wild pitch there.
Low the whole entire way. You know,
Yeah.
one for Donnellan that he wants to block, but very well low and just bounce in front of the plate as well.
So another runner in scoring position for Ithaca. Next pitch home, grounded right side of the infield, gets past Connor. Making the turn from third is Laney. He'll come home, no throw to the plate, and another run for the Bombers. Matt Curtis we'll see if that's an RBI. I mean, goes right through Connor. Probably how to play for it there, but a hard ball to field.
Yeah, really close. You know, it depends too if that was just fully under his glove the whole entire way.
It did, get cleanly through. Didn't ricochet left or right once it made contact.
Going to be a long mound visit. This could be it for Zoldorf. We'll wait on the scoreboard too and what they decide here for that hard hit ball. And looked like this will be it for Zolsdorf. He's done.
Zolsdorf is going to come out of this game. The new pitcher we have for you will be Mike DiStefano. Or rather, Ryan McCausland, the lefty and freshman out of Wellesley, Massachusetts. We'll take a short break here on Bomber Sports as he gets warmed up, but end of the day for Zolsdorf, still responsible for the 1 runner on first base in Matt Curtis. But other than that, 8 runs allowed so far. Let's see if the Saints can shut this 4th inning out. We'll be back after a moment on Bomber Sports. So it's Ryan McCausland, the lefty, 6'3" and 175 pounds, out of Wellesley, Massachusetts. He'll face off against Colin Feeney. He scored in the 2nd, got on base with a liner out to center in the third. Lefty-lefty battle to start. Man on first is Matt Curtis. From the stretch, here's McCausland. First pitch, awkward motion, comes outside off the glove of Donnellan. Curtis stays put at first.
And, some bright spots for Zolsdorf with the 5 strikeouts. Was able to punch out some hitters. He's gotten some long counts and hurt himself in that big inning with the hit-by pitches. Those 3 hit-by pitches turned into just some loud homers.
Next pitch inside, narrowly misses out on Feeney. To touch on Matt Curtis's at-bat, it was ruled an error. The ball put in play over to first base. So that concludes Zolsdorf's day with 3 innings and 3 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 7 earned runs, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Strike on the next pitch, so it's 2-1 with 2 outs on the board, man on first. Next one here from the stretch. He'll look over to first base, diving back in is Curtis, no tag applied by Connor. Bombers also might see a new pitcher come top 5. Lehner doing a solid job so far, only 1 run, but had some struggles. Slow pitch inside, misses out on Feeney once again. 3-1 the count. The senior center fielder out of Ridgewood, New Jersey, dangerous on the base paths. Next pitch comes home, skips in the dirt. He'll try this way to first base with a walk.
And does a really good job getting on base, and that's when he's at his best, and that's what's been a big part of Feeney's career. A really exceptional junior season is his ability to get on base any way he can. That's why he's been a leadoff hitter for the most of his time here in a Bomber uniform, but can do it all throughout the order.
Runners on 1 and 2 for Ithaca. Infield straight up. Now against the righty and Logan Scully, the designated hitter from Arnold, Maryland. McCausland sets into his stretch. And Scully puts this one high back and foul. Straight over the fans here at Freeman Field, Valcente Diamond. Pretty decent crowd for the weather.
Yeah. Solid amount of fans bundled up in some blankets as well.
A lot of red in the crowd, too. St. Lawrence having their fans travel. The 0-1 comes outside. Off-speed pitch. Donnellan returns it back to the mound.
And, where they are down there's a lot more sun.
That's true. And, being higher up, too, more wind makes it a little colder up here. So we might not be feeling the exact same conditions as the players and fans by the field. Another pitch found back behind home plate over the netting. It's a 1-2 count with 2 outs on the board. The Saints just 1 away from shutting down another multiple run inning. Had 6 in the second. They have 2 right now they've been able to face. Next pitch comes home a foot in front of the plate. It contacts the dirt. Stopped by Donnellan. He'll return it back to McCausland. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 8-1 the score right now. Bombers with their 8 runs on 6 hits. And 1 run on 7 hits for the Saints. Next pitch from the stretch inside. Scully only gives it eyes.
And a lot of power towards the bottom of this lineup. Scully, Feeney, and Lobster all with 3 home runs to their names this season, so very well-rounded order.
Next pitch home, high, gets a cut from Scully. That one back into the netting again. A little under it is Scully against McCausland. So the runners take their 3-step leads on 1 and 2. No attention from McCausland or the infield. He comes set at his letters, gives a look over to second, and turns and fires. Pirouetting off of his left foot right there, just a little bit late with the throw against Matt Curtis. Back home comes the attention of McCausland. Brings his glove to his chin and fires home. This one rocketed out down into the left field. Could stay fair. It drops 10 yards short of the fence. 2 runners coming home. Curtis and Feeney score on the double for Logan Scully. The Sun just completely eliminating any chance of defensive success for Jack Finnegan in left field. It kind of drops and sticks in the outfield. And another unfortunate defensive sequence for the St. Lawrence Saints.
And immediately for me, I looked towards the Bomber dugout, how their reactions were to the ball and how hard it was hit. They didn't react too much. So you think, okay, the ball's not hit too hard. It was shallow, just where the left fielder in Finnegan's playing. He was playing in the gap. He's still in the gap and shallow, but that sun, as you said, a big factor, and that wind holding it up.
Finnegan also playing kind of close to the infield, too, not too far back. A long ways to go to get to that spot. As the next batter in Ryan Lobsher watches the first one go by for a ball. He'll stand to the inside of the plate for his next. This one he puts right side of the infield. It will drop just shy of the chalk. In fair territory. Trotting home is Scully. And once again, the Bombers putting big numbers on the board. 11-1 the score in the 5-run 4th inning.
10-run lead. And the Bombers now just pouring it on. And it's just been these loud innings where it's come with 1 or 2 outs. You look at that second inning, too, where McDermott had that home run. There was 1 out in that inning, but then they were able to, kind of just put things together. And right now doing it with 2 outs.
McCausland kind of handed a tough situation, a Bomber team that has been very potent offensively today. So now is Riley Brody at the bottom of the lineup. He is only one of 2 Bombers not yet to see the base path, him and Ethan Dadabo. 2 strikeouts for Brody on the day so far. Watches the first one by for a strike. McCausland fires his next one home, just inside, 1-1 the count. Runner on first is Ryan Lobsher. He's been on base all 3 times and attributed for his first RBI right there. Next one outside, 2-1 the count with 2 outs, and this tough game right now for the Saints has just been piling on itself into even more offense for the Bombers. An inside pitch, Brody slides out of the way. Lefty doing a good job, as a lot of the other Bombers have been, in staying disciplined, especially in this inning. Not a lot of swings, but when they do come, they're putting it in play. 3-1. The pitch high by the brim of Riley Brody. He advances to first base on a walk. Bombers have one on 1 and 2.
And for Brody there, too, his last 2 at-bats with those strikeouts, they were longer AB strikeouts, just kind of fouling off pitches, not getting his timing down, but being very selective in that at-bat and keeping this thing going. And a guy you went up right now who saw lefty and Zolsdorf extremely well is McDermott, but doesn't look like McDermott will see the arm of the mound. St. Lawrence going back to their bullpen.
McCausland not the day he hoped for. And we'll go back to Andrew McDermott when we return. We saw him at the top of the 4th inning when he got sent to the dugout for leaning into a hit-by-pitch. That brings out a new pitcher for the Saints. We'll have him in just a moment. And the Bombers continuing to pile on the offense. It's been tough so far, and the pitcher will be Sam Fosberg, the senior out of Natick, Mass. When we come back, Fosberg on the mound. He'll face the top of the order in Andrew McDermott. Back here on Bomber Sports, it's Sam Fosberg, the lefty, to start things off. First pitch against McDermott, high and away. Runners on 1 and 2 for the Bombers with 2 outs. They just need one more to close this one out. Fosberg, the third pitcher the Saints have shown so far, as he sidearms an inside pitch, just misses out on the knees of Andrew McDermott. So 2-0 the count with 2 outs on the board, runners on 1 and 2. Attention by Ciano to the runner on second in Lobsher. Sidearm delivery, this one finds the outer edge of the zone. 2-1 the count. Fosberg looks back at second, now fires home. Orthodox delivery, this one launched out into left center field. Finnegan calling for it. This one instead picked up by Federico, who dives into it. A web gem to end the inning. Only took one for Fosberg. McCausland before him couldn't get a single out. And that'll close things here in the fourth. An 11-1 ball game. Bombers with 8 hits are heading things back to the 5th inning for likely a new pitcher on the mound. We'll have you when we return. Back for the top of the fourth from Valcente Diamond at Freeman Field. Lehner stays on the mound for his 5th inning. First pitch outside. He'll work quick on the next. This one finding a low outside corner of the zone. 1-1 the count. And Lehner seems to have not slowed down at all. The off-speed comes away for his third pitch of the at-bat here against Matt Davis. Davis has gotten on twice so far. Blooper out to right field and a base hit in the third. He'll foul off the next, 2-2 the count. And Lehner has continued his strong play, only 1 run allowed so far. Brings gloves to chest, works from the windup and delivers. This one hit right back up the infield. Picked up by Brody, turns, fires to first and gets the out.
And it also goes back to Lehner, too. Just, he's had some longer innings, and we saw the ability for St. Lawrence last inning to jump on early pitches, early in the count, get base runners on. But he's done so good with runners on base, and he'll do even better when he finally gets the first guy down. It's the first time the Saints in the last 3 innings don't have a leadoff base runner.
Maybe a quick inning coming from Lehner. Off speed to start, low and away. Watching it by is Gannon. The right fielder out of Boston, Massachusetts, takes a hack at the next one low, and a swinging strike. Not often you see guys from actually Boston. Later the next one, Fastball low and away.
Tons of people say, they're
from Boston,
Yep.
right? But they're not actually from Boston. We got a couple friends like that. Pitch comes outside. What a swing. As Gannon tries reaching for it, he was late and will let it go by. 2-2 the count. Lehner in his bag in this 5th inning. Working quick from the windup. The 2-2 delivery. Way outside, was looking for Gannon to chase. Stays disciplined. And the 6'5", 230 junior steps back in to the righty's batter's box. A little bit of space on the wide stance between him and home plate. The 3-2 outside, and Gannon will trot to first base on the walk.
St. Lawrence still continuing to find base runners, and, a thing for Lehner, it's not always been control issues. He pitches to contact extremely well. It's going to be his second walk of the afternoon, and has responded every time he's allowed a base runner on. He's responded very well and just putting the next guy down. We saw the double play that ended last inning.
From the stretch, Lehner fires, rocketed right back out into right center field. Good contact from Federico. Rounding into third is Gannon. It's a stand-up double for Federico as he puts 2 runners in scoring position for the St. Lawrence Saints. Just like that, they've got some life.
And McDonough, though, a really good throw in right center field. He made that play a lot closer at second base. Could have been more of a, bang-bang, kind of surprised everybody, but gives St. Lawrence second and third. Bombers still have a lefty. It's a different lefty now warming up in the bullpen. They did have before what looked like Danny Drodos, but we'll get a number in just a second.
Lehner made quick work of the first. As a chopped grounder goes to the hot corner at third. Lobsher bobbles it, now fires to first. It's off the bag. This runner is safe at first. Laney tried to kind of reach out and make a tag once the throw pulled him off the bag, so now the bases are loaded. And it looks like that could be the day for Colin Lehner.
Might also be Coach Val asking if maybe the home plate umpire can appeal with his angle down the first base line, seeing it better than the base ump would be able to see that tag.
Right.
Just, looked routine for Lobster, got a tough bounce at the last second, had to rush the throw.
And they'll call it safe after further review. So Lehner will instead stay out. Bases are loaded after the E5. And the runner at the plate is Mike Ciano. Landman was the one who got to third. From the stretch here is Lehner, the righty on the back of the rubber. He fires off speed, chopped grounder down the third base line, almost a swinging bunt. Toss from Lehner to Dadabo. He'll step on home plate and get the out.
Confused there slightly on just the hustle down the line from St. Lawrence towards the bag. It seemed interesting there that wasn't as close of a play. Almost seemed like they just kind of slowed up and Dadabo just stepped on the bag.
2 outs now. Dadabo kind of made an easier play, like you said, Ken, than probably it should have been. Next pitch for Lehner outside against Sean Desjardins. Lehner still has that cool, calm, and collected vibe to him. He comes to his chest with his glove quick, looks at third and fires home. Fastball just low, gets past to Dabo. He'll throw back to home plate, and it won't get there for Lehner. Throw is off the mark. Runners on 1 and 2 advance one base. So Gannon comes home on the wild pitch. Federico to third and Landman to second. First run since just an inning ago. Now 2 runs total for the visiting St. Lawrence Saints, shy by 9 of the Bombers' 11. 1-0 the count here at home for Desjardins. Next pitch, off speed, low and away. Three balls, no strikes, and 2 outs. Got a righty warming up in the bullpen for the Bombers, as Lehner's still sitting here with 2 runners in scoring position. Off speed, high of the zone, right by the belt buckle, clips the top edge for his first strike of the at-bat. 3 balls, 1 strike, and 2 outs. Inning that turned on his head pretty quick. Was deep into a count with Gannon, couldn't put him out, and now he finds home after the bases were loaded. Here's the 3-1. Chopped straight down on home plate. Desjardins couldn't get a good handle on it.
And just would be good for Lehner right here to keep it where it is at 11-2, 3-2, 2 outs, work out of this ball game, finish your 5.
You think about, too, the possible 10-run rule here late in the game. Lehner on his next. Fastball. This one golfed out into center field. Chasing after it is Feeney. He can't get to it. Drops in the gap. 2 runners come home. Federico and Landman standing up. And a 2-run RBI single for Sean Desjardins.
And, you know, they're going to keep Lehner in now, but it just, fastball velocity is not there. Hanging a lot of his off-speed pitches. Still does have this cushion, so you still can finish this thing off, but becoming a lot more tougher, and you can just see that fatigue.
Probably want him to close this one out. This one popped high, will be just shallow right field. Calling people off is Curtis. He'll make the grab 5 steps outside of his standing post and end the inning. So Feeney gets out of probably, or excuse me, Lehner gets out of probably a difficult one that he could have closed earlier. Nevertheless, 3-run score. It's an 11-4 ball game as the Bombers come back on offense for the bottom of the 5th. We'll see you back here on Bomber Sports after a short break. We welcome you back to Bombers Sports YouTube. Devin Jarvis and Cam Manna. We have you here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Fosberg on the mound for St. Lawrence. Had 1 batter to close things out after a 5-run inning for the Bombers. He'll start from the windup here against Ethan McDonough. Lets it go by. Next one here, high and inside. And McDonough, what a potent bat he's been all season long.
So dominant for the Bombers and just had a really, really good junior campaign, but has been battled a lot of injuries through his career.
2-0 off speed, just misses outside. Fosberg with a couple different arm deliveries. He's got the regular orthodox one, but also a sidearm as the lefty kicks and deals on the 3-0 count. This one inside, and trotting his way to first base is Ethan McDonough once again.
One thing that St. Lawrence has not been able to handle is just a lot of these free passes, the hit by pitches. You now let the Bombers and McDonough work on the base paths and be creative, which they've been able to do this afternoon.
Far more than you would like if you are the Saints. First pitch goes behind Camden Laney. Sidearm release as Donelon is able to reach out and grab it. Runner on first in McDonough. He got a lot of attention back when Zulsdorf was in the game. Ball goes by Donelon at home plate. It's a wild pitch to advance McDonough to second base. But the discipline has been there for the Bombers at the plate, watching pitches go by. They don't mind just sitting there and watching. 2-0 the count, no outs. Runner on second in McDonough. Here's Laney at home plate. The lefty as McDonough steals. It's a called strike. The throw to third base off the bag. Rather, it was a called ball just outside on the fastball. So now 3-0 the count with a runner on third base.
And what a jump there from McDonough, just reading the head fakes of Fosberg on the mound to kind of see that he's not going to turn twice on his head.
Here's Laney. No question about it. He'll take the walk. Runners on the corners with no outs.
And this is where another long inning can brew for the Bombers. They've had the two long ones, 6 in the second, 5 in that bottom of the fourth inning, and it just starts with the leadoff base runners and keeping the train rolling.
There'll now be a mound meeting as Coach Kenny Collins is going to take a second here with Fosberg. Just to break it down for you.
Saints go to the bullpen.
Looks like they will indeed. Fosberg with a very short-lived outing, only 1/3 an inning pitched.
It's going to be John Igo, the pitcher, right-hander, 6'4" junior.
A lot of different arms out there for the Saints. Will return after the short run completes. New pitcher on the mound for St. Lawrence. It's Igo. The senior out of North Attleboro, Massachusetts. A deep team of Massheads.
And the St. Lawrence football team's the same. Very, very New England heavy.
Throw over to first is too late as diving in safely is Laney. Dabo at the plate here from the left side, kind of crowds the inside of the plate with a narrow stance. Not too far forward or back. Next throw from Igo, low and inside. It's going to be a steal from Laney. He gets no throw from Donnellan. And on to third base, too, is Ethan McDonough. He's been there for a little bit now. 2 runners in scoring position. And the next pitch, an off-speed inside.
Going to be a rough doubleheader, for the Saints right now. After going to their bullpen this much, you have to think you have a 9-inning game following tomorrow, playing another 9 innings. You got to really also think about how many pitchers you're going to use, what you got in the tank.
Right. A pretty large roster, though. So maybe space to find quite a few arms from the bullpen. Nevertheless, it'll be a walk for Dabo as he gets his first appearance on the base path in the game. 0 for 3 so far today.
And once again, that 10-run mercy after 7 innings. So the Bombers right now trying to just get back to where they were on those 10 runs.
Would need the 3 on the base path to score to once again regain a 10-run lead. It's 11-4 at the moment. Here's Igo from the stretch. A high curveball above the head of Matt Curtis. It's Dabo on first, Laney on second, McDonough on third. Curtis here has scored twice. He's in the righty's batter's box. A fastball low and inside. He watches it by. 2-0 to start. From the stretch, it's Igo. He's following 3 pitchers, Zulsdorf, McCausland, and Fosberg. Next pitch, high above the lettering. There's no question right now for these Bomber batters watching almost everything by. 3 consecutive walks to start the 5th inning. Igo on the 3-0. This one a called strike. Again watched by.
And that's kind of just, there Curtis is the take. You're just bringing fastball just to get me over.
Awkward stance here for Igo. Delivers a curveball. This one on the outer edge. Back in the at-bat is Igo. Full count. And a payoff on the way. Igo brings his glove to his right shoulder. Now tucks it back center. The pitch late was Curtis. He'll head back to the dugout after starting the count 3-0. 3 consecutive strikes. Ends it.
Great job there from Igo. You have no, kind of idea where the zone is, and then that one fastball get me over kind of helps you out. Okay, then you move to the off speed, back to the off speed, 3 consecutive strikes.
Igo now looking for a groove. First strikeout since when Zulsdorf was on the mound. Igo comes home on the first pitch against Colin Feeney. Called strike. Feeney not giving it much attention. Still the bases loaded. Infield now creeping into the infield grass. They've got that bunt defense. 0-1. Curveball top of the zone. A called strike.
And now 5 consecutive strikes, and it's been fastball mixture back to a curveball, and now the tall righty has the zone.
Quite a slow curveball, though. How can Feeney try and time that one up? Went out on the board. The 0-2 delivery in the dirt. McDonough thought about coming home. He takes probably 4 steps down the line, then returns to third base. Donnellan holds him off. A good stop. Donnellan has had a couple bright spots, but a couple probably mistakes too that cost a couple runs for the Saints. Inside pitch nearly clips Feeney. He shuffles out of the way. It's a 2-2 count. Igo, the defense around him, their heels on the infield grass. He looks down Main Street for his signal. Comes to center and delivers. Curveball, this one in the dirt. It's going back. McDonough, no doubt about it. He'll stand up and score on home. Other runners advance to second and third, so it's Dabo on second and Laney on third after the wild pitch. 12-4 the score with Feeney in a full count.
And there's been the bright spots for the righty from the pen. He's found the fastball going right back to the curve, but now he's just lost all control with the off speed.
Here's Igo. Had those 5 consecutive strikes, looking for another. Fastball low and a walk for Feeney. Bases back to being loaded as the Bombers are looking to pile on and reach that 10-run lead with just 2 shy at the moment.
4 walks on this inning and a run scored via wild pitch. St. Lawrence, you look at throughout this game, Dev, they're just hurting themselves on free passes hit by pitches. Yes, we've seen the home runs, but those are, blown out of proportion because of how many guys have gotten on base via the free pass.
Igo curveball finds the top of the zone. It seems like that pitch, when he can locate it correctly, has been efficient for him. But a pass ball there let McDonough through.
But the Bombers, too, taking early on, forcing him to throw more strikes, more pitches.
0-1. Fastball way outside. No doubt here for Laney. The throw comes away. Dabo thought about it for a second, but Laney comes home and scores. That'll be the second run of the inning on wild pitches.
St. Lawrence has a righty warming up in their bullpen. It's Noah Spalding. So would be yet another pitcher if they do go to Spalding at some point.
2 ducks on the pond for the Bombers. It's a 1-1 count with 1 out on the board, and the score 13-4. 2-run inning right now for Ithaca. Igo brings his glove to his right shoulder, now comes back home and fires a fastball, just misses out. Still a decent crowd here. Bombers and Saints fans alike. From the stretch is Igo. He's against Scully. Pitches outside. Again gets past Donnellan. The shovel toss home, way out of the reach of Igo. And 3 runs scored, all on wild pitches for Igo.
That's been the whole entire inning. The Bombers have not really had to use a hit to drive in a run, a hit to get on base. It's been walks, wild pitches. Back to the point we made about that second inning, 3 hit by pitches lead to some home runs. The 4th inning, some consecutive walks and some errors.
Not a bad 4-base journey for Dabo. Went to first on a walk, second on a wild pitch, third on a wild pitch, and home on a wild pitch. Fastball inside, and that's a walk for Logan Scully. Every single player on base this inning have been through a base on balls.
Yet another walk, and now for Ryan Lobsher, you think the same thing is you're taking till you see a strike, but what Igo's done is there's been a lot of strikes on his first 2 pitches. He just can't consecutively keep it going, so the Bombers are going to continue probably to have that stop sign early on in counts.
Here's Lobsher, the senior third baseman. First curveball, it's popped up high towards second base. Shallow right field as Gannon takes over and makes the grab. It's a little late to it, was Lobsher. Probably not a full swing either on it as well. 2 outs on the board now, and Igo just 1 batter away from shutting this one down. Bombers lead 14-4 in the bottom of the 5th inning.
You like the aggression there, but still, after that many walks and wild pitches, you should just take the first pitch.
Next one, a nasty curveball that ties up Brody on the inside. 0-1 with 2 outs on the board. Brody with an open stance from the lefty's batter's box. Waggles the bat off his left shoulder as turning to first is Igo. No tag applied on the pickoff attempt. Runners on the corners. Here's Igo. Delivery inside. This one will catch the foot of Riley Brody. Send into first. Feeney almost thought it was a pass ball. Not this time, and now the base is back to being loaded.
You don't see many innings like this at the collegiate level, especially early on in the season when you have most of your bullpen available. Just walks, hit by pitches, wild pitches have scored every inning, and now bases loaded here for McDermott, who did it with bases loaded in that second inning.
We knew that if the Saints wanted to win this game, it would likely be high scoring to the lack of their defensive prowess. That's on display so far, but not enough runs from St. Lawrence to keep themselves up with the Bombers. This one rocketed out into right field by McDermott. Right center field, it'll drop right by the warning track. He's heading to second. 3 runners are able to score, and another double for Andrew McDermott. How about 7 RBIs on the day?
What a way to have your first game of your career at Freeman Field for the 5th year. 2 Division I schools and now to the D3 level for the Bombers, and just tacking on an inside pitch, smoked it right center field. And the Bombers now can head to their bench a little bit here.
Has a keen eye for those inside pitches. It'll be Sheldon J. Walker III from the right side. He'll pinch hit here for Ethan McDonough.
The freshman, Hilton Ny, played his high school baseball in the Rochester area, has started 2 games this year, and Coach Valicente has talked very highly about his athleticism and bat to the ball.
2 outs on the board. He'll be late to the first one. Bombers been able to pile on the runs. Their 3 innings with runs scored have been 6-5, and in this inning, 6. Igo really hasn't gotten questioned by his coaching staff. He'll come back on for a breaking ball to call the second strike. Walker, our freshman here, 6'1", 195 out of Aquinas. Igo looking to close it out. 0-2. This one comes straight back up the middle into the hands of Ciano. Ciano delivers to first base. Stretching is Connor. He'll get it and end the inning. Igo not very happy with himself. Hits himself on the head with his glove, but will head to the dugout after the 6-run 3rd inning for the Bombers. We'll send things back to another break here as the score is 17-4 from Freeman Field. Back on Bomber Sports. Laner's day ends, so it's now here for Ethan Fantel. New pitcher on the bump for the Bombers. And to start off, It'll be a new face in the batter's box for St. Lawrence. Eddie Morrissey, he's going to take over for Jack Finnegan. As the St. Lawrence Saints look for a little bit of change in their lineup, hoping it can spark something new on offense.
And what's so tough is you have to play a 9-inning game right after this 30-minute break for a doubleheader, so you have to really watch what's going on right now, give some of your starters maybe some rest, but the Bombers playing in a right spot right now. You get to give a freshman arm some length here with the outing from Lehner.
See how the arm can work. Strike to start called 0-1 as we begin. Morrissey, himself a utility, but also a freshman out of Milton, Massachusetts. How many times are we going to say Massachusetts on this broadcast?
I know. So many Mass players. That's where St. Lawrence recruits from.
Next pitch, dropped third strike. On his way to first is Morrissey. Dabo not able to get to it soon enough. So an unorthodox way to reach first base, but they do. And now 5 of their 6 innings, they've been able to put their first batter on the bases. Next up here is Timothy Connor. He'll watch the first ball go high, or go top of the strike zone. 0-1 the count with a man on first. Laney gives the attention at first base. As the next pitch comes home for Fantel off the bat. Strong velocity on the freshman in Fantel. He's a bigger guy, 6'1", 220. Hoping to prove his worth in the 17-4 ball game. Gives a look at first. High leg kick and comes home from the stretch outside the ball.
44 players on the St. Lawrence roster. 23 of them are from Mass.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, also, you maybe think like Vermont, with how close Canton is to that area, not quite. As the next pitch comes low, it's a full count now.
Some Maine, some Connecticut's.
For Fantel, yeah, I mean, all over New England. Rocketed down the first base line, just barely fouled by inches. Good contact there from Connor. It'll send Morrissey back to first. So Fantel really has all the insurance in the world with a 13-run pad right now. Can just have his own fun out there. Looks to first, fires home. This one rocketed down second base. Good play by Curtis, keeps it in front, fires to first, and gets the out. Laney receives on the 4-3 putout.
Really good job there, just being able to knock that down. No, you don't have to have that rush to second base. Just head to first, take the out where it is.
So next up is Matt Davis on the right side. He's the back of the batter's box. Has a runner in scoring position now in Morrissey. Let's see what he can do. Coming home, this one a pass ball hits off to Dabo. Easily to third is Morrissey. Probably should have been a grab for Dabo. Fantel and Dabo will talk it out at the base of the rubber.
And, the first few times you get to work together in-game for Fantel and Dabo as well, being a freshman, Dabo being a junior, having that experience, but being a first-year, having that in-game experience with a catcher, it's not the same as, an off-season or a preseason bullpen, so working those kinks out chemistry-wise is important.
Here's Fantel after a short chat. Runners behind him now. The lefty fires home. Strong fastball outside. 2-0 the count. Saints have been doing a decent job putting runs on the board as this one's clubbed way high down into foul territory off first base. It will go well foul out of play, and the first strike of the at-bat against Davis. Fentel now with just a easy job. 2 outs on the board. Here's the pitch. Off speed high. It'll be the 3-1 count now. Davis earlier in this game has gotten on twice with hits. Grounded out to short at the top of the 5th. Watches the next one by outside. The fastball off location. It's a walk.
And just trying to get on top of that fastball. And, again, it goes back to the weather, the grip of your hand to be able to have that full grip and tendency to work downhill. Very tough to do.
Couple changes in the outfield, too. Walker now finds his way to left field. He pitch hit for McDonough. And Andrew McDermott now replaces McDonough in right field as a defender. First pitch by was a ball. Fentel showing to be a fastball pitcher here. The wide stance he works against Gannon. Next one just a bit low and away, but keeping it close. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Runners on the corners. Here's Fentel. Gives a look at first and comes home from the stretch. Just a bit high. Dabo encouraging him, telling him he likes the pitches that he's seeing. All of his misses, for the most part, have been close. Here's Fentel, made quick work of some early batters. Here's the next pitch. This one finding the zone.
And his fastball has that velocity, so he's just finding that confidence to stay right there and, command back here in a long count.
Looking over to first, now he comes home for the pitch. Rocketed in the 6-5 gap. That will send a runner home. And an RBI for pinch hitter, just John Gannon getting it done.
Big part of this lineup for Gannon as the junior. Just a strong inside pitch.
So now runners on 1 and 2. Great hit by Gannon. Fentel, giving a look at second, has 2 runners on right now. Comes home for the pitch just outside. One the count. Staying in here is Fentel. Brett Federico from the right side stands tall with a blue-tipped bat. Next pitch from Fentel. This one rocketed right side of the infield. It will hop once before finding the glove of McDermott. Bases once again loaded. And Saints doing a good job letting their offense live. It's just not enough to keep up with the 17 runs of the Bombers.
Yeah, really, really tough to do right now. And just for the Saints team, their offense has been there, putting consecutive hits together. They have double-digit hits. The Bombers have 9. The Saints have 11. They're putting the bat and the ball. It's just being able to convert with the guys in scoring position and getting no help from your pitching staff is not a recipe for success.
Need to have that balance. Next pitch home. Ahead of it was Willie Landman, the designated hitter out of Longmeadow, Massachusetts. He'll cut on the first. It's an 0-1 count. Next pitch for Fentel, doesn't like it. Runner on third base in Davis, just kind of coming halfway home, giving a little bit of looks here to Dabo and Fentel. 1 ball, 1 strike at the count. 1 out on the board, bases are loaded. High pitch, throw from Dabo to third. Lobster going to have to dive to his left to receive it, no tag applied. Ball returned to the rubber.
Full extension there from Lobster to keep that in front. Good backup from Walker, the freshman, in left field, though. He was sprinting all the way in.
6'3" frame. He's got a little bit more reach.
Yep. 6'4".
6'4", excuse me. No disrespect to Ryan
We'll
Lobster.
give him 6'4". Yeah.
Could even be 6'5". Hard hit right side of the infield, gets past Laney into right field. Runner comes home. The second one in, Gannon also making his way there. And the throw over to third. Lobsher just gets it a little bit too late. And sliding in is Frederico. Another couple runs on the board makes it a 17-7 game.
And a runner 90 feet away as well. And here comes Valicente. Looks like this might do it. They'll head back to the bullpen here for the second time. And that's what the call is going to be. The Bombers back to their bullpen.
And that will send us once again to a short break. Bombers going to bring out a new pitcher. We'll have more on him when we return on Bombers Sports. It's Cooper Albert, the sophomore pitcher out of State College, Pennsylvania. He takes over for Ethan Fantel. Looking to close this sixth inning out. It's been 3 runs so far for the Saints. Runners on the corners, and the batter is Mike Ciano. First pitch outside, called a ball.
I wonder if he's a Penn State fan.
Very well could be. How many people live in State College, Pennsylvania that don't either work at Penn State or
go to Penn State?
Yeah, right. It's like a lot of Ithaca. You got 25,000 students between Cornell and Ithaca that are just gone during the summer.
Yeah.
2 balls, no strikes here. Cooper Albert for his next. The righty delivers. Fastball. This one rocketed straight back. Almost another souvenir for us, but not quite. The view that you have here on the live stream is the same as we are right now. So if you flinch a little bit with the ball coming toward the camera, then we do too. 2-1 the pitch. Runner steals second. The tag is applied in time, but the runner from third scores. That'll be Brett Frederico on the stolen base. And Lamb with almost a sacrifice steal to get another run on the board for the Saints.
Now back to a 9-run game, so the mercy at the moment out the window. The Bombers will still get the hit in the 6th, have a chance for it to end in the 7th.
2 balls, 2 strikes after the strike, and 2 outs. Next pitch low and away. Ciano thought about it but didn't go. He digs in from the left side. Of the righty's batter's box. Adjusts his brim and resets. Kind of like an away Cardinal uniform he's supporting. 3-2, the pitch. Low, and that will be just outside as Ciano takes first base.
The fastball velocity here for Albert is very impressive, and he's working all his heaters very low in the zone, different from what we've seen from Pantel and then what St. Lawrence brought out of their bullpen, but very low, hard fastballs darting inside.
Albert now for his second batter. He fires home on a curveball and gets the top of the zone to get a strike called. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Been a 4-run inning right now for the Saints. They've scored at least a run in each of the last 3 innings. 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, and right now 4 in the 6th. Low pitch, it'll catch some dirt. Stopped by Dadabo, runner stays put at first base. It's a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Sean Desjardins at the plate. A senior for St. Lawrence out of Watertown, Connecticut. Next pitch, a changeup on the outer edge. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. It's Camden Laney staying put on first base, giving attention to the runner, and Ciano rest of the infield straight up, the outfield the same. Here's Albert looking for the punch out. The 1-2, fastball just high. Half the dugout for the Bombers spread kind of between the bullpen and the regular dugout. A little less energy than before. Not much sound coming from the side of the St. Lawrence dugout. 2-2 pitch, curveball ahead of it was Desjardins. He'll put it way foul toward the Bomber bullpen. Looking for a closeout here. 2-2 with 2 outs. Here's Albert from the stretch. He fires. Fastball high.
A little bit too much hang not on top of that off-speed pitch. The fastball's been his pitch. Has had a few St. Lawrence hitters a little bit tardy on it. Not a bad pitch here on a 3-2.
The payoff coming here. His back turned to first base. 1 runner in Ciano there. Pitch comes home. Half swing, but a called strike. That will close it out. In the 6th inning, we head to the bottom of the 6th, 17-8 the score, and that will do it for both Cam and I. When we return, we got Max Raymond on the call. You'll enjoy his presence, and as we say so long for the remainder of this game. Doubleheader still to play for the Bombers. We'll take a short break and return in the top of the 6th.
And welcome back. Max Raymond here and alongside Evan Beard, taking over for Devin and Cam. First pitch inside, and quite an interesting day, Evan, to say the least, here at the ballpark.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better myself. High-scoring affair here in this one. Pretty cold outside, but these bats are red hot today.
Indeed. As the next pitch called strikes, we got a 2-1 count.
We got Nate Rodriguez at the plate. He's pinch hitting right now for, I believe it's Ethan Dadavo.
Next pitch going to be popped up. Drifting foul, and it will get foul out of play. So the count now 2-2.
And right here, let's see if we can have Rodriguez work this at bat a little bit. Obviously, it's his first at bat of the day, looking to see if he can get a good at bat here for the Bombers.
The 2-2 in the dirt now 3-2.
Yeah, just went with a breaking ball there. Definitely had to get stuck on that finger a little bit, though. Just spiked it right into the dirt. Great take there from Rodriguez, and the count runs full.
So the payoff pitch underway. And that one will be in the dirt again. So ball 4 and another walk to start another inning for the Bombers.
Yeah, and right there you just see Noah Spalding. He goes to the breaking ball there for the second straight pitch. Missed it in just about the same spot. A great job there by Rodriguez to take them both, and he's on base to get this inning started.
So now stepping up to the plate for the Bombers.
It's Owen Callahan at the plate, first pitch in there, called strike.
St. Lawrence, the pitching has struggled today. A lot of pass balls, a lot of free bases given up. So nice to see them finally getting first pitch strike as the 0-1. That's going to be outside. Catcher pumps to first, thinking about back picking, but decides not to.
Certainly an interesting choice to try back picking here in a 9-run game. Can't say I see that one too often.
1-1. Ripped high center field, and the center fielder going to drift under it and catch it about 7-8 steps from the warning track, and so that will be out number 1.
And that was Brett Federico there to record the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now coming up to the plate for the Bombers, Zach Spurger.
Making his first at-bat today, he was replacing Matt Curtis, who had an 0-for-3 showing at the plate. Let's see if maybe Spurger can get something going here.
Bombers hitting today has been quite interesting.
It's been an anomaly, to say the least, honestly. 17 runs on 9 base hits.
But all 17 coming across in 3 innings. It's been the big inning for the Bombers offense.
Yeah, and a bit of a passed ball right there. More accurately, a pitch blocked by the catcher, just couldn't quite get to it. And scampering into second base there is Rodriguez.
So the 1-0 now to Spurger, who will look to adjust maybe his approach at the plate now with the runner in scoring position. 1-0 called strike 1-1.
Yeah, took a little bit off that one on the breaking ball, put it right over the plate. Great pitch to get strike 1 in this at-bat. And getting strike 1, so important in at-bats like this. You want to be able to get outs quick when you're losing by this much. Get your bats up to bat.
Your percent chance of recording an out increases drastically as that ball's ripped. Drifting back. It's going to get over the right fielder's head.
And that was John Gannon. He couldn't get to it, and that will be a double, a belly dive into second base for Zach Spurger. Runners on second and third here for the Bombers, 1 away in the inning.
What I was about to say before I was rudely interrupted was your chances of getting an out increase, including a strikeout, increase when the first pitch of the count is a strike versus when it's a ball. Now, obviously, you're moving closer to getting that strikeout, but disregarding the strikeout, simply just getting an out, it is greatly increased when the first pitch is a strike.
Couldn't have put it better myself there. And, yeah, right fielder didn't make the play there. Felt like I kind of had to, make that known.
The defense, another aspect of this game that St. Lawrence has struggled in, as the 0-0 is just off the plate to Colin Dunn.
Pitch looked to be a little up in the zone there from Spalding. Not a bad spot there. Just couldn't get the swing and miss.
Infield in, hoping to prevent the run from scoring. That one's going to be outside, so 2-0 is the count now.
And another breaking ball there from Spalding. We've seen it. He's had a little bit of a command issue with that pitch. Other than that one that he was able to put over the plate for a strike to Spurger, a lot of them have been bouncing, and the Bombers hitters are just not chasing them.
Could be the cold weather, but pitching today has not been it. As the 2-0, also low, 3-0.
Just missed the plate there. Felt like that might have caught the corner, but it was a little bit outside. Colin Dunn sitting in the driver's seat of this at-bat right now. He's up 3-0.
So if you're done, 3-0, second and third, 1 out, you swinging away here or you taking?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking the walk, and I think that pitch got him.
Either,
no. Hit the knob of the bat.
Hit the knob of the bat. Home plate umpire ruling that it hit the knob of the bat. You don't see that too often. Interesting. Great call there by the ump to catch that, as it's not only often when we see that, nor is it often that the home plate umpire is able to catch that, as ball's typically coming at his head, as that one's going to be fouled back.
Count runs full here on Dunn, but going back to that pitch that hit the knob, on a day like this, you're almost glad that hits the knob instead of hitting you in the hand. I think you'd rather take that strike than have that stinging feeling for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely hurts less to hit the bat than it would be to hit your hand. Still, it's still going to ring a little bit through the hands. As Dunn awaits, step off. Spalding looks like he might have had confusion over the pitch.
And for Spalding, you got to put this pitch over the plate. You can't lose another batter to a walk, especially in a situation like this where it would load the bases.
The 3-2. Called strike 3. High outside corner.
And that is just paint right there. Put that pitch in the exact spot he wanted it. Got the exact result he wanted it. 2 away now here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And now stepping in for the Bombers, it's not going to be Logan Scully. He is going to be replaced by Tyler Puglisi, I believe.
A second and third situation here. Still, well, there's now 2 outs, but there's still 2 men in scoring position here. A great chance for the Bombers to try and extend this lead to even more so than it already is, from 9 to possibly 10 or 11 runs here.
The pitch. A strike. So first pitch strike.
And it certainly feels like with Spalding here, he's found that command a little bit more as the inning has progressed here. Obviously the leadoff walk, ever since then, he's had a much better control over the strike zone. Saw it right there with that first pitch strike.
The 0-1. Smacked on the ground to third. Fields fires, got him, and that will be the inning. In the inning, 1 walk, 1 hit, no runs, 2 left on base. When we return, it'll be the top of the 7th. Bombers lead 17-8. We'll be right back. Top of the 7th here at Freeman Field. It'll be Cooper Albert back on the mound for the Bombers. And his first pitch going to be chopped foul for St. Lawrence up at the plate. That is Daniel Verestro. He's 0 for 1 on the day.
And Albert out there in his second inning. Well, he finished last inning out there for another inning. Did a great job to finish last inning after the Bombers bullpen was having some struggles in there.
His second pitch a ball, so 1-1 count now for Albert. And he deals. That one called strike 1 and 2.
And that's just a great breaking ball right there. That starts right at the hip of the batter, finishes right over the plate. Great pitch from Albert.
The 1-2, low in the dirt, 2 and 2.
Looked like he tried to go with a fastball there, just kind of let it out a little bit too late in his release there. Put it pretty low in the zone there, so that'll even the count up at 2.
The 2-2 from Albert. And he gets him to chase. So that'll be a strikeout for Albert. And the first out on the top of the 7th.
And the ball went into left field as the Bombers went to zip it around the diamond. Yeah, just one of those days for both teams out here.
It just is one of those days. The 0-1, fouled off now 0-1 to Ion Morisi.
Left fielder, he's 0 for 1 on the day so far. Looking to get something going here for the St. Lawrence Saints.
Pitch 2 high, so now 1-1 the count to Morisi. Morisi, his one at bat, a strikeout, looking to put the ball in play and hopefully get on base and get some things rolling as the 1-1 fouled off 1 and 2.
And Albert, he's doing a great job getting ahead of these batters at the plate. As a pitcher, the better you can control the strike zone, the better you can get hitters into those counts that favor you early, the better you're going to do overall.
The 1-2 fouled back, so they'll do it again.
And I mean, that's just a great job to make contact with that one. And excuse us, this is Jack Growney pinch hitting now.
Oh, sorry.
But I mean, right there from Albert, he's got him. He's throwing great fastballs, just looking to try and get one right by him here.
That ball going to be called up, looked quite borderline. Albert not happy with the call, but it is a ball, so it is now 2 and 2.
He just tried to throw the spinner there, couldn't quite get it to come back over the plate.
2-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3, second strikeout of the inning, second out of the inning. Albert now up to 3 strikeouts on the day.
Albert, I mean, he's dealing right now. He's already gotten 2 strikeouts to get this inning started. Up to the plate, it's Timothy Connor for St. Lawrence.
First pitch, another strike. And he's been, sorry, I just stepped on your toes there, but we were about to say the same thing. He's been doing that all day.
Great feel for the strike zone right now. And it feels like he's been relying heavily on that breaking pitch to get him ahead in these counts here. See if he'll go fastball here. He got another one over the plate there for strike 2. He's working fast right now.
That one in the dirt. Count now 1 and 2.
And that was another fastball that he just kind of had come off late in the release. He's been doing a great job throwing that off speed. Wonder if he'll go back to it here to try and get a 3rd strikeout in the inning.
1-2, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Bombers still lead it 17-8. A crazy high-scoring affair here at Freeman Field in the freezing cold with the wind as the 1-2 high, now 2 and 2.
And that was another fastball from Albert that missed the zone. Definitely not as great a feel for his fastball as his off-speed right now, but it's a 2-2 count. You still have a pitch to give him. Throw him whatever you're comfortable with right here.
2s across the board, 2-2, 2 outs, and the pitch inside, full count.
And he went with that slider there. Looked like he was trying to throw it on the back foot, get the swing and miss, but a great take there from Connor at the plate. Loads up the count.
Albert looking to close out this inning. A pitch in the dirt doesn't go. Going to be ball 4. So a walk, the first St. Lawrence base runner of the inning.
And up to bat now, that'll bring Matt Davis. He's 2 for 3 on the day so far. Look, let's see if he can try and get something going here for St. Lawrence. A runner on base now.
So a runner on, and could this potentially be the start of a 2-out rally? We will see, but the first pitch is going to be in the dirt and get away. Runner will take off and reach second base easily. And so now 2 outs, and runner on second.
And that right there, another fastball from Cooper Albert. It's just, you can clearly see there's something missing on his fastball. Every fastball he's thrown so far has bounced in the dirt. Wonder if he'll find his grip here for it soon.
As the wind starts to pick up and swirl a little bit, the 1-0. That'll find the zone 1-1.
And right there, he goes to the off speed. The off speed has been his strike pitch. And in a game like this, you just want to get outs. So I'm imagining he's going to continue to throw that off speed.
1-1, called strike, 1-2.
And what pitch did he throw right there?
The off speed.
The off speed. He's been working with that beautifully so far in this inning. 1-2 count. Let's see what he has to try and put this inning away.
1-2, 2 outs. That's going to be ripped up the middle right at the center fielder, and he'll make the play for the final out of the inning.
And that was Colin Dunn making the play. And a great job there by Cooper Albert. Got a scoreless inning, the first time St. Lawrence held scoreless since the 3rd.
So no runs, no hits, 1 walk, 1 man left. Bombers lead it 17-8. We'll see you back with the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th, and the Bombers now coming up to bat. Score 17-8, and a singular run should be all that it will take for the Bombers to complete the Mercy Rule win.
But for right now, we got a pitching change. Shota Kubota coming into the game for St. Lawrence. Another pitcher, right-handed pitcher. Let's see if he can get some outs here for St. Lawrence.
Keep an eye. We're looking for that first pitch strike. First pitch strike will be the tell of how he's feeling today, as looks like home plate umpire. That's what it was. The field ump was using the facilities, so he's now returning. And so now we are good to go and resume action. That's what the holdup is, folks. Stepping in the box for the Bombers, it's number 25, Ryan Laubscher.
He's 2 for 3 on the day so far, looking to continue that hot stretch at the plate.
2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. We'll see what he can do. Here's the first pitch. He's is going to be in the dirt. Ball one from Shota Kubota.
And that's a great take right there from Laubscher. And in a game like this, you have to imagine they're just taking the first pitch here. Still a great take nonetheless.
You almost have to when you step in the box. The way that almost every inning has started with the first pitch balls, the 1-0 in the dirt again, now 2-0. The way that almost every inning for the Bombers has started with a walk, especially the last few innings, there's no way the coach isn't telling all of the players, hey, take until a strike, especially the leadoff man of every inning.
Yeah, with Laubscher, he's essentially batting leadoff, a new pitcher out of the bullpen. Bombers have to be looking to see what he has in that pitch arsenal. So Laubscher right here, trying to see what he'll throw in the certain situations, try and get as much information for his lineup as he can.
Well, Kubota has now spiked 3 pitches, and it's 3-0 for number 3, Shota Kubota. Looking to just get one over the plate.
You think Laubscher has the green light here?
Probably not. And he takes a strike, so now it's 3-1.
And you would certainly imagine he did not. That pitch right down Broadway.
3-1, the count now to Laubscher. And the pitch called a strike, so probably they're taken unless it's the home run dream pitch. Wasn't that for Laubscher? So the count runs full, now 3-2.
And it'll be interesting here to see what Kubota throws. Both of those last 2 pitches for strikes were fastballs, but you have to imagine he was just trying to throw something over the plate.
The 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. And so Laubscher will be the next Bomber to join the list of leadoff walks.
And that's his 3rd time on base today. And speaking of walks at the plate right now for Riley Browdy, he's already got a walk today.
So Browdy stepping into the box. He's 0 for 2, but he does have a walk and 2 strikeouts. So yet to put the ball in the field of play. As the first pitch is in the dirt, Laubscher going to take off for second. Throw's going to be awry. However, the second baseman there to back it up for St. Lawrence. So stolen bag for Laubscher. And a great job there by St. Lawrence to back up the play and prevent the ball from going in the outfield and potentially turning into an extra free base.
We have a mound visit here now between the pitcher and catcher, but going back to that swipe from Laubscher, a perfect throw there, and there's already 1 out in the inning. You know, those are the plays you got to make on a day like this. Unfortunately for St. Lawrence, they weren't able to make it there.
You got to try to pick up your pitcher, especially when the pitchers are struggling. It still is quite a hard play to make, and one of the harder plays in the game of baseball to make, throwing a runner out at second. However, how this game has been, you really got to find a way to step up. Count 1-0, and the pitch, that's a strike. 1-1 to Browdy.
And right there, that's a fastball from Kubota. That seems to be his go-to pitch for strikes right now. He's putting that pitch consistently over the plate, and right now you're just looking for outs on the mound. You don't care how you get them. You don't care if it's a strikeout, ground out, fly out. You're getting outs right now.
The 1-1 swing and a miss, 1-2. And when we look at today's game and how crazy it's been, on deck, Andrew McDermott. He's 2 for 5, 1 strikeout, 7 RBIs.
Yeah, undeniable, monstrous performance from McDermott at the plate today. But going back to that swing and miss from Browdy, that was a changeup, and he was just way out in front of it.
So the 1-2 count popped up, ball drifting. It is going to leave the infield just barely. It's going to drop. It is going to fall. That ball just kept tailing and tailing and tailing. It was hard to tell where it was going to land, and, well, it eventually did land, not in a glove, on the grass. And so for the Bombers, another hit, and they got runners on first and second and nobody out.
And
here comes McDermott.
You have to wonder if the wind played a factor on this one. It is quite windy on the South Hill here today, and that ball was just popped into no man's land in left field. But on a day like this, you have to wonder if the wind did play a part in that one.
That ball just kept tailing and carrying. I didn't know where it was going to land, whether I was going to be in the infield or in the outfield, and it found its way. So McDermott now up to the plate as the first pitch going to be a ball. And he's got a runner in scoring position and a chance to end this one a little early.
And I mean, he's been the guy today. 7 RBIs at the plate already. Why not add some more, you know?
The 1-0, and that's going to be high 2-0. Well, there wouldn't be any other guy that I would want at the plate today to potentially end this game and walk it off for the Bombers. But at the same time, he might not get a pitch to hit, as it's now 2-0, and Kubota, trying to back pick at second. That's going to get away, but great backup there by the center fielder.
But you do have to be careful here with McDermott at the plate. However, if you walk him, you do load the bases. Anybody on base from there, and this game could be over.
And if you walk him on deck, Sheldon J. Walker. And Walker, the boys on the team, they call him Trey. That's because he's Sheldon J. Walker the third.
But for right now, we got Andrew McDermott at the plate, and he's going to look at ball 3.
So 3-0 with no outs. And, well, you asked me. Now I'm going to ask you. Green light?
I'm going to imagine no, unless it is the perfect pitch to hit over the wall.
The answer is no, as that one was almost perfectly down the middle. 3-1, now the count.
Probably should have seen the take coming, all things considered. But hey, you never know. On a day like this, you might just be trying to get the game over as soon as possible. Nothing wrong with swinging 3-0.
So the 3-1 now from Kubota. In the dirt, bounce is going to get away. And so now the Bombers have the bases loaded. For number 4, the first year, Sheldon J. Walker the third. And Walker, he's got wheels, but he can also hit. Believe batting right around 300 in the handful of at-bats that he has gotten to have so far this season.
And St. Lawrence going to call a mound visit here, this time from one of the coaches out of the dugout. You have to imagine they're going to keep Kubota on the mound here, just simply trying to tell him this is the situation, just try and keep it going. You got 7 guys behind you ready to make a play. Trust them to make that play. I've heard that speech several times on the mound.
Walker stepping into the box. He's batting .333 on the season. He grounded out in his first at-bat, a hard ground to the third baseman. Just barely did not beat out the throw. It was a close play due to his great speed. And infield now in. Walker stepping into the box. Kubota on the mound. And we'll see what Kubota's got and what the first pitch is going to be.
No matter what he throws to, you have to imagine it'll try and find its way over the plate.
First pitch is going to be in the dirt. Runner from third's going to take off, and he will score. And that, folks, will, I believe, be the game, and it is.
Ryan Laubscher able to score there on that wild pitch. And the Bombers get the win in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
18-8, the final score. Alongside Evan Beard, I'm Max Raymond. We'll see you in about a half hour for the pre and post game of the second game of this doubleheader. Bombers win 18-8. We'll see you in just a few.
Awesome. We'll do one after this, and then you guys ready to go in?
Yep.
It's game number 2 of the Ithaca Bombers home opening doubleheader against the St. Lawrence Saints on this brisk and windy Friday afternoon as we head towards the spring. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Luke Fitzpatrick alongside my partner in crime today, Anthony Labonte. We're glad you decided to join us. Anthony, game 1 was a real offensive output for the Bombers. What did you like in that game?
What I liked the most was McDermott. McDermott had that grand slam there. He had 7 RBIs. He's continuing his home run streak into 3 games after having one against Spalding and Marietta. Maybe we'll see another one happen in this one today.
Yeah, McDermott, a grad student who's come in and immediately had an impact on this team. And really, let's talk about this offense, which has been strong all year long. We've seen Colin Feeney as well as McDonough having strong years so far. Ethan McDonough, they both set career highs in home runs already. Ethan McDonough slugging almost 900 with an OPS over 1,400 coming into play today. Both of them tied for the conference lead in home runs with 4. This Bombers offense is really an offense of 3 true outcomes, Anthony. Striking out the most in the conference, they've hit the most home runs, and they're drawing the 3rd most walks.
Yeah, this team has been absolutely incredible so far. Entering into today, of course, McDonough was leading this team in hits. He also, as you said, over 1,400 in OPS. He's the guy who is now leading the Liberty League in home runs. 5 home runs. He had a big one in the last one. He's going to try and continue that success against a team who has a strong issue with being the home run team giver.
Reed Bailey warming up for the Bombers, just about set for game time. The lineup for St. Lawrence: Jack Finnegan will lead off. He'll be followed by Timothy Connor, Matt Davis, John Gannon going to clean up and hit 4th. Brett Federico will hit 5th. Mike Ciano 6th. Sean Desjardins will hit 7th, followed by Daniel Verostro and John Donnellan, who will be batting 9th and doing the catching.
So, for the Bombers, we have at first base Camden Laney. Second base will be Matt Curtis. Third base, we're looking at Ryan Lobsher. Shortstop will be Riley Brody for this one. Left field, we have Andrew McDermott. Center field, we have Colin Feeney. Right field, we have Ethan McDonough. Reed Bailey will do the pitching, and Logan Scully will do the catching.
Yeah, Reed Bailey, this is going to be his 2nd start of the season. 5.06 ERA coming into play. A whip a little bit over 1.3 in 5 1/3 innings. The season his last time out against Johnson and Wales. A no decision over 4 1/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. Struck out 2 and walked a batter. Jack Finnegan digging into the right-handed hitting batter's box. We're just about set for game number 2 of this home opening doubleheader from the South Hill. The lanky lefty Bailey looks, turns, and sets and delivers. And ball 1 outside to begin the day.
Very windy here today. We're going to have to see how that influences just some of these hits. Maybe we'll see a few more fouls as it goes left to right.
Second pitch of the day is swung on and hit in the air to right field. That's going to make the stands well out of play, foul. In game 1, Anthony, we saw that a lot. The weather really coming into the play. It is quite a windy day to say the least.
Yeah, if you can hear it through the mics, this wind, it's blowing. We have a flag over there. It's blowing left to right. It's going to be something where we see many foul balls hit, but it may also change the trajectory of this game depending on how the wind shifts throughout.
Strike 2 on Jack Finnegan, so the count will be 1-2. Turns, kicks, and fires. That one swung on and dribbled toward the Bomber dugout. It'll be foul. And the count's still 1-2.
Finnegan's one of these utility guys that St. Lawrence has. He's going to be playing multiple positions today, most likely. Right now, he's in left. We'll probably see him move throughout the rest of this game.
That's outside, so the count will be even at 2-2 here from Reed Bailey. This St. Lawrence Saints offense Anthony, just about the worst in the conference. You know, they did a nice job late in game one battling back, but it was too little too late as that one dribbled up the first base line. Doing it himself and taking it to the bag is Camden Laney for out number one. Saints offense near the bottom of the conference in just about every major offensive category. I mentioned a little bit of a late comeback, but much too little too late as the Bombers had already put up 17 on their way to what was an 18-8 victory. Timothy Connor, left-handed hitting first baseman in the box now. That's strike one from Bailey. Left on left matchup here.
Something the Bombers have been having a problem with this season is averages against batters. They were 7th in the Liberty League in that, so we'll have to see how it affects today.
To right field, that one is going to land foul. No one hit sharply into the corner, but Timothy Connor will have to walk back to the batter's box, and the count will be 0-2. Bailey working quickly here to open this one up, Anthony.
He had 5 pitches on that first at bat. He's got 2 already on this one. Let's see if he can get this one maybe a little bit under 15.
2 strike pitches into the dirt there. It'll be 1-2. Bombers in their home whites. Navy blue caps. That's strike 3 called. Got him looking. Connor will go back to the dugout. First 2 up, first 2 down for Reed Bailey.
That was just a nice pitch in there. It's something you just have to mesmerize as it goes right past you. Of course, some of the fans weren't too happy about the call, but it looked like a strike from up here.
Matt Davis, the second baseman. He's hitting third. He's into the box now. First pitch is in there for a strike. Heater from Reed Bailey. He's really making his way through what looks to be an efficient first inning. Kicks and delivers. That one swung on and hit on the right side. It would be foul out of play. And quickly 0-2 once again. Saints in their road gray uniforms with the red hats and red helmets and the red lettering on their uniforms. Bailey delivers that one into the dirt. It'll be 1-2.
Something about Reed Bailey that I like to see here is the fact of his extension on those pitches. I mean, you look at him and you probably don't expect how far he's going to go, but we can already see the divot beginning, which turns the 60-foot, 6-inch distance into probably about 58 feet.
1-2, that's on the outside corner. That's going to be a ball, though. It'll be 2-2 once again. Bailey fires that one, a check swing. Did he go around? He did. That's strike 3. A pair of strikeouts in the first inning. Reed Bailey, very efficient. He sets him down in order.
What should we say for are we for VIC radio that you're listening to? Should we say that?
Hey, Sam. Back on the South Hill here for the bottom of the first inning. On the mound here for the St. Lawrence Saints, it's going to be Bowden Driscoll. This is his second start of the season, his 4th appearance. 1-0 with a 2.61 ERA, a whip of 135, so very similar to Bailey's coming into the day. That's in 10 1/3 innings this season. A 256 batting average against, so getting the job done. His last time out against Southern Maine, they got a no decision over 4 1/3. 5 hits, 5 runs, but only 1 of them earned, Anthony. 3 strikeouts and 2 walks in that outing.
He's someone who, as of right now, his statistics are not going to be classified because of how few innings he's pitched. But I believe after today, he's going to be one of those guys that you may see start to become the ace of this St. Lawrence Saints team as we look forward.
Taking a look at the defense here for St. Lawrence. Timothy Connor will be at first base. Matt Davis, the second baseman. Mike Ciano at shortstop, and Sean Desjardins will be the third baseman. In the outfield, left to right, it'll be Jack Finnegan, Brett Federico, and Daniel Verostro. And it'll be John Donnellan doing the catching for Bowden Driscoll. Bowden Driscoll.
In the lineup will be McDermott starting us off, McDonough at second, Laney third, Lobsher will do the cleanup. Then we have Feeney fifth, Scully sixth, Curtis seventh, Walker the third at 8, and ninth will be Brody.
First pitch of the day is ball 1. McDermott, left-handed hitting graduate student. I mentioned in the open, he's already made a huge impact on this team. And that's ball 2 to him low, so 2-0. A hitter's count to start the day for Ithaca.
They're probably thinking back on the fact that McDermott had that big grand slam in the first game. They don't want something to happen again early on.
A little bit of trouble there on the delivery from the catcher back out to Driscoll. Third pitch of this at-bat is outside, and it's 3-0 quickly. McDermott, a guy you don't want to give many hitters counts to. It's left-on-left matchup to start the game. Driscoll turns, fires. That one in for a strike, and it's 3-1.
Just took a few seconds, but now I think Driscoll's going to start getting into his motion and be able to hit that strike zone quite easily.
3-1 pitch is inside. That's ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk for Andrew McDermott.
And call it the commentator curse, because the second that I say he's going to hit the strike zone, he immediately throws it towards him. Outside.
So McDermott setting the table a little bit for the middle of this order that we've talked so much about. They do such a fantastic job this season, the top 3 in particular. It'll be Ethan McDonough right now. Right-handed hitter, bat up on his shoulder, and that's strike 1 to start this at-bat. McDermott off of first, McDonough the batter, no score. Bottom of the first here in game 2 of this doubleheader. Driscoll kicks and throws back to first. McDermott back in with a 1-foot tap on the first base.
He wasn't getting much of a lead there, and there didn't seem to be much urgency between the two teams to get back to that base, so I didn't understand the pickoff attempt.
Now they've got him caught up in a rundown. McDermott will be tagged out. Unless they say that he didn't tag him. Safe is the call right now. Boy, it really looked to me from this angle like McDermott got tagged out.
He must have just evaded it by a little bit, because I think the first baseman should have gotten him on the shirt, but now we're going to see a little bit of discussion between Coach Collins and the umpire.
Yeah, Kenny Collins coming out to have a conversation. The reaction from the Saints infield was confusion, as they thought they had tagged McDermott out. But as it stands right now, McDermott will be safe back at first base. Now the umpire's having a conversation, and they're going to rule him safe. What a way to open up the day here, Anthony. So McDermott on first base, McDonough the batter. Count 0-1, Driscoll set at the belt. Kicks and throws back to first base. McDermott back in once again.
Trying to see if we can get him out again. Tim Connor was the one who almost got that tag, but just shows McDermott he has to play a little bit closer.
Now he's going. That pitch is a strike. Throw down to second base towards the outfield, and it's safe. That one on the far end and having trouble getting the tag down there.
Matt Davis, he was just a little shy on that one.
And so safe at second base, and immediately McDermott in scoring position. Count is 0-2 on Ethan McDonough, though. Driscoll looks into Donnellan. He's set at the belt now. He deals, and that's down low, 1-2.
I think we've had more pickoff attempts than we've actually had pitches to McDonough right now.
McDermott sets once again at the belt, leading off of second. And that's down low. It's going to be 2-2. How important do you think it is, Anthony, for the Bombers to get off to yet another strong offensive early couple of innings?
Well, so that first game of the day, they kind of had just a few big innings that got them the runs. If they can start early and score quickly, they may be able to get it. As this call strike 3.
They're going to call that strike 3 on Ethan McDonough. He does not agree with the call there, but that'll be the first out of the inning. Camden Laney, the batter.
So already backward Ks for both sides here.
How important do you think it's going to be, Anthony, for the Bombers to hit a couple of long balls? Because this St. Lawrence Saints pitching staff giving up the most home runs in the conference is that one outside for ball 1.
I mean, here's how it is. St. Lawrence has given the most home runs in the season. The Bombers have hit the most on the season in the Liberty League. So it's going to be something where just any sort of knock or any deep hit is going to be important for this team, especially when you have McDermott in scoring position right now.
Laney with that wide stance and the bat up near his head takes ball 2-0. Left on left matchup here between Driscoll and Camden Laney, the first baseman. Driscoll looks in, now he's set at the belt. McDermott leads off of second base. Rocks and deals, and that one down the left field line. That's a fair ball going all the way into the corner. McDermott is going to come around and score easily. Laney thought about second. He's going to retreat back to first base. It's an RBI single, and the Bombers strike first on the South Hill.
Laney was looking at that one, but luckily for St. Lawrence, Finnegan was able to get that one in quick to stop any chance of a double there.
So immediately, just like they did in game number 1, it's a Bombers lead 1-0. Ryan Lobsher, the cleanup batter, will hit now with 1 out, and Camden Laney leading off of first base. Being held on closely by Timothy Connor. That one dribbled up the right side. That's going to get through into right field. It's a base hit. Moving on his way to third base. Laney, he's safely in there. Going to second base is Lobsher. He dives in there. A little bit of a collision at second base. As of right now, it's going to be both runners safe at second and third.
He slid right into Ciano. Mike Ciano was playing second, hoping to get the pick off, but it was just a slide right on in.
Yeah, Lobsher, a little bit of...
And you can see Ciano now kind of jumping around, hopping on one leg, trying to get that knee back in there.
Yeah, Lobsher, a little bit of a tumble into second base, though certainly didn't look like there was any intent behind that, so a clean slide. It'll be second and third, 1 out. And Colin Feeney, the center fielder, the batter. Bombers lead 1-0. Already giving Bowden Driscoll a taxing first inning. Here's a bunt. That's going to bring in a run. And safe everywhere. Safe at first base is Feeney. Safe at third base is Ryan Lobsher. They're on the corners, and it's 2-0 Bombers. A little bit of small ball we're seeing there for Ithaca. Contrary, Anthony, to their typical long ball, big ball offense, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's also because I think the wind's shifting a little bit, coming a little bit towards us, so they may not be able to get hit a little bit further. Now it's just a bunt down the line there. Perfect play there. Keeps everyone away and can get onto first while also getting a few in.
An early 2-0 advantage is going to be really key for the Saints to not fall into a really big hole like they did in game number 1. Game 3 of this weekend set will be tomorrow. Diving back into first base is Colin Feeney with a face first dive. Feeney off of first, Lobsher off of third base. Logan Scully, the catcher, is the batter. Driscoll deals. That one popped up. Runner was in motion. That's going to make the stands, though. Bit to our right now to play.
Just so folks know, these stands are right near the football field, so it's not like the stands that they have behind the backstop. This one had to go very further to get into the visitor stands for football.
Scully waves the bat with his left hand. Rocks it behind his head now. Throw back to first base. Pitch will not be made. Diving back in is Colin Feeney. A long first inning already for Bowden Driscoll, Anthony. What do you think the impact of that is going to be on this St. Lawrence bullpen, considering another game tomorrow as that one's down low?
They used 5 pitchers in the last game, and considering how many pitchers they have already used, which has not been that many, it's going to be something where they might have to start digging deep and see hey, who on this team can fill both positions, both infield and pitching wise?
Throw back to first base. Diving back in once again is Feeney. 2-0 Bombers, 2 on, 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Logan Scully, the Bombers catcher. Pitch that one will be popped back to the backstop and foul out of play. So 1-2 now.
Driscoll got saved there because, you know, for the pitcher, left-handed pitcher, you'd expect there to be less people trying to steal from first base, but it seems as though the Bombers are just having a day trying to steal.
Feeney has been in motion. They're going to throw back to first base. He dives back in. Feeney was running on that last pitch. Driscoll with a little bit of a walk around the mound there, maybe trying to settle down. This has been a long, taxing first inning. And you can already sense the pressure that's going to be put on this St. Lawrence Saints offense, which is not their strong suit. That one lined into left field, another base hit. Coming in to score easily is Lobsher. It's a 3-run first inning for the Bombers, and it's 3-0. The body language out of the Bombers dugout is as you would expect. Very positive. Everybody up on their feet. More traffic here coming on the base paths. It'll be first and second. Still only 1 out. And Matt Curtis will be the batter.
Driscoll's only at 19 pitches, and they're already having a mound visit here. We're going to have to see.
No activity in the bullpen, so just a mound visit here for Driscoll. Maybe going to try to settle him down.
You know, Scully's on first base there. This past summer, he actually pitched a game for the Perfect Game Collegiate League. He pitched 2 innings, had 1 earned run. Maybe wasn't an everyday starter, but it's something where he can both do catching and pitching. So maybe if this game gets a little out of hand, we might see Scully come into this one as a pitcher.
Kenny Collins will retreat back to the dugout. The Saints infield back to their respective positions. Digging into the batter's box now will be Matt Curtis. He is the 7th batter of the inning, still only 1 out. Driscoll having a little bit of a tough time here once again. That ball's low into the dirt. The 2.61 ERA coming into this game may be a little bit deceiving considering what we're seeing here.
What we also just saw was Donnellian trying to maybe pick off the runner at second because the shortstop and second baseman are playing extremely far off the bag.
Throw back to second base. Just be an exercise in futility. Back to second base goes Colin Feeney. Bombers winning for the first time in 5 games. That one ripped to right field and deep. That's going to be all the way to the warning track and up against the wall. This is going to bring in at least 1 run. Going into third and coming around. And that's going to be a 2-run triple for the Bombers. Into third base, standing up is Matt Curtis. It's 5-0, just like that.
That was beautiful by Matt Curtis. Absolutely great hit. That was about 350 there. 353 is the wall, so was quite close to getting it over. Not enough power, but Curtis, have a day.
Verostro unable to get that one in right field, so Sheldon J. Walker III is going to be the 8th batter of the inning. There's still only 1 out. It's 5-0 Bombers. And standing 90 feet away waiting in the wings is Matt Curtis.
Curtis, his first triple of the season on that one.
This is going to be another, you would imagine, another long day for the Saints. It's going to be at least a 5-run deficit when they get to the back to the bat rack. That one down the left field line. It's going to score another run. Stopping at first base, putting on the brakes is Walker. Curtis coming in to score, and it's 6-0. So it'll be at least a 6-run deficit when the Saints get their offense back up to bat. One of the worst offenses in the Liberty League. The Bombers A little bit of a frustrating end to that the spring break trip. That one, ball one to Riley Brody, the 9th batter of the inning. Lost their last 5 games on that trip, but a dominant Game 1 victory and already a 6-run lead here in Game number 2.
Both of these teams entering into today were 2 of their last 7. So that's something you have to look at. As well, what you have to look at is the last time that St. Lawrence lost at least 7 of their first 11 was 2019. That was when they went 7-30. Now they just lost their 8th earlier today. It's not looking good for this one.
Driscoll seems very worried about Walker over at first base. He's thrown over twice now. Walker's dove back in safely, both times. Saints coming into the play in this game, losing 6 of their last 7. As that one fouled back to the backstop by Riley Brody, the left-handed hitting shortstop.
I mean, I understand why Driscoll's worried about the stolen base. Entering into today, the Bombers were 31 for 35 on stolen bases. That's about 88%. So if they can get on, they're going to try and steal it.
That one is going to be... That's going to be a ball outside, so 2-1. Leading off of first base is Walker. That one fouled back to the backstop once again. Brody fighting to stay alive there. 2-2. Andrew McDermott on deck, barring a double play ball. The Bombers will bat around in this inning. The 2-2 from Driscoll to Brody. That one swung on and missed in the dirt. So strike 3, 2 down. Brody the second out of the inning. And Andrew McDermott will get his second at-bat of the inning.
So the 2 outs that they've had so far have been a backwards K and a forwards K for Driscoll. Most likely not what you want to see out here, considering you've had multiple opportunities that you could potentially get a put out, but just open gaps have been an issue.
Throw back over to first once again, and Walker dives back. This is interesting, Anthony. So no action going in the bullpen for St. Lawrence. So Kenny Collins is really going to try to let Driscoll work himself through this. Get him as far as he can go. That's another ball up high to McDermott. But action in the Bombers bullpen. So maybe a little bit of a bullpen day. Coach Valicente trying out some young arms with another game tomorrow at noon. That one's outside 2-0.
I mean, something you have to look at is the fact that Reed Bailey, hey, he had that put out first inning, or top of the inning, but now 6 runs in, that's a lot of time that you're waiting, not throwing.
Driscoll kicks and deals, and that's in for a strike. It's 2-1. A 6-run bottom of the first inning for the Bombers. It'd be hard to imagine, for me at least, Anthony, that Coach Valicente would not send Reed Bailey out for the second inning, considering how sharp he looked in that first inning. That one lined into right field. It is going to be a base hit in front of the right fielder, Verastro. Stopping at second base is Walker. It's the 7th hit of the inning for the Bombers. The merry-go-round continues.
And Verastro had a problem grabbing the ball after the bounce. Maybe it's because of how hard the ground is. Maybe it's just because of the wind. But that seemed to be an easy grab. He didn't get it, and now the base is first and second.
How long does Coach Collins go before he makes a decision about the bullpen? Just inning number 1, but already 7 hits and 6 runs up on the board.
Like I said earlier, they don't have many pitchers that they could work with, and they already used so many in the first game that whose arm is still even going to be ready to go.
Ethan McDonough digs into the right-handed hitting batter's box, and he takes strike 1.
Wind's picking up a little bit.
Yeah, not the ideal first inning by any stretch here for Bowden Driscoll. The 1-strike pitch is down and outside to Ethan McDonough. I mentioned McDonough and Colin Feeney have already set new career highs in home runs. And just the 15th game of the season. That one swung on and hit in the air to the right side, shallow right field. Confusion a little bit for St. Lawrence, but it's going to drop foul out of play.
It was just barely foul there. That almost like it was a little bit right of the chalk.
McDermott getting in some cardio. He was off with the pitch. He's going to run all the way around the bases and have to go back to first base. So Sheldon Walker, the third, at second base. Andrew McDermott off of first base. Ethan McDonough, the batter, still Driscoll on the mound, with now 8 hits for the Bombers. Walks onto the grass a little bit, trying to reset here. Driscoll has not been able to find it. He really has not had his usual stuff in this first inning, Anthony. Kicks and fires, and that's down low. Walker, with a really big lead, gets back to second base safely.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been anything of what you would expect. As you said earlier, the ERA is being deceived because now 6 runs on the board, man in scoring position here with 2 outs. It's all going to depend on how you get this next pitch.
Driscoll kicks and deals that one dribbled foul towards the Bombers' bullpen. So McDonough stays alive. Camden Laney on deck. McDonough, the 11th batter of the inning for Ithaca. The wide stance for McDonough. Driscoll, feet together, now kicks, now deals. That's down low, and the count runs full. And the runners will be off with the pitch with 2 outs.
Looked close as if they were going to try and pick off Walker the third at second base, but no throw over there, and that's when you get the ball.
Driscoll looks and now throws back to second base. Walker back in, standing up.
That was tight. I'm shocked Walker didn't try sliding for that one.
Bunch of close plays here on the base paths so far, but Anthony, at times this first inning, it's really seemed like Bowden Driscoll's been more focused on the base runners than the batter.
That's absolutely correct.
Payoff is hit to third. Nice stab there, and the throw to first will be in time. The put out by Sean Desjardins, and that will retire the side mercifully, but 11 batters come to the plate for Ithaca, and it's a 6-0 lead when we return for the second inning.
Bailey back on the mound here between the Bombers and St. Lawrence as the Bombers lead 6-0 at Freeman Field. Anthony Labonte, Luke Fitzpatrick. Luke, very controversial call on the base path there. Thought they got the tag out. Tim Connor thought he got the tag out on McDermott. Nothing happens and the Bombers score 6.
Yeah, hard to really say how much of an impact that had on the rest of the inning. Bombers doing a lot of their damage with only 1 out, so tough to say that in an inning where the Bombers score 6, that singular play on the base paths really made much of a difference, especially considering Bowden Driscoll at times really seemed overly focused on the base runners.
Well, John Gannon will step into the box here. First pitch by Reed Bailey, a little bit high. It's going to be ball 1.
See how Bailey looks here in this second inning. It's going to be very interesting.
Quick in-between pitch there, and they will call it ball 2.
Bailey with a really long break between the first and the second inning. Looked very sharp in inning number 1. How will he look here in inning number 2?
Bailey's third pitch will be a strike. So first strike of the inning there. 2-1 count on John Gannon, the DH for St. Lawrence. Second pitch, strike. So 2-2 count. See if Bailey wants to try and make him chase.
No action in either bullpen right now, Anthony. It was interesting in the first inning when the Bombers were up. They had some action in the bullpen, nothing right now.
Check swing there. And it'll be a strike 3 call on the swing. Down goes Gannon. So third strikeout of the day for Reed Bailey.
3 strikeouts already for Bailey. That's more than his entire last outing against Johnson and Wales.
Brett Federico comes into the box, and he'll take strike one. Federico trying to go up and in. Won't get the strike call for Bailey. It'll be a 1-1 count.
Small sample size so far, but Bailey does not look like that break affected him too much. Looks very sharp here in the second inning as well.
Now swung on and hit. It's going to be in right field, right down in. He'll get the first bag. There we are. Brett Federico will get a first hit on the board for the Saints. And Reed Bailey, no no-hitter in sight for him.
I think I probably owe Reed Bailey an apology there. Probably jinxed him with that one. First base hit of the day for the Saints. But still looking good and an opportunity to get out of this inning and potentially roll a double play ball.
In comes Mike Ciano, the shortstop for the Saints. First pitch well outside, and it'll be ball one.
Bailey's been working quickly. He works really quickly in that first inning. He doesn't look like he's wasting much time in this second inning either.
Second pitch of the at-bat will be a strike, so a 1-1 call count here on Ciano. Laney at first looking to see if Bailey wants to try and get a pick off.
Bailey with just 23 pitches so far.
Big crack on that one. It'll go right to the right fielder. Will grab it and just tosses it in. That's McDonough. McDonough gets the catch there after the ball knocked in front of him with Federico. So Ciano goes down on the flyout.
So through an inning and 2/3 here, Reed Bailey with just 26 pitches working very efficiently. And for St. Lawrence, Bowden Driscoll in that first inning, 38 pitches to get through the entirety of it.
So Desjardins comes in to the plate. The first pitch will be a ball.
Saints are going to have to try to find a way every inning to dig into that lead a little bit and chip away. They can't get all of it back at once. See if they can salvage anything in this first inning. Or excuse me, the second inning.
Swing and miss by Desjardins. It'll be a 1-1 count. One hit on the day for the Saints, 7 for the Bombers. Pitch will be outside, and they'll try and steal, and Federico will get the second on the stolen base. The throw wasn't even close by Scully.
Saints are going to have to take him any way they can get him. And in that first inning, Anthony, Desjardins with a really nice play at third base to end that inning, the throw across the diamond, keeping it at a 6-run game. Could have been a lot worse without that play.
Another ball, 3-1 count, hitters count here, as Reed Bailey looking to maybe needs to get a little bit more comfortable after having his first man on base in scoring position. Pitch is there, and it'll be outside. It'll be ball 4. Desjardins gets the first, man on second, coming up for Verastro.
Yeah, Bailey, not a guy who walks a ton of guys, pounds the strike zone. That's his 3rd walk of the season. He's had only 1 in each of his first 3 appearances this year, including this one.
Verastro comes up and will take first pitch looking strike. Reed Bailey looking to get into his mechanics. He already has a quick wind up and pitch, so we'll have to see how this one looks. Takes the extra second, try not to get a ball call, and will go as a ball, 1-1.
It's moments like this, Anthony. The Saints are going to have to find a way to push some runs across the board. The down 6, as I mentioned, you can't get it all right back, but a pair would be huge right here.
And knocked there, will go right past the second baseman. St. Lawrence will get one on the board, and a single knock by Verastro puts St. Lawrence just down by 5 now, 6-1.
Any way they can get him, that's a nice job of manufacturing runs. The stolen base clearly got Reed Bailey out of his rhythm a little bit. Let's see how many more the Saints are able to get back in this inning, or if Reed Bailey is able to limit the damage.
Federico crossed the plate there. Now Desjardins is at second in scoring position. First pitch goes to John Denallen.
And that's exactly how he's going to continue to find success, is pounding the strike zone. Strike one, so important, especially in these big at-bats.
John Donnellan, the catcher, gets the first strike on him. Ready for the second pitch. That one will be in the other batter box, so it'll be ball one.
Bailey looked a tiny bit uncomfortable there after his windup. Maybe pulled that one a little bit. How often do we see this, especially on cold days like today, Anthony? No batting gloves for John Donnellan.
So his third pitch, and there'll be a steal by Desjardins, who gets into third base, although it will be the second strike. So man on the corners here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs for the catcher.
Boy, that was a really strong throw by Logan Scully. Almost got him at third base. But still 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. And you'd have to be pleased if you're David Valicente with these first 2 innings for Reed Bailey.
Reed Bailey pitches that one in. It'll be fouled off by John Donnellan. And they'll switch the balls over, and it'll go back to Bailey on the mound.
Bailey looking back a little bit in more control here. He is taking his time, but he looks more in command of this at-bat than others. And the umpire's going to take time here to say something out to Bailey.
So Verastro has taken a big lead at first base. Well, Desjardins doesn't take a huge lead, but he'll take a little bit of a lead at third. Reed Bailey sends it, and it'll be fouled off once again by Donnellan. Scully will send the one back to Bailey. 1 ball, 2 strikes still here for the catcher for the Saints.
Still in good form, but at a certain point you wonder if this inning's starting to catch up to Reed Bailey, now up to 34 total pitches.
And pitched right down there, and Donnellan whiffs, and it will be strike 3 called here after this inning. 1.
Eight, 7, 6, 4.
Back here at Freeman Field, Valicente Diamond at Freeman Field here. Bottom of the second, St. Lawrence currently down 6-1 against the Ithaca Bombers. 11 batters in that first bottom inning, Luke, and 6 runs on the board for Ithaca.
And Coach Collins is going to have to do everything that he can, to try to stretch Bowden Driscoll as far as he can. He's still out there on the mound to start this second inning, Anthony.
So Bowden Driscoll looking to go here. Looks like they may start trying to get someone in the pen right now for St. Lawrence. Joshua Palumbo has his jersey out there, so it looks like he may start warming up for the Saints.
Yeah, so in that first inning when the Bombers were at bat, we saw action in the bullpen, and Reed Bailey stayed in. He's been through 2 innings and looked really good. So we imagine Coach Valicente going to ride him out as long as he can.
My guess is, considering how far away from the bullpen we are, we may not have been able to see, but I bet you it was Bailey. They were trying to warm him back up. Now here we go. Driscoll pitches this one over to Laney, who gets it fouled off for strike 1. Laney in that first, he got on base. He got a single, an RBI single. So he'll foul this one for strike 2.
Going to be very important this inning for Driscoll to establish strike one and strike two. He's already ahead 0-2 right now and quickly settling into his routine.
Driscoll's third pitch won't go, ball one. So Driscoll in that first inning, he had a pair of strikeouts.
Bit of an unorthodox batting stance here for Camden Laney, Anthony. A wide stance in the left-handed hitting batter's box. The bat up all the way at his head.
Pitch once again cracked foul, so it will be a 2-2 count here. Pitcher's count if Laney keeps on swinging. Laney gets a hit on that one. It's going into the outfield in between two fielders, and it will be grabbed out there in the left by Jack Finnegan.
I'll tell you what, Anthony, that one, if that ball was hit in May, that might have been into the gap and over the head of the left fielder and the center fielder, but the wind really knocked that one down.
So Laney goes out on a fly ball to the left fielder. Up comes Lobsher, who had a run in the first. Pitch is up, and it will be ball one.
Lobsher with a big hit in that first inning. That was one of 8 knocks for the Bombers. Really loud contact off of Bowden Driscoll, but he's working quickly, and he's already got the first out in the second inning.
Pitch in, Lobsher will send this one out to the right fielder, playing by the line, it will go foul. So 1-1 count.
Always tough for a guy when you get good metal on the ball and hit it all the way into the outfield, and Lobsher will have to walk all the way back to home plate and swing it again.
Lobsher once again does swing it again. He'll send it to the right field bleachers for a foul. So 1-2 count for Lobsher. Those 2 strikes have been off foul balls. Next pitch here, and it'll be grounded. He was a little on top of it. It'll go to the third baseman, who slings it to the first and gets the out. Tim O'Connor catches it from Deschardis. So 2 down here for St. Lawrence. Up comes the center fielder, Colin Feeney. Looking to maybe get a hit on the board, try and get a little bit of a rally for the Bombers, but St. Lawrence wants to shut it down before potentially switching to a reliever. Driscoll slings that one in for strike one. Second pitch here. Down, ball 1-1 count.
Driscoll looks much calmer in this inning, working a lot quicker and getting the outs that he needs to.
Pitch high, almost at the chin. It will be ball 2.
And this is going to be really important. Quick innings like this for the Saints if they're able to get this inning over with soon.
Fourth pitch will be a strike, so 2-2 count here for them.
To get the offense back into the dugout, they were able to scratch 1 run off the board.
Feeney slings that one, it'll go foul.
And they're going to have to see how many, maybe one here, one there, a couple in the innings down the stretch of this game to crawl back in and maybe make something of this game. But it's going to start on the mound.
Gets another foul ball. Feeney's fouling this one off. Just as his third base fellow did it before Lobsher. So Feeney 2-2 count.
And Feeney, a guy who's already off to a really strong start to this season.
Knocks that one on the ground. Tim Connor tries to play it. Won't get the bounce that he needed. And Feeney will get on base. We'll have to see how they score that one. But if you're the Bombers, all that matters is that you have a man on first.
I've got a tough time imagining that one's going to be ruled a base hit, but not to take anything away from Colin Feeney. He's, as I mentioned, a really strong start to the season in the middle of this order for the Bombers. A real impact bat.
So E3's the call. Feeney on first, and up to the plate comes Logan Scully. Scully looks at the first pitch. It'll be well outside for ball 1.
Well, whether there's any runs put on the board in this half inning or not, it's going to be really key for Driscoll to get through it quickly, because if the Bombers are able to stretch it out here, his pitch count is really going to balloon.
Feeney gets a little bit of a lead. He'll try to pick off Tim Connor, puts the tag on, but it will be safe. Once again, Driscoll trying to pick off the batter at first, the runner at first, but doesn't get it. Driscoll looking back and forth, trying to see. Throws it. It'll be inside, and Feeney steals second base. It's almost like Driscoll knows when they're going to run, but can't pick them off.
This is really interesting to me in this second inning, Anthony, because Bowden Driscoll seems completely uninterested in the base runner and fully invested in these at-bats.
And Feeney stealing again, but it'll be fouled away by Scully. So 2-1 count. Didn't necessarily need that swing. Did it anyway. Feeney will go back to second base.
Another interesting thing to note here for Anthony as we're seeing our view here from this our broadcasting setup, we see very clearly down the left field line Camden Laney and Logan Scully, each of them have the bat parallel with the left field line. And Laney is a left-handed hitting batter, so very unorthodox for him. And Scully wields the bat up above his head, parallel with that left field line.
Timeout called. Donnellan and Driscoll will talk at the mound. So just a little bit of discussion here. We'll have to see what they're discussing. Of course, in the mound, there are multiple guys just kind of warming up themselves. Maybe at some point we'll see a pitching change, but as of right now, just Feeney in scoring position.
It'll be really key here if the Bombers are able to get that run right back and bring the lead back up to 6.
Logan Scully at the plate. 2-1 count. Pitches just low. It's going to be ball 3. So 3-1 count. Hitters count.
And this is exactly what Bowden Driscoll doesn't want. He wants to pound the strike zone and get out of this inning.
Scully swung at a 2-0 pitch earlier. Let's see what he does here on 3-1. He'll swing it again. He'll knock off him, and it'll be a foul ball.
And these long at-bats are really starting to balloon Bowden Driscoll's pitch count. It's been a long inning and 2/3 so far.
3-2 count here for Bowden Driscoll and Logan Scully at the plate. Looks back, tries to pick off Feeney. Feeney slides back into second, won't get caught stealing.
And maybe Driscoll now starting to fall back into his habits in the first inning that really hurt him, focusing too much on the base runners.
3-2 count for Scully. Payoff pitch. It'll be fouled up and back. It's going to come up towards us here in the stands.
Almost a souvenir for us, Anthony, but Driscoll now up over 50 pitches.
So 50 pitches in 1 2/3 inning. Not what you like to see if you're the Saints.
And that does not include, he's been using his arm quite a bit to throw to first and second base to check on the runners as that one's fouled away.
Tried to get the payoff pitch. Will be fouled behind towards the Ithaca dugout. Still 3-2.
It's also going to be very interesting to see. Each of these defenses have not been engaged a ton in this game. How will they stay into the game? As that's ball 4.
Feeney steals on the walk. So men on the corners here for the Bombers. Driscoll trying to get back in his footing from the first 2 outs.
So Driscoll struggling to find the strike zone, walking a couple of batters here. Defense was very engaged in that first inning. On the other side for the Bombers, Reed Bailey getting a good amount of strikeouts. And I wonder, Anthony, earlier in this inning as we saw the error at first base, are these defenses going to start to get a little bit disengaged in this game?
So pop-up hit by Curtis. Matt Curtis in foul territory will be grabbed by Tim Connor, and that will end the inning. No runs on the board for Ithaca. St. Lawrence hangs on. It's 6-1 here, the bottom of the second, on VIC Radio Ithaca, the voice of Ithaca College, and the Bomber Radio Network.
Warm-ups getting going here for the the top of the third inning. Reed Bailey will be out once again for his third inning in this start. Went 4 1/3 working into the 5th inning in his last start, so Valicente, you would imagine, going to stick with him until he's given any reason not to. Certainly through the first 2 innings, Anthony, he's been given no reason to go away from Reed Bailey right now.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, Reed Bailey, he's just been putting guys down. Of course, only 1 hit so far, with a couple men getting on by a walk. But that's not what's important here. What's important is that he's not completely blowing this lead. It's 1-6 right now for the Bombers. So we'll have to see how he goes against Finnegan, though.
And a quick, only 40 pitches through those first 2 innings. 2 hits and 1 earned, 1 walk, and the 4 strikeouts. As the first pitch here is ball 1.
Finnegan, as we said earlier, a utility guy. We'll have to see where he keeps ending up here, because it seems like maybe sooner or later St. Lawrence is going to have to make some changes.
So 2-0 to start this inning on Jack Finnegan. Bailey's strong suit so far has been throwing strikes. That one's in for a strike, and it's 2-1. Bailey working quickly through those first 2 innings. He's ready once again, and he throws strike 2, 2-2.
So Finnegan, he's keeping his hands up close to his ear for this stance. That might be his way of trying to get a little bit of pop into his step.
And that one dribbled foul towards the Ithaca dugout. So he stays alive, and it's still 2-2. One of the keys, I think, here for St. Lawrence, Anthony, is going to be how can they find a way to get Reed Bailey's pitch count up. Long at-bats like this and finding ways to get on base and drag out innings is going to be a good way of doing that. That one dribbled up the middle. It'll be taken by the shortstop. Safe at first base, though. The throw not in time from Riley Brody. And so a leadoff infield single. Jack Finnegan sets the table for the middle of the order for the Saints.
There's a reason they put him first in the order. It's because he's got some speed. So he gets it in such a way that where maybe it wasn't a great knock, but he gets on base just by his legs purely.
Timothy Connor set in the left-handed hitting batter's box. He dribbles the first one foul towards the away dugout. Had really an acrobatic catch to end that second inning, and really saved Bowden Driscoll from potentially exacerbating the situation of the game. Bailey checks on the runner at first. Diving back safely is Jack Finnegan.
The MLB only allows you to do so many pickoff attempts. If they implemented that in college right now, I think we'd be seeing a couple of easy bases for some base runners.
That one up the middle, and it's going to get through past both of the middle infielders. So first and second to start this inning, and the Saints with a little bit of a threat with still nobody out, and the batter is going to be Matt Davis. Struck out his first time up.
So a pair of singles starting this one off. That's what St. Lawrence needs to get this one going, especially where you're only down by 5. It may sound like a lot, but it's honestly not too many.
That one hit in the air to right field. Walking the sun and coming in to drop the ball. It's off the glove of Ethan McDonough. Station to station, everybody's safe and the bases are loaded.
McDonough is facing the sun. Of course, it's going to be a difficult play to make, but it was almost in his glove there. Maybe hit the front thumb.
That one hitting directly off of his glove, so not what Reed Bailey needs right now in the game. Coming out to have a quick word is Logan Scully. Bases loaded, nobody out, and an opportunity for St. Lawrence to get back into this game right now. John Gannon, the designated hitter, will be the batter. So Finnegan off of third, Connor off of second, and Matt Davis off of first base. Bobsher is playing to protect the bunt on that last at bat. Bombers hold the runners here as that's ball one from Reed Bailey. The right-handed hitting Gannon. Really wide stance. Maybe trying to get some pop here. He drives that one foul. It's going to make the stands out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 on, no out. 6-1 Bombers in the top of the third. From the stretch. Bailey looks in. He's got the sign. Stands up tall now, kicks and delivers, and that one is outside, and it's 2-1.
John Gannon leads this team in RBIs, so he's looking to add a few more onto his stat sheet with these bases loaded.
And he is the cleanup hitter. He's got a golden opportunity right now. The tying run in the on-deck circle. Bailey delivers that one in the air to right field. Coming on, and it's going to drop foul out of play. Unable to get to that one after making the previous error is Ethan McDonough. But it lands foul, so 2-2 now. New baseball for Reed Bailey to throw. Gannon back to the batter's box. Steps in, wields the bat a couple of times, and now is set. Bailey throws that one down low and away, and the count will run full. Federico on deck. He had the first hit of the game for St. Lawrence, a solid single to right field.
Had the first hit and the first run for the Saints.
Bailey deals, and that one's down and away. He's going to walk in a run. It's 6-2, and Bailey not looking as sharp here in this third inning so far as he did in the first 2.
Doesn't help when you have nobody out. Of course, you can't just put the whole blame on that E9, but it gives a little bit more separation for the pitcher that you just don't have right at this current moment.
And uncharacteristic for Bailey to walk guys like this is that's a swing and a miss, and strike one on Brett Federico. And just as I was talking about in the beginning of this inning, the pitch count for Reed Bailey, St. Lawrence doing a really good job manufacturing a rally and getting it up. A swing and a miss there. Bailey coming up on 60 pitches now, so at this point it looks he won't end this this inning much more efficiently than Driscoll has. Really started to catch up. That one into right field. That one is going to be right at McDonough. He makes the catch. Runner coming in from third. The throw to the plate is a little bit up the line. So another run comes in to score. It's 6-3. The first out of the inning recorded. Staying at first and second base are the base runners. But a big out number 1 for Reed Bailey. You wonder, will that let him settle into this inning and find a way to get out of it with the lead intact?
I mean, he no longer has to worry about the speed of Finnegan on third base, so that's something where Bailey has a little bit better of an opportunity, and we'll just have to see where, if Connor or Davis are going to try and steal anything.
First pitch is outside here to Mike Ciano, the batter.
Excuse me, Davis is on second, Gannon's on first. Finnegan was the one that got walked in.
Mike Ciano with a closed stance, wraps the bat around a couple of times and takes ball 2. 2-0. Bailey's command, you wonder if it's a little bit of the weather, a little bit of the pitch count getting up, but the command, Anthony, in this third inning, not what it once was earlier in the game.
And we can see Falazente seeing that as well, because right now they're having someone warm up in the pen out there in left field.
3-0 as that one was down low. Ciano, the shortstop, in the driver's seat. The 3-0 pitch. That's high. It's ball 4, unless they're going to rule that one a strike. I'm unable to see the call on that one. It looked a little bit high from here. Potentially a favor for Reed Bailey and an opportunity here. The count now 3-1. That one hit in the air to right field. McDonough will let it go foul and out of play over toward the visitors' bullpen.
So what was a 3-0 count is now 3-2.
You wonder here, Anthony, do you think that Coach Collins will send the runners? It's going to be very interesting to see. They lead off of first and second. Set at the belt, runners stay put. That's high, ball 4. Another walk for Reed Bailey, who kicks the dirt a little bit in frustration. And now the bases are going to be loaded once again. The tying run is on base, and now the go-ahead run will come to the plate.
Mike Ciano's 5'10", so throwing that one up by his forehead is honestly a little difficult if you're a pitcher. I think that's why they're going to have someone warming up for the Bombers.
So the Bombers had a grand slam in Game 1. If the Saints are able to get one here, it would put them in front after the Bombers jumped out to a 6-0 lead. Ball 1 from Reed Bailey. Ryan Lobsher playing shallow depth at third base. The middle of the infield plays for a double play. Scully going to go out to have a quick conversation with Reed Bailey, who's lost a lot of his command and a lot of his effectiveness in this third inning. And Camden Laney at first base is going to be playing a little bit towards the bag, but definitely shallow. Bombers trying to manufacture a couple of outs in the infield if given the opportunity. Bailey steps on the rubber, looks into Scully. He's set now for a 1-0 pitch on its way to Desjardins, and that's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
That was a big hack there, trying to get something on. He was looking for that home run ball, but just whiffed right by it.
Going to be really critical if Bailey can work out of this inning. A base hit could make it a one-run game or worse. 2 balls and 1 strike from Bailey to Desjardins. Verostro on deck. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI. He drove in the first run for St. Lawrence, and Federico in the second inning. That one's inside, and it's 3-1. Another walk would force in another run. Small sample size, but you're taking a look at the first 2 outings for Bailey. Walks very uncharacteristic. That one called a strike, and the count will be full. Taking a step towards first base there was Desjardins, but he's going to be called back. And now the count is full. Ciano off of first, Gannon at second, and Davis off of third. Bailey delivers. Swing and a miss for strike 3. A really crucial strikeout for Reed Bailey. So 2 down in the inning now.
But now you got Verisato. He was the one who got the RBI in the top of the second. So this is something where he has the ability to score some runs here.
5 strikeouts through 2 innings and 2/3 for Reed Bailey. That one hit up the middle. It's going to be a base hit. It's going to bring home a couple of runs. Around from third base, coming in from third is Davis. Around from second is Gannon. Ciano to second on the base hit for the Saints. Verostro coming through, and it's a 6-5 game. And you can sense the tension in the home dugout. Reed Bailey really looking night and day since that first inning, Anthony.
Absolutely. That, for them, should have probably been a clear-cut inning, but now it's a 1-run game. The Saints are getting on top of it, and they're getting ready to maybe make this tied back up.
So 5 runs, 3 of them earned for Bailey, as that's ball 1.
I mean, you look at the history of this game, Ithaca has won 90 of these meetings, The Saints have only won 18. They want to get this win today.
2-0. Bailey really struggling to find the strike zone. His command has really taken a turn.
My guess is we only see him for a few more one or two more batters.
North of 70 pitches now. He's far surpassed Driscoll. That one swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Some big cuts that we've seen in this inning out of this Saints offense, Anthony. They're trying to work their way back into this game.
When you have the tying run in scoring position, of course you have to. That's what they're planning on doing.
Donaldson, right-handed hitting catcher, wearing no batting gloves. He's 0 for 1 in this game, and he will take ball 3, and it's 3-1.
No batting gloves is a interesting choice, considering we're getting gusts about 19 miles per hour today.
Imagine much easier to get jammed as well and get some stingers. That one zips right past the third base coach for the Saints. A solidly hit line drive foul by Donaldson. And the count is full now, so the runners will be off with the pitch, but an opportunity for Bailey to get out of the inning with the lead intact. Bailey looks into Scully. He's got the call. He's set. Glove out by his chest. He deals. That one in there for strike 3. 6 strikeouts over 3 innings for Reed Bailey. A little bit of trouble finding his command in that third inning. Progressively got worse, but a really nice job working through that. And the Bombers keep the lead as we head to the bottom of the third inning.
Give us 2, Sarah. Thank you. Awesome, thank you.
Kenny Collins seeing as far as he can go, trying to squeeze as much juice as he can out of Bowden Driscoll. He's out for his 3rd inning of work, but a really fast 2nd inning. And the St. Lawrence offense has been able to do him a little bit of a favor and get back into this game. It's a 6-5 game. Anthony, we saw a really high-scoring game number 1 of this doubleheader, and we're seeing it again here in game 2.
I mean, the Bombers playing similar to as they had in the doubleheader. They were just having big innings one after the other. It wasn't, there was big inning, maybe 0, big inning, couple zeros, and then big inning again. That's what they're doing right now, but St. Lawrence is just trying to string together a few innings that can maybe get them the lead back.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a short leash here for Driscoll going into this 3rd inning of work, action and activity going on in the Saints bullpen. But he's out for his 3rd inning of work. And I'll tell you what, Anthony, if it looks anything like it did in that, like he did in that 2nd inning, he's going to be able to go at least 1 inning further, you would imagine.
Absolutely. It's all going to depend on how he keeps this one close, and if we could by chance see any big plays, that maybe where they bring in their pitcher.
Sheldon Walker digs into the left-handed hitting batter's box. He's ready to start this bottom of the 3rd. Designated hitter takes ball 1 low, and it's 1-0.
So we're speaking about someone in the bullpen there. Joe Laprade, excuse me, the first-year pitcher is warming up for the Saints.
That one's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Walker, the designated hitter today, wears number 4. Again, Bombers in their home whites, blue lettering. That one is in for a strike, and it's 1-2. See how effectively Driscoll's able to settle into another inning. He looked really comfortable in that 2nd. He's ahead of Walker here with that one into the dirt, and it's 2-2. Riley Brody on deck, and then back to the top of the order. waves the bat around. Now Driscoll throws, and a swing and a miss, and a quick strikeout for Bowden Driscoll to start inning number 3.
You could tell Walker was a little upset there. You could tell that he was saying something right after he swung, and he knew he completely whiffed it.
Riley Brody, the batter, he digs in for his second at-bat of the day. He's 0 for 1. Struck out his first time up. That one swinging at the first pitch, and a little bit of a soft single into right field. So Brody 1 for 2, and a 1-out base runner for the top of the order for the Bombers.
Just split Connor and Davis there. Found that little gap. We've seen it happen a few times here where they find the gap in between first and second and get that on-base knock.
McDermott, the batter, he digs into the left-hand hitting batter's box. So 3 straight left-on-left matchups for Driscoll to start the inning. McDermott 1 for 1 and has also drawn a walk, so he's been on base both times. He pops the first pitch foul, but that's going to be well out of play.
He got very low trying to hit that one. His knee was in the dirt as he hit it foul.
0-1. Let's see if McDermott can spark another rally for the Bombers. He's been that spark plug so far this season. The grad student coming into this program this year, diving back into first base, is Riley Brody. He's back in safe with a hand tag.
The amount of times that he's throwing to first base, you would expect Driscoll to be an infielder himself.
Another throw back to first. This has been a sight to see. Bowden Driscoll a little bit paranoid out there about some of these base runners, and we've seen it hurt him at times today. 0-1 to McDermott. That's off-speed pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-2 quickly. So 70 pitches now for Driscoll through 2 1/3. And the 0-2 pitch to Andrew McDermott will not be made. Another throw back to first, and back in safely is Brody.
3 times they tried to pick out off Brody, and there's only been 2 pitches to McDermott.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. McDermott swings and dribbles one up the first base line. That's foul. And the count's still 0-2. McDonough on deck. He's 0 for 2 in his first 2 at-bats with a strikeout. McDermott patiently waiting for Bowden to deliver, and he does. And the 0-2 pitch is lined into right field. That one's going to get down to base hit. Brody to second. He's going to turn and go to third, and he's going to make it in there safely as the throw goes to the cutoff man. It's first and third with 1 out for Ithaca.
So pair on the corners there for Ithaca. They're looking to get another run on this board. Try not to keep it at a 1-run lead. Maybe make it 2, 3, 4. Who knows?
Once again, Anthony, Bowden Driscoll has been allowing these Ithaca batters to, kind of control the at-bat themselves, control the pace of these at-bats themselves, and that's not a guy you want to let do that in Andrew McDermott, and he's able to get good metal on the bat right there and set up Ethan McDonough for a chance to extend this lead. McDonough ready for the pitch, and he lines that one into left field. It's another base hit. It's another run coming across for the Bombers. Stopping at second base is McDermott. It's 7-5 Ithaca. Ethan McDonough coming through in his third at-bat. He's 1 for 3. And the Bombers are back to a multi-run advantage with Camden Laney, the lefty, coming up.
He just hit the spot where every batter batting wants to hit. Just right over the third baseman's head, drops right in front of the left fielder. That's an immediate single, and of course, right there, that's a run.
So 7-5, 10 hits now for the Bombers. 5 runs on 5 hits for the St. Lawrence Saints. 1 error per side. Conversation going on right now on the mound between John Donnellan and Bowden Driscoll. 75 pitches now. How much longer does Kenny Collins let him go before he goes to that bullpen? There's action in that bullpen right now, as you mentioned, Anthony, so a couple more batters, and you would imagine, maybe Kenny Collins lets him get through the inning, but we know this Bombers offense can strike quickly and strike in a slew of runs. We saw it in game number 1.
If Laney gets a big knock here, that might be when we see LaPrade coming out of the pad.
Laney takes ball 1 low. Left-handed hitting first baseman. He's set. Bowden Driscoll really taking his time working out of the stretch. Runners lead from first and second. Driscoll delivers. That one swung on and missed. 1-1.
Big cut by Laney there.
McDonough from first, McDermott from second. This is the part of the order that the Bombers do the most damage. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on. Swung on and popped up on the infield. And making the catch there, the third baseman, Desjardins. So now 2 down, still 2 on.
So they rule the infield fly there, making sure the runners don't go, and Desjardins gets that catch. We'll have to see, can Driscoll get through this last batter to get the third out and what will most likely retire his day?
It'd be a really critical out for Driscoll to get. It would complete his 3 innings of work where, I tell you what, in that first inning, Anthony, it did not look like he was going to be able to make it even out of the second. So Driscoll now turns and throws back to second base. Back diving in is McDermott.
There's an argument to be made there that the runner was closer to the bag than the second baseman, so it makes me question why Driscoll tried to throw that.
Driscoll taking a long look at second base, now deals, and that one's low. Ball 1 to Ryan Lobsher, a right-handed hitting third baseman. Taps the bat on the plate. He waits for Driscoll to get the sign. He's got it. Driscoll looks at second, throws home, and that one drilled to left center field. That one is high and deep. It is going to be caught right in front of the warning track. Going all the way back on that one was Brett Federico, and that's going to retire the side. 7-5 Bombers after 3.
Let's do 2.
You got this, Levante?
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. Thank you for those napkins, Steve. Appreciate that. Probably going to ask for more later on.
Well, David Valicente says, Reed Bailey, your day is done. And in comes John Griffin for the Bombers to take the pitching duties here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah,
Bombers currently lead 7-5.
That was a long third inning for Reed Bailey that he was really fortunate. He did work his way out of it, but able to get out of it with the lead still intact. But St. Lawrence, a strong comeback and really making a game out of it. And now, as you mentioned, the pitching change for Valicente. The Bombers going to lean on their bullpen the rest of the way.
One of the things you have to look at, especially if you're one of these batters, is the next up batter has to specifically watch how the pitch is going to go, because oftentimes you see relievers, their first pitch is going to be crazy and wild, but how is he going to do when he sets in and gets ready to do this? That's what Jack Finnegan is going to have to figure that one out.
Yeah, John Griffin, a guy coming out of the bullpen, 5.87 ERA on the season, but a really good whip, just 1.17 in 5 appearances out of the bullpen in 7 2/3 innings. He struck out 13 with a batting average against of just over 200, so he's been very effective at his time in relief duty.
So one conversation between Scully and Griffin. Finnegan gets ready to go in. And we'll have to see how this one goes. St. Lawrence, of course, big 4-run inning, the last. Let's see if they can maybe get 2 more on the board to tie this one up. Jack Finnegan by the plate, bat up, pitches in, and it will be strike 1. Just a beautiful fastball in there for the first strike.
Completely different direction here for pitching. John Griffin, a right-hander, Reed Bailey, the lefty, so the matchups are going to be opposite, right on right to start this 4th inning.
Second pitch is popped up, looking to try and get it as lobster, but it will go foul.
Great effort right there by
that was Laney.
By both Laney and Logan Scully. Full sprint to that one, just past the chain link fence right near the away dugout.
So 0-2 count. Griffin, if you wouldn't ask for anything more his first 2 pitches, looking to maybe get a punch out. Goes and extends. Next pitch, just a little bit high. It will be ball 1.
Cold daylight today. You don't see this often, but the shorter baseball pants and the high socks out there on the mound for John Griffin.
John Griffin delivers it, and it'll be another foul ball. So Finnegan trying to stay in this one on that 4th pitch of the at-bat. We'll look at number 5.
So the lefty-lefty matchup in pitchers is done. First righty on the mound of the day, actually.
Pitches once again high, just above the letters, ball 2.
Boy, Griffin thought he had him right there, a couple steps toward first base. Thought he had the punch out. Gonna have to try it again on a 2-2 count.
So 2-2 for Griffin, looking to get his first punch out of the day. Goes right in. Finnegan will knock it. It'll go straight to Laney, who's going to sling it over to Griffin, and Griffin gets the tag for the out as Finnegan slid in, trying to get there safe, but it'll be called out.
Doesn't have to be pretty there, Anthony. A little bit of trouble on the throw there, but a long 6-pitch first at bat is over for John Griffin, and he's got his first out recorded.
So 1 out down. Here comes Tim Connor, the first baseman for the Saints. First pitch. We'll go in there, strike 1 here. 7-5 game on nice Ithaca South Hill. 0-1 count for Tim Connor with John Griffin on the mound for the Bombers.
Yeah, and Griffin's stint here, as that one's fouled away, is going to be really important in this game in these middle innings, as the Bombers are hopefully going to be able to hand it over to their closers and setup guys later in this game with the lead intact. 2-run lead right now, but a long way to go.
John Griffin looking to get ready for his windup, and the pitch from the stretch won't go. 1-2. John Griffin digging into the mound there.
Really feel this, Anthony. I'm sure they can. Fans listening at home can hear it. The wind starting to pick up on the South Hill.
Big swing by Tim Connor. Will go up in the air outside of the diamond and will be grabbed by the second baseman for the Bombers. That's Curtis for 2 down. I think we need to get Connor Smith in here to give us a weather report about this wind.
Absolutely, and you can tell even on these shallow outfield pop-ups, the wind is messing with the ball a lot. The sun is not making it any easier. Some long shadows out there on the field, and you can only imagine how much more difficult it is as this game continues to go on.
John Griffin's first pitch to Matt Davis is strike 1. First pitch strike for him. That's 3 straight batters with the first pitch strike. Second pitch inside, ball 1, 1-1 count.
And Griffin, a guy who's working very quickly, not wasting any time in this 4th inning. We saw that earlier from Reed Bailey.
Griffin sings it in. It's going to be fouled off once again. Strike 2.
And a guy who works out of the stretch with nobody on base. We see that a lot with guys out of the bullpen more often than we do with starters. The guys brought in relief more often than not come into situations where there's runners already on base, so they more used to working out of the stretch.
Another foul right to our right of us. You can hear it bang off the post there. So when Griffin's 6th appearance here. He is about to try and retire the side in 1-2-3 fashion, but it's a 1-2 count still on Matt Davis.
That one just to our right, Anthony. I might have to go grab that in between innings.
And pitches in there for strike 3. Caught him looking. John Griffin comes in. The Bombers set down the side 1-2-3, and we head into the bottom of the 4th here. Ithaca up 7-5 at Freeman Field. So the left-handed pitching battle ends and the right-handed pitching battle begins as out goes Driscoll and in comes for the St. Lawrence Saints, number 10, Joe LaPrade here at Freeman Field. Anthony Labonte, Luke Fitzpatrick. This game started around 3:30. Right now it's 5:01 through 3.5 innings.
Yeah, this has been quite a long one, Anthony, so far. Really, mainly because of that long first inning for the Bombers and that long top of the 3rd for the Saints, making the pitchers work. Both of the left-handed starters are out, as you mentioned. But how about John Griffin in that top of the 4th inning? Mowed him down and got the Bombers bats right back to the bat rack.
And that's what LaPrade is looking for in this bottom half inning. He's throwing off the mound right now, getting a good bit of extension, getting a strong fastball in there. That's going to be something the Bombers are going to have to look for.
Absolutely. It's a bullpen game at this point, and each team going to have the same mentality of let's get our bats right back up.
So the 4th appearance this season for LaPrade. He has 3 earned runs given, an ERA of 9.82. And we'll have to see how he does here as he goes up against Colin Feeney.
So the Bombers yet to have one in this game, but really put up a lot of runs on that board in the first game. And as I mentioned, none yet in this game, but most home runs hit in the conference.
Colin Feeney swings at the breaking ball and will get strike 1. It just landed right in there, getting past his bat.
So a couple of long balls could really help the Bombers' case as they dig into their bullpen.
Feeney slings that one. He'll go right out to the left fielder. Easy catch there, and he will go down after 2 pitches. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
Baseball can be an unforgiving game sometimes. Really not anything else that Feeney could have done there. Stung that one very well into the outfield, unfortunately, right at the outstretched glove of Finnegan.
Finnegan, right place, right time. First pitch goes for a ball here on Scully. Logan Scully at the plate. LaPrade for his second pitch of the at-bat will go foul.
Aggressive swings here to start this bottom of the 4th for the Bombers. And this is from the bottom of the order that, the middle and the bottom of the order that we don't really see the bulk of the offensive production come for Ithaca.
Next pitch will go well into the left foul field as Finnegan runs to try and get it, but it'll drop down before he can grab it. So 1-2 count here for Scully.
A lot of foul territory out there, so not surprised to see a couple of Saints running after that one, but unable to get to it. And another opportunity here for Scully on a 1-2 count.
LaPrade steps up onto the mound, tapping the rubber, takes a step back, and gets into the stretch, and will swing at it. Will get dropped. It will be a drop 3 strike. Running for it, and he'll get to first base as Logan Scully. The ball keeps going, but the right fielder's there to stop it. Drop 3 strike, but it will get on first.
Donellan was unable to locate that one. Looked very confused trying to find it. It looked like it landed sort of in between home plate and the pitcher's mound, and a little bit of a wild throw. So safely in at first base is Logan Scully.
So the breaking ball hits the plate, drops in front of the pitcher's mound, and so Scully gets in. 1 out here, man on first for Matt Curtis.
Let's see how much or how little in comparison to Driscoll.
LaPrade slings it in there for strike 1.
How much or how little LaPrade focuses on the base runner. Saw a lot of that from Driscoll early in the game, and seems to be a cause of a lot of his struggles. Immediately as I say that, a throw over to first.
LaPrade has been much better at throwing strikes than Driscoll was before, which is something you need to see out of your reliever, especially in a situation like this. So LaPrade steps back, goes through his stretch, and is back down on the ground. Maybe a little bit of control issue here after that first man gets on base.
And you can only imagine, Anthony, it's going to be definitely difficult to hit out there. The ball's not carrying, the wind is knocking it down a lot, but for the pitchers, it has been, we've seen, very difficult to keep command throughout the day. Imagine hands getting pretty numb out there. So not easy really on any of these ball players out there.
So LaPrade throws back to Tim Connor, try to get a pick off at first, won't get it. Scully gets back in, and here comes LaPrade again. He'll sling it in. It'll get popped up into the air, looking to grab it, and they will. The second baseman will grab it, and down goes Curtis. 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th, and up comes Walker the 3rd.
Almost confusion, but able to figure it out there were the Saints on the infield. A big out number 2 and another opportunity to get out of this inning. Both bullpens so far, small sample size, so far looking comfortable.
So Trey looking to get something big happening here. LaPrade once again tries to get the pick off, won't get it. Ever since McDermott didn't get tagged that first inning, it seems like they've been destined to try and get a pick off at first, and it just has not happened. And once again, they try to pick him off.
Walker had that big hit earlier in this game. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI.
LaPrade looking to get it in. Hasn't thrown a pitch yet to Sheldon Walker III. And he does, and he'll go right over the head of the shortstop, gets into center field, and Scully gets to second base. For 1 base knock for Sheldon Walker III.
Second hit of the game. He's really come on strong here. Unable to get anything going in that first inning where the Bombers hit around, but Walker's been a really key contributor to this offense in this game.
So upcoming, it's going to be a new hitter for it's going to be Brody. Brody gets it high, and it'll be ball 1.
Excuse me, Anthony, I had that wrong. It was Walker who in the first inning with the single, struck out in the second inning, and now comes through here in the 4th.
Second pitch looking for the at-bat with Brody. We'll go in, and we'll stay outside. Ball 2. So he was getting a lot of strikes early on. LaPrade not getting as many now. 2-ball count.
But LaPrade's still looking confident and working quickly out there, out of the stretch, having seemingly no problem. But the Bombers will see if they're able to extend the lead.
Pitch is there, and it'll be fouled out, and it'll go behind the third base dugout. The Bombers have been swinging on a lot of hitters counts, 2-0 counts, 3-0 counts. Maybe something they want to look at and see, are these all deemed as hittable balls?
I mean, how could you not? I mean, this is a St. Lawrence team. They give up the most home runs in the conference. Ithaca hits the most home runs in the conference, so pretty good recipe there for the Bombers. And it's now 3-1, another hitter's count and another opportunity.
So Scully and Walker showing out a little bit of mental games with LaPrade. Scully takes his lead with the shortstop behind him. Pitches in, and it'll be rocked by Brody. That's going into center field. It's going to hit right in front of the warning track. Will roll up against the 405 wall. In comes Scully. In comes Walker. And Brody gets a triple.
Boy, Brody thought about coming home there. A huge triple. Look at the Bombers dugout. Everybody up on their feet. It's 9-5. Brody with a huge hit. The second RBI triple of the day for this Bombers team. And they extend the lead. It balloons back up to 4.
So where you normally don't see a single triple in a game, we've seen 2. Curtis hit one earlier in the first. Brody hits the second one here in the bottom of the 4th. And up to the plate comes McDermott, looking to continue his 3-game home run streak if he can get a big knock here.
And bad news could get much worse.
And it's a bunt. It's going to be right towards the pitcher. He throws it on, and the play at first is safe. They call him safe. The Saints, of course, having their argument with that. It goes tie to the runner, and McDermott scores the run.
Wow. Shock on this St. Lawrence side of the field near the dugout. They could not believe the call. It was a really delayed call there by the umpire, and bad news gets worse for St. Lawrence. A 10-5 lead, and the middle of the order set to come up for the Bombers.
McDonough up to the bat. 3 runs this inning for the Bombers. Pitches outside, ball 1, 10-5. Ithaca leads this one. McDonough looking to maybe make a little bit more action here. He had a single earlier last inning.
And I'll tell you what, Anthony, this St. Lawrence offense has crawled their way back into the game once. It's going to be an uphill battle to do it twice. As we mentioned throughout this broadcast, one of the absolute worst offenses in the Liberty League.
So LaPrade, after having 2 quick outs, has let up a couple of runs. Once again, looking to first base, trying to get McDermott, does not get it. They leave that second base pretty wide open, so no wonder that Ithaca looks to try and steal it. LaPrade looking over, gets into his wind up and stretch and throws it well outside. Donellan had to take his mask off to make sure that he grabbed it and didn't have someone steal it.
Bombers up to 13 hits on the day and just 5 for St. Lawrence.
An error by both sides. But here's the pitch by LaPrade. It'll be high. It'll be ball 2. Or excuse me, ball 3 of this at bat. 3-1 count for McDonough.
This is where McDonough does a lot of his damage.
McDonough, the leading home run scorer, both for the Bombers and in the Liberty League. Pitch, and it will be ball 4. So, McDonough gets walked on here as LaPrade's seemingly smart start of the inning is becoming a nightmare.
So 3 walks for each side in this game now, and a right on left matchup that's going to favor Camden Laney as he comes up. He's already got a base hit in this game.
Laney looking for something big here. Pitch will go down, and it will be ball 1. The breaking ball just not breaking in the zone when they need it, or maybe a framing issue behind the plate, but umpire's not calling. 1-0 count. Pitch is drilled by Laney. It's going to go into the gap. Laney gets a couple home. Is going to get a couple home. He gets to second base, and going in is McDonough. McDonough beats the throw, and it's a 2-run RBI double for the Bombers. 12-5 here after a 5-run 4th inning.
And the beat keeps on going. This is the second inning in this game that the Bombers have scored at least 5 runs. The lead is back up to 7. A little bit of an aggressive send there, bringing home Andrew McDermott, but it pays off. And the Bombers with 12 runs on 14 hits now. We're still just in the 4th inning, Anthony.
Yeah. So Ethan McDonough and Andrew McDermott reached the plate here. And coming up to bat, that's number 25, that's Lobsher, the cleanup hitter.
Lobsher's got a base hit as well today. The only Bomber that does not, the only Bomber that does not have an RBI is Ryan Lobsher. And he's got an opportunity to check that box and have all 9 of the starters driving in at least one today.
So Lobsher nails that one, he'll hit in front of the plate. There'll be an error on the switch off, but it will still get to first base. So after 3 outs and Joe LaPrada easy 2, it's now a 5-run inning, 12-5 Bombers leading this one here at Freeman Field.
Back at Freeman Field here for inning number 5, 4 innings complete, and the Bombers, much like they did in Game 1, are off to a big lead. It's 12-5. Bombers have been putting up runs all day long. They've been forcing this St. Lawrence pitching staff out of their rhythm. Anthony, what's been the biggest factor to this offensive success in your opinion today?
My biggest success is just the fact that if you get any base runners on as Ithaca, the mind games that get played, they throw the pitcher off, and all of a sudden, when your ball is not going straight through the zone, it's becoming a walk or it's becoming a meatball that's getting hit deep into the outfield.
So John Griffin, who had a fantastic top of the 4th inning, is back out for his 2nd inning of work, and he throws ball 1 to the leadoff batter in this inning here for the Saints.
Gannon up at the plate there.
So Gannon starts it as his 3rd at-bat of the day. Right-handed hitter and the right-handed pitcher. The pitch is into the dirt, ball 1.
Working out on the mound right now for St. Lawrence, number 39, that's Owen Gray, the first year. Maybe see him coming in soon.
That one in for a strike, so it's 3-1, excuse me. Griffin, not with the same command that we saw in the 1st inning, but trying to get back on track here. Kicks and delivers a 3-1 pitch, and that's low, ball 4, so the 4th walk for this pitching staff today. And we'll see, Anthony, if St. Lawrence is able to put together a rally and maybe crawl their way back into this game again.
Right now, if I'm St. Lawrence, I'm thinking about that too, considering no one's getting warm right now for Ithaca in the pen. It could be something where they see Griffin going this entire inning no matter what happens.
And there is action for the Saints in their bullpen, so see if they go a different direction in the in the bottom half of this inning. Ball 1 from John Griffin on Brett Federico. Federico, the center fielder today, he's 1 for 1. Drawn got a base hit, scored a run, and has an RBI. He's got a 1-1 count right now. Gannon looks in quickly to begin this inning. Has to work out of the stretch because of the leadoff walk. Gannon kicks and fires, and that one's down in the dirt. It gets away, and taking second base is Gannon. So very quickly a runner in scoring position. Very different from what we saw last inning here, at least to open it up for John Griffin, Anthony.
Both both of these relievers have started out early with outs, but right now they're just kind of going through the motions, not really getting much in their favor.
One pitch is a swing and a miss, so it's 2-2. Getting back into this count is John Griffin. It says 3-1 right now on the scoreboard, but I believe that was pretty clearly a swing and a miss, so it should be 2-2. Pitch swung on and missed, and that is strike 3. Second strikeout of the outing for John Griffin. And a big first out here in inning number 5. The batter will be Mike Ciano, the shortstop. Right on right matchup once again. Curtis holding on the runner at second base.
That was a big strike there by John Griffin, especially when you have a runner in scoring position.
Strike one so critical, and we've seen Griffin's command doesn't look quite what it was last inning, but he will definitely have an opportunity to get out of this still scoreless. That's outside, and it's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 on at second base. That's John Gannon. The batter is Mike Ciano, the shortstop. Bombers ahead 12-5 in Game 2 of this home opening doubleheader. The pitch swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Big hack there. Once again, we've seen a lot of that from St. Lawrence in this game, Anthony.
Yeah, this has been just a game where these guys want to go yard, but just don't have the ability to, whether it's because of the wind or maybe some other features of it being cold out here. But right now, big hacks are not working for anyone.
That one lined down the right field line. It's going to get down, though. It'll be a base hit. This is going to be an extra base hit. It's going to be a double, second and third to start the inning with nobody out, as Ciano's into second base, standing up, and he'll set up Sean Desjardins with an opportunity to get 2 runs right back.
What's good, though, is that McDonough was able to get that one in quickly enough to where they weren't going to have to worry about a play at the plate because they upheld Gannon at third.
So excuse me, 1 out now, but still runners on second and third. Desjardins, the third baseman, and he does not have a base hit, but he has been on base today. Griffin trying to find his way out of this. He delivers, and that's strike 1, 0-1.
What's interesting is that he gets the step in, and then he makes the motion as if he was trying to make the swing, but never lets the bat off his shoulder. That's something that almost confuses umpires sometimes.
The 0-1 pitch. Griffin fires. That's a little bit outside. 1-1. Look close. As Griffin is up around 30 pitches now, working into the second inning of work for him. Top of the 5th here, 12-5, but St. Lawrence threatening. Gannon rocks and deals, and that one, same thing you were talking about, Anthony. Half swing, and it's in there for strike 2, and it's 1-2. I've seen this a couple of times now. It's Curtis coming in and chasing the base runners. He's playing back right now, but holding them on at second base. It's Ciano at second and Gannon at third. That one down and into the dirt, and it's 2-2. Gannon looks in, still looking for the sign. I wonder if there's confusion between him and Scully. He's now got the sign set at the belt. Takes a breath now, rocks and fires, and that one is outside, and it's 3-2.
That was just barely outside. It was right at the belt level, so that's clearly a strike by the height, but who knows? Maybe he thought he hit the corner and just never got it.
Top 5 in this batting lineup for St. Lawrence have all scored a run, Anthony. That one is down low. It's ball 4. It's going to load up the bases. So trouble once again for Ithaca. It's been the top of the order coming through for St. Lawrence to crawl back into this game, and it's now the bottom of the order that's trying to get something going. Bases loaded, still only one out.
This is something, once again, Bombers don't have anyone in the pen, so Griffin's going to keep going. Even if he gets hit with a grand slam here, Bombers have no one to throw in as a backup.
Strike one here from Griffin, so he gets ahead. Bases loaded. 12-5, Bombers ahead. One strike pitch is lined into right center field. That one's going to get down. It'll score a pair. The throw home not going to be in time.
Verastro gets two on that big knock.
Ciano right behind Gannon there. First and second, and it's 12-7. And trouble once again here for this pitching staff of the Bombers. We've seen this several times today. John Griffin does not look the way that he did last inning. Reed Bailey, as the game went on, didn't look the way he did early on. You wonder if something's going on in between innings where the Saints are communicating to each other about the pitches that they're seeing.
Oh, definitely they are. That's what every baseball team does. The second that you see a guy throw some sort of breaking ball, whether it's a curve, whether it's a slider, whether it's something like that, you're already telling them, hey, watch out for this, watch out for that, and all of a sudden, Griffin becomes a little less efficient.
So second run scored of the game for John Gannon. John Donnellan, the batter. The catcher with no batting gloves wields the bat up by his shoulder. A fastball for another ball, and that one was a strike, and now it's 1-1.
Donnellan did that same exact thing where he knew it was a strike, went in for it, couldn't get the bat off his shoulder, and of course, when it gets called like that, you get a little upset with yourself.
Griffin set once again. Runners lead from first and second. That's outside and low, and it's 2-1. Verastro from first does Jardins at second base. Griffin trying to find a way to work through this inning and limit the damage. He deals that one fouled on a pop-up behind home plate. It'll make the seats. Two balls and two strikes. A couple more batters here, and St. Lawrence will be able to get back to the top of the order where they've done a lot of their damage, but the middle of the order in this inning getting it done. And we'll see how much the bottom of the order is able to do to get them back into this game once again. That's high and tight. The count runs full, 3-2. Will Kenny Collins send the runners here? It's going to be interesting to see. Only one out. Verastro at first, as Jardins at second. The infield playing back. Griffin deals. That's high ball. They're going to call strike three. Wow, that looked like it was high. Disagreeing with the call is Donnellan. He walks back to the dugout in frustration. Maybe a favor there for John Griffin, but it's strike three. So two down, and still first and second. Boy, a crucial call there, Anthony.
Huge call. It did also look a little high, maybe a little bit above the armpit where they generally say to throw it, but now Finnegan's at the plate, so that's something that the Saints wish they had bases loaded for.
Ball one on Finnegan. Finnegan is back to the top of the order. Fourth time around through the order for the Saints. Runners lead. They don't go, but that one lined into right field. It's going to be a base hit. Coming around from third and trying to score is just Jardins, and he's in there safely. The ball gets away from Scully a little bit. Going into third, Verastro, and into second safely is Finnegan, and it's 12-8.
McDonough made a good throw in there, just a little bit short, that hit in front of Scully before he could grab onto it, so maybe close to a play at the plate. However, the Saints do end up scoring on that one.
Timothy Connor will come up, his fourth at bat of the day. He's 1 for 3 and scored a run. And this left-on-right matchup. And once again, Anthony, the tying run is coming into the on-deck circle, so the Saints crawling their way back. Ball 1 low. Count 1-0. Griffin's pitching count ballooned up over 40 now.
And the Bombers will now start looking at someone over there. Someone in the pen.
He's up to 30 for the inning. That one fouled back to the screen. 1-1.
1-1 count with Connor. We know he can get a couple of singles here, so that's something where he could maybe score 1 or 2 on the play if he can get one in the outfield.
Griffin deals. That one is high for ball 2, 2-1. Nice play there by Scully to get out of the squat and make sure that one didn't get back to the backstop. Could have caused another run for St. Lawrence. And in these high-scoring games, every run matters. That one is outside and it's 3-1, so Griffin has really had a lot of trouble finding his command in this inning. He had a brisk 1, 2, 3, 4th inning. He's got a pair of walks and 3 earned runs already.
From Connor, I'm not even thinking about swinging here unless it's an absolute center meatball.
Connor does swing and pops up foul out of play. That one a little bit past the Bombers' bullpen, which there is activity in. Left-hander getting going. So activity in both bullpens. It's going to be a bullpen game the rest of the way. Griffin set at the belt, trying to get out of the inning. 3-2, 2 outs, 2 on, 12-8 Bombers. A swing and a fly ball into left field. Going back on it, but right there is McDermott, and he makes the catch to retire the side. So 3 runs back for St. Lawrence, but it's still the Bombers ahead by 4, 12-8, as we're halfway home from the South Hill. Back here on the South Hill for the bottom of inning number 5. The Bombers still holding on to a 12-8 lead, but St. Lawrence able to crawl back and make it a little bit of a closer ball game once again. They've been able to do that a couple of times today this afternoon, Anthony.
Absolutely, they have, and now they've got a new pitcher here on the mound looking to see if they can get something done. Is the Saints. We're looking at for St. Lawrence. We're looking at, I believe that's number 39. That's Owen Gray on the mound. He's first year. He's going to be the one that we could see going maybe an inning or two here after what almost turned into a calamity by St. Lawrence.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Colin Feeney, Logan Scully, and Matt Curtis in this bottom of the third. So we'll see how much the veterans of this Ithaca squad are able to take advantage of the youngster a little bit, extend the lead back up. They've got to find a way to make this lead to be large enough that it's just insurmountable. Just halfway home and already 12-8, Anthony.
Yeah, no, this game has been 5-run. I don't believe there's been a time where there's been more than a 5-run lead in this game that was after the other team batted. So it's something where right now we're looking at these two, and maybe Ithaca has the 4-run lead, and they've been pretty dominant. But St. Lawrence is still able to crawl back and get something up here.
Colin Feeney just about ready to get going in the bottom of the 5th. Couple of practice swings and now digs into the left-handed hitting batter's box. Feeney 1 for 3 on the day. A run and an RBI and a pair of stolen bases. Creates havoc when he's able to get on base, so the guy you want leading off an inning, he takes strike 1, 0-1. from the new pitcher into the game, Owen Gray. Gray, the right-hander from the stretch. That one's into the dirt, and it's 1-1. Inning number 5 on the South Hill, 12-8 Bombers. Middle of the order up here against the freshman. He's set, he deals. That one lined into left field. It's going to drop in front of the left fielder, and it's a base hit. So a leadoff single for Colin Feeney. That one dropped right in front of Finnegan. One on with nobody out for Logan Scully.
Owen Gray entering into this game, he's allowing a battering average of .429, and he has a 20.25 ERA. Of course, that's in three appearances, so a very small sample size, but who knows how that could affect the rest of this one, especially where the Saints have had trouble pitching.
Scully digs deeply into the batter's box with his right cleat. Ready for this at-bat. Bat up by his head. Runner takes off. That's going to be the 3rd stolen base of the game for Colin Feeney. He's into second base with a dive. The center fielder making it happen for the Bombers today.
It helps when you have 2 in 1 appearance on the bags. Now he gets his 3rd. This is absolutely incredible how the base running we're seeing today by Colin Feeney.
Set at the belt, the pitch. That one a check swing into the dirt. It's ball 2, 2-0. This is going to be interesting, Anthony. If we see the Bombers able to scratch off a couple, how overwhelmed will Owen Gray look? Already a man in scoring position, so adversity early in this inning. That one in for a strike, and it's 2-1.
It's one of his first strikes this inning. I mean, he did have something against Feeney, but that was a true strike there where batter just sees it and goes, darn, I could have hit that.
Logan Scully with a base hit, and he's been on base twice today. Gray rocks and fires, and that one is low and away, and it's 3-1 into the dirt. This one shaping up to be another shootout type of game. It's already 12-8, and we're only in the bottom of the 5th inning. Which pitching staff, which bullpen down the stretch are going to be able to get those solid innings and put up zeros? That one drilled down the left field line. It's going to hook foul, though. Boy, that one hit very solidly by Logan Scully deep into the corner. Would have been extra bases and a run and an RBI. But he'll have to trot back to the batter's box and swing it once again.
Last season in their games against St. Lawrence, Ithaca scored 43, St. Lawrence scored 19. So far, just through 2 games, Ithaca scored 30, and St. Lawrence has scored 16, and they still got another game in this 3-game series.
That one slapped foul back to the screen. So early in this season, Anthony, the Bombers coming off of that spring break trip, they lost their last 5 games, but they look in much better form. Do you think that this weekend, if this score holds and they're able to get the series win, do you think that this can be a real turning point in their season?
I mean, this is the start of Liberty League action. This is something that they need down the rest of the season. So being able to get some big wins against Liberty League opponents will be crucial.
So Gray with another walk, that one down and away. Taking third base there on a little bit of a wild pitch is Colin Feeney. He's been everywhere on the base paths today.
I mean, 4 steals in a game. What are you doing as a defense to allow that to happen? Because that's crucial, because now you're getting your coach out there looking at the mound visit. Kenny Collins is coming in.
Yeah, they're going to have a full infield conference on the mound. Runners on the corners for Ithaca. And it really feels, Anthony, like, I mean, we are in, let's see, we're in the 10th half inning of this game. Only 3 of them have been scoreless.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this has not been anything gracious for them. Of course, Ithaca hasn't scored yet this half inning, but it's something where, at this point, if you're St. Lawrence, you need something to happen, because Ithaca has one of those 3 half innings with no runs. But ever since, it's just been crucial. They're running through the bases, and they're hitting.
The Bombers have an OPS in this game of over 1,200. To put this game in perspective, this has just been an offensive onslaught for the Bombers. You've got to give a little bit of credit, Anthony, to St. Lawrence for the way that twice, they haven't been able to take the lead, but twice they've been able to make a game out of it and crawl back.
Absolutely. They are able to just keep this one close in a game where most people probably didn't expect it to be very close, but 4 runs is not that far off considering how we've seen these two teams play.
Throw back to first. We haven't seen that a ton this inning. We saw it a lot earlier with this pitching staff of the Saints.
They're going to have to watch out because, of course, there's still the guy on third. So if you make a bad throw to first, all of a sudden there's a run on the board and a man probably on second or third base.
Scully on first, Feeney on third. That's a ball, and it's 1-0. Bombers threatening to extend the lead once again. That one in the air to left center field, hit high and deep. Going back on it, though. Confusion in the outfield, and it's going to be caught by the center fielder, but it's going to bring in another run for the Bombers. Back to first base goes Scully. Feeney comes in to score on the sacrifice fly for Matt Curtis.
Big sacrifice fly there. They get a run on the board, so Ithaca does put one up. It's a 5-run game here, and now you have Walker in there who he stole a base earlier, so he's going to be looking out for some more stealing activities with this game very much still close at hand.
Yeah, Walker, a pair of big hits. Everybody in the lineup for Ithaca now has a hit. Everybody in the lineup has a run scored. The only person without an RBI remains Ryan Lobsher. Check back on first base. Scully dives back in. 13-8 Ithaca. Game number 2 of this doubleheader, game number 15 of their season. Trying to get back over 500. A swing and a miss to start this at-bat by Walker.
That looked almost as if he decided to swing before the pitch was even thrown, because that one seemed almost close to into the dirt, and Walker immediately started throwing up the swing.
Looking like me every now and then when I zone out on MLB The Show. That one back to first base, and a hand tag by Scully. Back, he dives in.
The wind playing a big factor in here with the team in. Gray sends it. It'll be a ball in there for Walker the third. Beautiful Cayuga Lake out there today, especially considering how cold it is here.
Walker, the left-handed hitting batter, wears number 4. A couple of hits today. He takes a ball. It's 2-1. Scully's still leading off of first base. The wind has really died down as the afternoon has gone on, but those shadows getting even longer as the sun begins to set. That one drilled back up the middle. It's another base hit, the 3rd hit of the day for Walker. And it'll be first and second with still only 1 out. And another chance for the Bombers to stretch that lead back out.
Walker's going at it. We've got some action in the bullpen once again for the Saints. Jared Brenner, number 40, is looking out there, the senior right-hander, the senior 6'6" right-hander. So big guy, as now they Collins calls a mound visit.
See how much longer they're going to stick with the freshman, or if they're going to go to the bullpen. Looks like he's going to hand over the ball, and it's going to be a pitching change for the Saints. We're going to send it to break quickly. pitching change for St. Lawrence. It's going to be their 4th pitcher of the day as the Bombers look to extend the lead. It's currently 13-8. They've got 13 runs on 16 hits, 1 error aside. 8 runs on 8 hits for the St. Lawrence Saints. This has been a struggle all year long for the Saints offense, but Anthony, they've looked solid enough today.
Yeah, they have on offense, but defense has been the problem.
Right.
Gray didn't even get through more than a third of an inning. That's going to be an issue if you're pitching, because now you have Jared Brennan in there. You have the 6'6" senior coming in for the Saints, trying to make something happen, but you also got guys on the base path. So who knows how the rest of this game could look? But right now, with a 5-run lead, Ithaca is looking pretty much in control.
Yeah, Jared Brennan taking over, and this is a really different direction to go for the Saints squad because they had the freshman. He struggled out there. They're bringing in the senior now to hopefully get them out of this jam. And we mentioned it earlier, Anthony, the 10 half innings now. We're in the 10th half inning of this game, and 7 of them have seen runs across the board.
Brody steps up to the plate here. He's looking for maybe a big knock to get this team up some more runs.
So the batter is Brody. He will take strike 1. Riley Brody so far today for the Bombers. 2 hits and 3 at-bats, a pair of RBIs, had that really big extra base hit to extend the lead earlier in the game.
Hitting all around the board has been beautiful for the Bombers, especially Riley Brody, because considering that you have the 9-hitter, which most people expect the 9-hitter to not be so great, he's been hitting pretty well.
Riley Brody will take ball 1 ball, 1 strike. Brody, one of several veterans in this lineup for Ithaca. A really young pitching staff and young bullpen, but an experienced lineup that should help them down the stretch. That one into the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike.
He's getting it across the plate. Just the second that it hits a little bit past the plate, it's hitting into the dirt. So what should be completely straight through is honestly just becoming 63 feet and then hitting the ground.
A slew of righties since the lefty starting pitching matchup. Brody, the left-handed hitter, though. Defense plays him to pull that one up the middle, and it's going to squeak. Oh, it's not through, but it's going to be an infield single. Almost got through. The bases will be loaded. Station to station they go. No play there. Would have been a tough play to make for Davis, the second baseman. And by the time that he got to that ball, Brody was already safe at first base. So Andrew McDermott, the batter, he's already has a grand slam today. If he hits it again, it would be 17-8, which was the score at one point in game number 1. McDermott trying to break it open. Ball 1 down and away, 1-0.
McDermott, 8 RBIs on the day, won this game, 7 from the last. Let's see if he can get a few more.
Brenner set at the belt. The runners lead from first, second, and third. A swing and a miss. Step behind that one was McDermott.
That was a strange stretch from Brenner. He just very quickly foot up and down and back down to get to the pitch.
Infield playing shallow depth with 1 out, trying to get a double play if a ground ball is what happens here in this at-bat. McDermott takes inside. 2-1. An unorthodox delivery here for Jared Brenner, Anthony. A little bit of a sidearm.
You sure? I'm looking more down at his legs. I mean, if you've seen Kenley Jansen ever pitch where he hits it with his hips, he's working very much with his hips, getting his knee inside, quickly up, quickly down, and through.
Brody off of first, Walker off of second, and Logan Scully, the catcher, off of third. It's Brenner and McDermott. McDermott hits it in the air to left, down the left field foul line. It lands out of play, foul. Trying on a full sprint to get to that one, but unable to was the left fielder Finnegan. So they'll try it again, McDermott, with a 2-2 count.
It's a little difficult to tell whether or not it was just that, hey, the wind carried that one, or if he was a little bit late on the swing.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bases loaded. 13-10 Bombers. McDermott trying to extend the lead. He's already got a 1 grand slam today. McDermott swings and misses. He strikes out. Not as fortunate this time around. A big out number 2 recorded by the senior. And it'll be Ethan McDonough to try to salvage the rest of this inning and extend the lead.
So 5th strikeout for the Saints here. No player on this Ithaca team has more than 1 strikeout in the game, which is very impressive considering how different these pitchers have been throwing.
Brenner gets the sign. McDonough set in the right-handed hitting batter's box. His feet fairly close together. The pitch is in tight on his hip, and it's 1-0. Bases remain loaded. 17 hits today for the Bombers. This would be their 3rd multi-run inning of the game. Pitch is in for a strike, 1-1. That one a breaking ball right down the heart. McDonough, a guy who's got long ball potential in really any situation. Career high this year already. We're still in the month of March. That one's up high, 2-1.
Out in St. Lawrence's pen, Michael Flyzik is getting a little loose there, just playing a little bit of throw and catch. May see him come in a little bit later.
Infield plays back, outfield normal depth with 2 down. Quick pitch there, that one low and away, and it's 3-1.
There was a lot of drop on that ball. The thing is that when it dropped, it was just completely out of the strike zone, so nothing that you can do there. That's how you get ball 3.
Walk here would be the 6th of the day for this pitching staff of St. Lawrence, and it would drive in a run. Payoff, the 3-1 was in for a strike, so now the count is full, and the runners will be off with the pitch. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. McDonough waves the bat around. Brenner waves off a couple of signs. And some time will be called here as there's some confusion between Brenner and the catcher, John Donnellan. Bit more noise starting to be made here by the crowd in both dugouts. Big pitch coming here, 3-2. And that is going to be in there for strike 3. A really big K, and fired up coming off the mound is Jared Brenner. 5 innings complete from the South Hill. You're listening to VIC Radio and the Bomber Radio Network, 1310 Ithaca.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sarah. Welcome back into the on the South Hill here. Ithaca currently up 13-8 over the St. Lawrence Saints as they're playing Layla by Derek and the Dominoes here for the walk-up for this new pitcher. Trevor Green for the Bombers coming in.
Yeah, Trevor Green out of the bullpen. He's got 2 starts on the season. Normally a starter, but with the game tomorrow, you would imagine that's going to be Jack Picozzi's game. But Trevor Green this season, 2 starts, 1-0 with an 8.71 ERA, a whip of 174 in 10 1/3 innings. Last time out against Case Western Reserve, had a no decision in 3 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 5 earned, 2 Ks, but 5 walks. So the problem for Green is definitely the command. He misses a lot of bats. He's got 8 Ks on the season, but he gave up a 3-run home run. So I'll tell you what, if you're missing the strike zone, and then when you do throw it in the strike zone, it's getting hit hard, not a great recipe for success, but we've seen Green in the past have a lot of success if he's just able to find the strike zone. That 3-run home run, that's something we see a lot out of him. The problem, normally the command. We'll see if he's able to find the strike zone here in the 6th inning.
So Green working so far here. The Bombers lead by 5. I said this earlier. Bombers up by 5. Has been mostly the same thing happening every end of half inning. But so the end of the last top of the inning seemed to be
the Saints calling for a balk on John Griffin. They ended up not getting that, and it was a strike call and ended the inning. Coming up here, Matt Davis is due up to take on Green for the first batter.
I tell you what, Anthony, this might be the single most important half inning of the game so far for the Bombers in terms of pitching. Going out to have a conversation, there was Logan Scully making sure they're on the same page before this big inning.
Pitch is inside, very close to hitting him. Ithaca is leading the Liberty League in hit by pitches thrown, so something you don't want to see. Ball there, second pitch, up, very high, ball 2. 2-0 count here. Green still trying to find the zone as he goes up and throws it. Once again, another ball called. Luke, you said it before, the control is the issue, but right now, there's no control whatsoever trying to find the strike zone. Fourth pitch. They're going to call that a strike.
I think they just did Trevor Green a favor. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but he does not look like his command is any better than we've seen in the past.
Next pitch, and it'll be grounded right there. Curtis slings it over. It's going to be the shortstop who tries to make it around. Will dribble, but will hit the bag. So it'll be an infield single. The throw by Brody just didn't hit it. Went in the dirt. Couldn't be scooped up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think that Trevor Green can be really too upset there. He got the 3-1 count, got a ground ball, a fantastic effort by Riley Brody, unable to make the, really would have been a heroic play. So an infield single, but ground balls are going to be what Trevor Green wants.
First pitch will go in for a strike.
And that's also so important, getting strike one at this point in the game. If you can get ahead of these batters, put them at the at the defense, that's going to bode well for Green the rest of this outing.
Green sends it in, will go back and foul. So left-hander has a man on first. Laney puts out his glove in case Green wants to try to pick off Matt Davis. Different Matt. So next pitch here. Green sings it in. It's going to be a high fly ball for John Gannon. Looking towards the right fielder in foul territory. He will get it. Grabbed there by McDonough for the first out of the inning.
A much tougher play than it looked like. McDonough made that one look fairly routine, but looking directly, maybe a little bit above the sun there, but where the outfield we've seen has been a problem today with the wind, which has died down, but the wind earlier playing a factor and the sun continuing to play a factor today.
Sun playing a factor. The third base dugout is covering the line to third base. As up to bat is Brett Federico. Federico takes strike one. Here comes the second pitch by Trevor Green. Slings it. Swung on and missed. Strike two here. 0-2 count.
Federico 1 for 2 on the day. He has an RBI and a run scored. Also stolen a base, so can make it happen with his bat, can make it happen with his legs.
So ball there. So Federico in a hole right now. 1-2 count. Saints have a man on first, looking to try and come back from a 5-run deficit. Green slings it in, and they will call strike 3. Backwards K for Green. Out number 2, and the Bombers are looking to get one more and get back to hitting.
It'd be a really crucial. I mentioned how crucial the inning is, but to get through it this quickly would be exactly what David Valicente is looking for. Green looks really confident out there. That is ball 1, but he looks very sharp out there, and he's got 1 out left to get in this half inning.
So Ciano comes up to hit. He has been walked once, and he has a hit already on this game, batting .500. Ball 2.
And one of the big things for Green is that he's not wasting any time. He's getting the ball. He's getting into his stretch. He's already got the sign from Scully, not waving him off at all.
Pitch is well high up there, and there goes Davis to steal the base on the wild pitch.
Green really shouldn't let that affect him too much. Still a 5-run lead. That run doesn't really mean a ton out there.
So 3-0 count here.
We've seen a lot today. The Saints pitchers, as that one's ball 4.
4-pitch walk for Green will send Ciano back on the bases for his second walk of the day.
And we've seen from this Saints pitching staff really all day today an excessive focus on the base runners. The Bombers pitching staff has done a much better job of ignoring that. If Green, these 2 runs in the base paths don't mean a ton, so Green's got to do a good job of focusing on the batter and getting him out.
So just Desjardins steps in for ball 1. Green watching out with the man in scoring position and on first. The left-hander looks back, looks forward, steps up, throws through, and it's going to be cracked by Desjardins, and he will get one down for a single. They won't score a run though, so bases are loaded here in the top of the inning.
Yeah, top of the 6th inning. Still so very important for the Bombers to get through this inning quickly. Trevor Green throwing strikes is the most important factor. Pitch count starting to creep up already. He's up over 20, so he's got to find a way to get this next guy out, get the Bombers back up to the bat rack.
So Verastro has 5 RBIs on the day. He's looking for some more. He takes strike 1 here with the bases loaded.
Yeah, and Verastro 3 for 3. Not the guy you want up at the dish right now. He's red hot. A left on right matchup, but 2 outs. It only takes 1 pitch for Green to get himself out of this.
Daniel Verastro pitches in the dirt, 2 feet in front of the plate.
But a really great stop there from Logan Scully. The runner was thinking about coming home. That's Davis on third base. Scully looking him directly in the eyes as he blocked that ball.
1-1 count. Bases loaded. The shortstop and second baseman are playing pretty far back. Cut on and missed. Or they're going to say it was fouled off, so it was strike 2. Either way.
Yeah, the strike is what matters there for Green. He's gotten ahead. This is where he thrives. 1-2 count. Will he be able to get out of this and get the Bombers back up to bat?
First, second, and short playing deep. Third base playing a little bit closer. Green kicks up and throws it. Will go in. They will not call a strike. A little bit close there. 2-2 count. 2 outs here. Bases loaded. Green looking to get out of a little bit of a jam.
I'll say this much. It's important for Green to throw strikes, but the one guy to not throw strikes to today, I don't blame him for not right now.
Ball is hit up in the air, flying out into foul territory, hit off the stands there right next to the first base dugouts.
Yeah, nobody on this pitching staff has been able to get Verastro out so far today. Would be the biggest out of the day so far if they're able to do so right now.
Looking to keep St. Lawrence scoreless. With 2-2 count, looking for the call from Scully. He gets it. Takes a breath, steps up, throws through, ball 3.
Some really big leads being taken on the base paths as obviously the Bombers playing their defense back, focusing on the ball, put in play with 2 down, but now with 3-2, 2 outs, the runners are going to be off on the move, and a ball in the gap could bring all 3 home.
The payoff pitch swung on and fouled.
Long at bat, making Trevor Green really work for it. You've got to give credit, Anthony, to the St. Lawrence offense, the way they've been able to crawl back into this game time and time again, and they still don't feel like they're fully out of it.
10 hits on the day for the Saints, 17 for the Bombers. 3-2 count. Green looking to make a shutout inning. Goes up and will be walking in a run. Verastro gets on base. The Saints get one in. It is 9-13.
Frustration for Green there. He walks in a run. Valicente going to come out to have a word. Looks like it's going to be actually a pitching change for the Bombers. Green unable to get through the inning. Walks in a run there.
So a pitching change comes for the Bombers. Is coming in for them will be, we'll take a quick break here on VIC Radio as we get the pitchers all squared away, and the Saints look to come back 13-9 here on top of the South Hill. Dan Kalichan comes in for the Bombers here in a pitching change. This pitching change is brought to you by the 50-hour marathon coming in a little under 2 weeks' time here on VIC Radio, happening April 4th through April 6th, where 5 DJs will stay up for 50 hours in support of the Tompkins County Workers Center. If you'd like to donate, make sure to check out the link on our website under 50-hour marathon to donate for this wonderful cause. Kalichan working up here as the bases are loaded after Trevor Green puts him in a jam as the Bombers are only up by 4, so the tying run will be coming to the plate.
Yeah, Kalichan, the senior from Mount Sinai, New York, he's going to try to get the Bombers out of this jam. They bring in a righty to face the catcher for St. Lawrence. John Donnellan will be the batter. And a really crucial at bat here as the Bombers, the Saints now have the tying run at the plate, 13-9.
Donnellan has been struck out 3 times so far, so either we're going to see a run cross this plate, or maybe we may see a golden sombrero. First pitch will be strike 1. Kalichan gets that one in.
Talk about it all the time. You can't say it enough. Strike 1 is the most important pitch in baseball.
Kalichan looking down the right-hander. Gets the signal that he likes. Goes to the stretch. And it's going to be chopped on and it will be tagged by the third baseman. He'll get that one. So Lobshire will get the third out here as we head into the bottom of the inning. The Ithaca Bombers lead this one 13-9 here on VIC Radio Ithaca. Jared Brenner will remain on the mound here for the St. Lawrence Saints as the Bombers currently lead by 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Anthony Labonte, Luke Fitzpatrick. Luke, I know you're trying to cut me off there. You want to get to talk about ball.
Let's do it. So Dan Kalichan with a absolutely critical out to end that top of the 6th inning and was fired up coming off of the mound. Ryan Lobshire with just about as easy as it gets, just putting the glove on the ball and stepping on third base. Bombers will have another opportunity to extend the lead. It's 13-9 right now At what point in this game, Anthony, are they going to have to find a way to put the St. Lawrence Saints away?
Well, it's going to be something more right here is where you need to score a few more runs, because as that was looking there, it's very going to be dependent on your pitching, because Trevor Green was not able to get his control fully in, even though it looked like he was getting it there close. But maybe it's something where the Saints are just working their guys through, looking to get something happening, and if they can, they're going to be making it a closer and closer game.
Yeah, this game starts and ends on the mound. As you mentioned, it's going to be Jared Brenner once again. He was pretty good in his 2/3 of an inning to close out the last inning. Got a pair of strikeouts for those 2 outs on just 16 pitches.
So Laney goes up to bat here. It'll be strike one for Brenner. This game started at 3:30. We have reached into the 2 hours and 40-minute mark. Pitch is up, and that will be ball one.
Ryan Lobsher on deck. He's the only guy in this lineup without an RBI today. This guy at the plate right now, Laney, with 3 of them.
Laney swings on that one. It'll be popped up in the air. Donnellan's looking for it, and he will get it for the out. Quick work there of Laney. That's what Brenner is looking for.
Yeah, not exactly what Laney wanted to do there. Just flew open a little bit with his shoulder. So the first out of the inning very quickly. That's exactly what the Saints are looking for. Each of these teams, each out down the stretch is going to be so critical for these bullpens.
So Lobsher will not be getting an RBI unless if he can hit a home run here.
I hear some doubt in your mind, Anthony.
We haven't seen one yet. I'd love to see one today, but it's all going to depend on how Brenner pitches and how Lobsher hits. Which the first pitch was a ball. Second pitch in. Fouled off. He was early on that one, catching the end of the barrel. 1-1.
Yeah, Lobsher looks ready to hit there. That one, again, looked like he made the decision to swing even before it was thrown there very early. Might have gotten a little bit of metal on that one, but didn't really matter.
Lobsher watches the second ball go by, so 2-1 count. 1 out already. Lobsher looking to make a big play here. Put the Bombers even further in the lead, and he will get hit by the pitch. So Brenner throws one right into the thigh of Lobsher. He gets to first base. And now coming up to the plate will be Colin Feeney.
Yeah, that's not at all what Brenner wanted to do to start this inning, giving this Bombers offense any sort of life. And now the guy who's created havoc all over the baseball field today, Colin Feeney, 2 for 4, a pair of runs scored, an RBI, and 3 stolen bases.
So Travis Scott welcomes up Feeney, and Brenner slings that one in for strike one.
Left on right matchup. This one favors Feeney yet again. This would be his 3rd hit of the day if he's able to come through.
So Lobsher gets the pickoff attempt at first by Brenner, which for a righty is a little bit harder than for a lefty. He has to turn all the way around on that one.
This has been quite something to see, Anthony, all day. The St. Lawrence pitching staff really far more focused on the base runners than the batters. And it might be one of the reasons why there's 13 runs up on the board here in game number 2, and there were 18 in game number 1.
Ithaca very good at stealing bags today. And another pickoff attempt. That's number 3. If we were in the MLB, Lobsher would be heading to second base. However, we are not. We are in the Liberty League. So here comes Brenner looking for second pitch here. Feeney takes his first ball of the at-bat. 1-1 count. Brenner looking behind him. Now gets up. Throws that one in. That was a quick release. But it will be a ball for ball 2.
Command has been a problem as this game has gone on, but so far it has seemed to, Brenner in this second inning of work hasn't, small sample size, but still hasn't looked as sharp as he did before.
So a little bit of head movement there, maybe trying to distract the batter a little bit. Who knows? Because a little bit That pitch beforehand, it's the 3-1 count, by the way. The pitch beforehand looked like it was close to being a balk because he didn't really set well enough. But here we go, 3-1 count. Feeney looking to get on base. Pickoff attempt again. That's number 4 of this at bat.
And a walk here would be number 5 on the day for the Bombers. 7 for St. Lawrence. 7 offensively for St. Lawrence drawn, and this would be, if this next pitch is a ball, 5 for the Bombers. And it is.
And it is a ball, well up and high. So, free base, back-to-back free bags for the Bombers.
So Logan Scully, who's already had a good day as well, he's 1 for 2, been on base all 3 times though, or excuse me, 3 of the 4 times. In his 5th at-bat, what is he going to be able to do? He can really stretch this lead or set the table for the bottom of this order, which has really been coming through today. Walker and Brody have been 2 of the key contributors.
Logan Scully stepping in the box. We'll get one on the outside part.
And that's not to mention Matt Curtis, who's on deck. 3 RBIs today, tied for the team lead on the day.
Brenner looks at him. Scully brings the bat up. Set back for the set. Brenner looks behind him, goes inside, pitches in there for a strike. So 1-1 count here. Really makes you question why Brenner kept throwing to first base, considering he hit Lobsher in the leg. You wouldn't think that he would try to steal after having an injured leg.
Yeah, that's a good point, and his command has really become a problem. We'll see if he's able to get ahead here of Scully.
Brenner slings it in. Scully swings on and misses. They're going to say that he fouled it. So back to second he goes. Scully's trying to argue that he didn't, but that's just how the game goes.
Of course, Scully would argue that he didn't so that he can get his teammate down 90 feet away. But regardless, still 2 guys on for the Bombers with only 1 out and a prime chance. Once again, how many chances have the Bombers had today to really put this St. Lawrence team away, but they've been able to fight back, and it's still just a 4-run game.
They've had one just about every inning, including the bottom of the 6th here. Brenner slings it in. It'll go in the dirt. That's a wild pitch. So whether Scully fouled it or not, the base runners now just 90 feet away for Lobsher and a man on second.
Scully will, a base hit, the infield's going to come in here, but anything solidly hit through the infield likely brings 2 home and would make it a 15-9 game.
So if you just hit a little blooper over the head of the second or shortstop, you're probably getting both of them home right now. But here we go. The pitch is well outside. Lobster's going to steal home. He gets in well safe. And the Bombers are up 14-9 here in the bottom of the 6th. The Bombers have had one inning where they have not scored a run. That was the 2nd, and it will not be the 6th as well.
Brenner's command is really suffering right now. The 15th run of the game waiting in the wings 90 feet away. And Scully with a great opportunity to bring him in.
Scully cracks that one right into the glove of the shortstop.
What a fantastic catch there by Mike Ciano. That one, I think that ball caught him, Anthony. That was quite something to see, but a really crucial out number 2. Still 90 feet away is Colin Feeney.
What an athletic play. And speaking of athletes, looking at this team for St. Lawrence, 35 of their 48 players were multi-sport athletes in high school, including a 4-sport athlete as well. So these guys know how to be athletes. And there is the first pitch going for ball 1 on to Matt Curtis.
Curtis with 3 RBIs today, as I mentioned before. Got a chance for a really memorable day with another big hit here.
Curtis knocks that one high in the air, looking to get a couple of St. Lawrence defenders in on it, and it will be grabbed by Jack Finnegan to retire the side. So after the 6th, we are looking at 14-9 here. The Bombers lead this one on top of the South Hill.
inning number 7 on the South Hill. It's going to be Dan Kelichan continuing on here on the mound. Got that very crucial out to end the top of the 6th. So 14-9 now. The Bombers are in front.
Finnegan's back at the plate.
Yeah, Saints back on offense here. They will try once again to crawl back into it. 14-9. Not an insurmountable deficit, but they're going to be an uphill battle to get back into it. Top of the order for St. Lawrence, Finnegan, Connor, and Davis due up. And Finnegan takes the ball, one ball and 1 strike. Defensive change here. At first base, Ethan Fantel into the game. Colin Laney will be relieved of his duties. 5 at-bats, 2 hits and 3 RBIs for him on the day. That one is going to be strike 3, I believe, but safe at first.
So drop 3 puts him back in.
So a base runner to start the inning for the Saints. Finnegan able to reach base, and Timothy Connor will be the batter. 1 on, nobody out. Kelichan working quickly here. That's the ball, 1 outside. Finnegan, the base runner, on first base. Scored a run today, has an RBI. A pair of stolen bases for the Saints today. That one in for a strike, 1-1. 4 stolen bases for the Bombers. 4 pitchers for either team. That one drilled to first. It's caught. It's going to be a double play. Just into the game, the first baseman, Fantel, makes the catch on the line drive and steps on the bag. 2 down.
Beautiful awareness by Fantel. You know, normally when you hear the bat crack, you're immediately moving to your position as a first baseman. But he just saw, hey, it's coming right to me. Snag and then tag the bag and get the double play.
So 2 down, a chance for a very quick top of inning number 7. That one dribbled up the first base line. It's going to go foul, though.
Fair bit of action happening on this right side of the field with both the play at first as well as the drop 3 strike rolling onto that side.
And Kelichan was at the first base bag, ready to make that play too. Clearly foul, though. So he'll go back to work again against Davis, the second baseman. 1 for 4 today, a pair of runs scored, a pair of strikeouts as well. 0-1. Nobody on, 2 down. 14-9 Bombers. That one into the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shadows on the third base line really starting to get very long for the press box all the way out to the pitcher's mound. Kelichan delivers that one, dribbled right back to him. He gloves it. He's going to tag the base runner out himself, and that'll retire the side. In the end, it's only 3 batters faced for Kelichan. It's stretch time here at Freeman Field. It's the Bombers 14 and the Saints 9 on VIC Radio and the Bomber Radio Network. Bottom of the 7th, Bombers back on offense. They're going to try to outstretch this lead past what it currently is. It's 14-9. Back on the mound for St. Lawrence. No pitching change. It's going to be Jared Brenner once again out there going to work. He's through an inning and 2/3 so far on 36 pitches. 1 hit, 1 earned, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. For the Bombers due up on offense, it's going to be, I believe, Let's see, it's going to be Walker to lead off the inning. He's 3 for 4. Riley Brody after him, and then the top of the order, and Andrew McDermott. Walker 3 for 4 with an RBI, a run scored. He digs into the left-handed hitting batter's box, and we are just about set for the bottom of the 7th. Not a cloud in the sky. The wind has really died down. The shadows get longer with every inning as the sun sets in the south hill. That one flicked foul right off of the press box.
Maybe not the best way to get a first pitch strike, but it's the first pitch strike for Brenner.
Walker 3 hits on the day. Gets set for the 0-1 pitch, and that's down low, 1-1. Feels like he's been in control all afternoon. And the Bombers on their way if the score is able to hold and they're able to continue to get good performances out of their bullpen. What would be a sweep of the doubleheader. And what a way it would be to end the 5-game losing streak from the spring break trip. That one is fouled toward the Bomber dugout. A ball and 2 strikes.
A sweep today would also mean a series win and a big Liberty League matchup. So your first series against the Liberty League, getting a win will be crucial, especially where there are such great teams already pursuing it.
That one down into the dirt. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. On Sheldon Walker III. Walker really doing this is interesting, Anthony. He really makes the at-bat go at his pace. Takes a couple of strolls outside of the batter's box in between pitches. That one, unfortunately, is in there for strike 3. So his second strikeout of the day, he's going to be 3 for 5. And Riley Brody will dig in. 3 for 4 himself on the day. A pair of RBIs, a pair of runs scored.
We're getting to the point of a game where these guys just want to keep going because they started at noon. The first game was at noon. Right now, we're looking at around 6:30, so this game's been happening for about 3 hours. Game before happened for about 3 hours. They want to get this one rolling, but if you're the Bombers, that would mean putting up some more runs.
Yeah, these guys want to get out of here as quick as they can. It would be a 5-run inning that they would have to put up right now if they want to end it. On offense right now, that one fouled away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on.
Sure, you want to get out of here, but if you're the Saints, you still want to win this ball game. So
absolutely, that one cut on and missed, 1-2. We've seen better command the past couple of innings for both pitching staffs. Jerry Brenner pounding the strike zone here so far in the bottom of the 7th. And Brody takes high ball too, 2-2.
Brenner's been doing pretty good. That swing by Brody was just nowhere. Brenner absolutely flew past him with that fastball.
Set at the belt. Brenner deals. Brody swings and dribbles one up the first base line. It takes a terrible hop and goes into right field. Going to be interesting to see how that one's scored, if it's an error or a base hit. If it is an error, that's really a tough hop and a tough call.
My guess is that it's going to be a single. I don't think they're going to rule that one a error, considering he was down as it was. That was just an unfortunate bounce.
Unfortunately for the Bombers, a base runner now for the top of the order in Andrew McDermott. He's got 3 hits in the day. An RBI, a walk, and 2 runs scored, as well as a stolen base. Getting his lead off of first base is Riley Brody. McDermott takes a strike on an off-speed pitch. 0-1. Brody being held on at first base by Timothy Connor. They'll throw back just to check in on Brody, as they've done all day long with base runners.
McDermott's 3 hits on the day. He's looking for another. I mean, he could be one that gets another big RBI for this team when they need it.
Another throwback to first, and Brody, unsurprisingly, in safely.
That's something that's been happening. They'll keep throwing it back, and then a lot of times, after like 2 or 3 times that they try and pick him off, the hitter all of a sudden starts swinging.
That one down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Andrew McDermott. Fantastic 5-tool grad transfer for the Bombers. He's their leadoff man. His 6th plate appearance of the day. That one drilled high in the air to left field. It's going to be playable, though. Moving over is Finnegan. He's going to make the catch. And back to first base has to go Riley Brody. 2 down for Sean McDonough.
So his 5th at bat, 6th plate appearance of the day, does not go for a home run. He's still looking to get another home run to extend his home run streak through 4 games. But still, great contact there. Let's see what McDonough can do.
Excuse me, Ethan McDonough will be the batter. This will be his 7th plate appearance of the day. 1 for 4. Excuse me, his 6th plate appearance of the day. That one dribbled foul up the third base line. 1 for 4 on the day. He's drawn a walk, an RBI, and a run scored as well. Brody leading off of first base. McDonough, a right-handed hitter. We mentioned the pop in his bat all season long. Bombers could use a long ball right now to jolt some life back into that dugout. And these long, late innings that seem to drag on. That one a throwback to first. Brody back end, standing up. No long balls in game number 2 for the Bombers. Most home runs hit in the Liberty League coming into action today for the St. Lawrence pitching staff, as that one is outside. It's 1-1 for the St. Lawrence pitching staff. They have given up and surrendered the most home runs. We've not seen those clash yet today. It was a big factor in game 1, not so much in game 2, but offense has not been a problem regardless of that. That one's in for a strike, and it's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Off of first base is Riley Brody. Kick and the pitch, and that one drilled to right center field. That one towards the gap. It's really deep. Going back on it, though, and making the catch into the sun is the right fielder, Verastro. So that's going to retire the side. 7 innings complete from Freeman Field. It's the Bombers 14 and the St. Lawrence Saints 9 on the Bomber Radio Network.
Tell me if you heard this before. New pitcher on the mound for the Bombers. We're looking at Sean Kelly coming out here at the top of the 8th as the Bombers lead 14-9. He'll go up against the cleanup hitter, John Lennon. Luke, that was a big inning, the 7th inning. You know why? We had 2 zeros on the board, both halves of the inning. The first time that's happened all game.
Yeah, really crucial. That's exactly what both pitching staff wants at this point in the game. 23 total runs on the board. It's been an absolute shootout. No home runs on the board, as I mentioned last inning, but no shortage of offense runs, not at a premium today. In these late innings, it's bullpen against bullpen. Bombers going with another lefty. We'll see if they're able to throw up another 0 on the board and go into the 9th with at least a 5-run lead.
So Sean Kelly's 6th appearance of the season. He's gone 9 2/3 through his first 5. He has allowed 5 earned runs for a 4.66 ERA. Glennon working through the box, digging it in a little bit, getting ready for this one. Glennon tips the hat, looks down, getting his glove all squared away, and Glennon getting ready to put bat on ball. First pitch, Glennon does hit that one. That's high, and that will go foul. If it went a little bit further, it probably could have hit us up here.
Boy, that one I think just 30 or 40 feet away from us, Anthony. We almost had an opportunity at that. But Gannon, a guy who's also had a nice, a nice enough day. He's been on base a couple of times and scored. He doesn't have a base hit, but he's been making things happen when he's been on base.
So that one goes down, 1-1 count. I'm getting told by my field producer that he would protect us from that ball if it does come up here. So no need to threat. Third pitch here. We'll go in for strike number 2. 1-2 here against Gannon is Sean Kelly.
At this level, at this stage of the game, one of the most important things you can do, I've said it so many times and I'll keep saying it.
Big strike by Gannon. It's going back. The right fielder goes on and grabs it. McDonough gets the out. So first out of the game. Sorry to cut you off there, Luke.
No worries. Great play by McDonough there in the corner, but in these late innings, throwing strikes is the name of the game for this pitching staff. A really good job settling in early here for Sean Kelly.
Sean Kelly wearing the unlucky number 13, but it seems to be some luck so far as they got the first out.
And definitely some luck. That ball was hit solidly into the corner.
They call a swing for a strike. Check swing by Federico. Federico takes a step. They'll look at a ball. So 1-1 count, 1 out. Sean Kelly stands up there, delivers. We'll get it right in there at the letters for another strike.
How much at this point in the game, Anthony, how much do you think fatigue is going to play a factor? These guys have been at the ball field really all day. Going to be an uphill battle to make a 5-run comeback.
Big swing on it, miss by St. Lawrence. Federico goes down on strikes. Sean Kelly gets 2 quick outs. Back to what you were saying, Luke. It is going to make a big deal considering a lot of these starters, this is their 5th, 6th, 7th time going up to bat. So now they're going to have to worry about seeing just so many different pitches and having to stay so laser focused.
And, that's just in this game that you're talking about. Some of these guys are approaching double-digit at-bats for the day, so they've seen a lot of pitches. It's been a long day here in these double headers, and they've got another one tomorrow, so it's important to not lose focus late in this game, especially if the St. Lawrence wants to try to make a comeback and win this game.
Pitch down on Ciano, so it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Pitch in, Ciano swings on way too early, and Kelly gets the second strike. 1-2 count, 2 outs here at the top of the 8th.
Yeah, Kelly coming out of the bullpen, not wasting any time, says let's get our offense right back up to bat.
Ball outside. So Kelly so far this inning had the fly out to right, and he also had that big strikeout there. Now let's see what he can do here against Ciano. Ball is hit, and it's going to go deep foul. Out of play, so 2-2 count here for Kelly and Ciano.
The wind really at this point in the game not a factor at all. It's really a still late afternoon right now, early evening.
Pitch down in the dirt here. So 3-2 count, full count for Kelly and Ciano. Sounds like the next boxing fight here. Love those 2 names.
Absolutely, but the shadows really taking up a lot of this infield now. You wonder how difficult it is to hit now, as there's maybe a little bit of some confusion going on for the Bombers. Are they going to switch baseballs, or maybe a new catching master or something going on with Scully? But you wonder how difficult it is now with the shadows in home plate and really the sun still taking care of the rest of the outfield. How hard it would be to pick up the ball out of the pitcher's hand.
Kelly digging into the dirt here. Getting ready as Scully gets all his gear back together. So 3-2 count, Ciano and Kelly. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. The payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Kelly strikes him out. This side goes down quickly. 1-2-3 as the Bombers lead this one 14-9 here on VIC Radio Ithaca, the voice of Ithaca College and the Bomber Radio Network. Back here on the South Hill, Jared Brenner will continue on the mound against the Bombers as 3 straight half innings with no runs on the board. A first time for this game. And let's see how this one works. Jared Brenner's gone 2 2/3 here. Their starting pitcher, Driscoll, only went 3, so he may be in line for the potential decision if St. Lawrence were to come back.
Yeah, Brenner, a guy who's had a really good afternoon. You mentioned 2 2/3. He's only given up 1 run, and he's got an opportunity to surpass Driscoll in innings pitched here today. As just now into the game, Ethan Fantle, the newly entered first baseman, is the batter.
Ethan Fantle had that big double play at first base an inning ago. Now let's see how he does here with the first pitch ball. The next pitch going deep there. They're running back for it. It'll be grabbed by the center fielder for the Saints. And that will be the first out of the inning.
Oh, unlucky there. Fantle got all of that one, probably hit it 385 feet, but unfortunately to the deepest part of the yard and could not drive it out of here.
Federico grabbed that one. Of course, the dimensions of this ballpark, 334 out at left, 330 out and right, 353 on both sides, and then left center 405 and right center 405. Next pitch will go wild against Lobsher, Ryan Lobsher.
And 400 to dead center. So for Division III, Anthony, this is absolutely, no small ballpark. Takes a lot to drive one out of here.
Next pitch will also go for a ball. 2-0 count here on Lobsher. We said it earlier that he did not have an RBI. Well, he'll need to hit another home run. He'll need to hit a home run if he wants another RBI. Pitch goes in for a strike.
At this stage of the game, it really seems like, at least for the Bombers, they're really more focused on getting to this top of the 9th inning. There's action in the bullpen.
Ball is down for ball 3. So good eye by Lobsher here.
Command the name of the game the rest of the way if Ithaca wants to get out of here quickly. We're going to have to throw strikes.
Pitch high, and it'll be ball 4. So man gets on first base, meaning we're probably going to see some pickoff attempts at first.
As we've seen all day, Anthony, you're absolutely right. So the batter is going to be Colin Feeney, who's been one of many to create havoc everywhere on the diamond today. 3 stolen bases, but you would imagine that there's going to be some checks up on the base runner at first base right now in Ryan Lobsher.
Playboy Cardi just dropped this past week, so let's see if Colin Feeney can drop another score on the board here as Fiend brings him up to bat. First pitch is a strike. Brenner, of course, pickoff attempt, big slide by Lobsher, gets in safe. 0-1 count, 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th.
So Brenner Excuse me, Anthony. Brenner has another check on first base. Brenner's completed now 3 innings. How is he going to look here as his pitch count is up above 60 now? How much does he have left in the tank to carry St. Lawrence to try to maintain this as a 5-run deficit towards the 9th inning?
This may be the last defensive inning for St. Lawrence if they're not able to pick it up in the top of the 9th. But right now, let's pay attention. Colin Feeney at the plate. We've got a couple pick-off attempts by Jared Brenner. Steps into it. Feeney cracks that one. It gets right into the outfield. And Lobsher will get to third there as they yell him into third. Feeney with another single as there's a bad throw in. Luckily, they weren't a little too far off because we may have seen another run on the board.
Yeah, Anthony, you talk about focusing on Colin Feeney at bat. I'll tell you who wasn't doing that. Brenner on the mound, because it's the same story all day long. They've been focusing too much on the base runners. Now those runners on first and third with 3 stolen bases already for Colin Feeney. You would imagine that he's either going to take off or get some looks already.
Now up to bat, number 11, that's Logan Scully, the catcher.
And once again, another check on first base.
I think we should start making a code word for when they try to pick him off so that the folks at home know that, hey, this is continuously happening. And the ball is hit well high in the air. We'll be right in there for the grab
and
for out number 2.
Feeney was off with that pitch, so he did good awareness there to sprint back to first base. But I'll tell you what, Anthony, at times today it's felt like there's been a throw over to first or second base for every blade of grass on the diamond.
Absolutely. And now up to bat is Matt Curtis.
Really strong day for Curtis. 1 for 4, 3 RBIs. Another pair on the base paths and one waiting in the wings and 90 feet away.
Matt Curtis looking to maybe get a few more insurance runs here for the Bombers. Of course, if they can score 5 in this half inning, the game will immediately end due to the run rule, but it's not looking that way right now. First pitch is up, and they fake the throw to Feeney, who's stealing second base.
4 stolen bases for Colin Feeney on the day. Second and third now, with still 2 down. 19 hits today for the Bombers. The next would be their 20th and would bring home, you would imagine, runs number 15 and 16.
Here we go. Matt Curtis at the plate takes the pitch. It'll be a ball. So, Matt Curtis looking at balls there, getting ready for the next pitch. So 1-1 count. Brenner looking behind him. And that ball is outside. Ball number 2.
Brenner taking quite a while to deliver the pitch here. Doesn't really seem to have a great rhythm on the mound right now. You wonder if a lot of that, and you can't really blame him, is fatigue. He's been here all day long. This is, he's well into his 3rd inning of work.
So
Coach Collins asking a lot out of him. That one gets away.
Wild. We'll get a run scoring in with the Bombers leading 15-9 with a 3-1 count.
Yeah, scoring with ease right there, and another run up on the board. 33 combined runs for Ithaca today as they're well on their way to a series win. And really a statement, Anthony, since the conclusion of that spring break trip.
Up to bat still is Matt Curtis, who looks at ball 4, and he will head to first base. Man on third, man on first. Brenner still on the mound. No sign of looking to get him out of there. As Sheldon J. Walker III will come up.
This game's starting to get out of hand for the Saints. Walker has had a really good day. We talked about it. This is his 6th plate appearance. He's got 3 hits.
Walker will take it in the back. So another hit by pitch, and the bases are loaded.
So I suppose, if you will, the winning run is going to come up to the plate here for the Bombers in the form of Riley Brody. 4 runs here would just about wrap it up. They would call the game at that point. Still 2 down though, so this is really crucial for St. Lawrence, obviously, to find a way to keep the deficit at what it is, heading into a potential top of the 9th inning.
So, 6-run lead by the Bombers. If they can get all of these runs in, they will win this game. But that would need to have Brody hit a grand slam.
Brody 4 hits on the day, 4 for 5, a pair of RBIs, a pair of runs scored, and he's got a favorable right on left matchup right now.
Bottom of the 8th, big hack and miss.
Boy, he was swinging for it right there. Riley Brody was aiming for one of the academic buildings on campus here past right field.
So 0-1 count with men on every single base. Big crack at it. It's going deep there. Running over is the center fielder. Will not get it. Will get 3 runs scoring on a base clearing, at least a triple. They're going to try, and no, they are not going to try and send him home. So base clearing triple for Brody, and the Bombers are 1 run away from getting out of here.
Brody almost made it all the way around. What a day for Riley Brody. 5 hits. He's up to 5 RBIs. Really a career day for him. And now a base hit would end this game with the 10-run rule in effect.
90 feet decides whether we head into the 9th or if we end it here in the bottom of the 8th. 2 outs here. Brenner on the mound. And pitch is down and away. Ball 1.
And the Bombers' dugout is alive. They can feel it. An 18-8 and a potential 19-9 victory would be exactly what the doctor ordered.
How poetic
to begin
would it be?
This series.
How poetic would it be if the person who hit the grand slam in the first game were to end this one off?
Anthony, how can you not be romantic about baseball?
McDermott comes up to the plate. 1-1 count. Brenner on the mound. Sends it in. Will go outside. Ball 2.
All it's going to take is 1 swing right here. You've got to imagine that McDermott would much rather have this happen than go and play atop of the 9th.
McDermott stands in. It will go down. Ball 3. 3-1 count. Brenner on the mound longer than any St. Lawrence pitcher has today in this game. Brenner looks over to third base. Slings it in. Ball 4 will be called. So, on to first goes McDermott. McDonough comes in to the plate.
And McDonough, not at all a bad option to have up at bat right now. Said it many times, the Liberty League leader, new career high in home runs, and towards the top of the Liberty League leaders in home runs.
So McDermott's home run streak will end with that walk. First pitch to McDonough is a strike. Brenner back in the zone.
Yeah, McDermott just didn't see anything he liked to hit there, so.
Brenner sends that one. It's going to be popped up in the air. It's going to go into foul territory and behind the dugout. You can actually see on the asphalt where it hit.
Yeah, spot right behind the dugout there. Full sprint there by 3 Saints trying to get there, but just out of play. So another chance for McDonough.
0-2 count. McDonough in the box. Brenner looks around, goes up, slings it in. Will be outside in the other batter's box, so it will be a ball. 1-2.
And this is really turning into quite a long outing for Brenner. He's approaching right around 80 pitches. Those 5 earned runs over 3 1/3. Bombers can put it to bed right now.
Pitch is outside once again. 2-2 count. 2-2 for McDonough with a man 90 feet away. That would win them the game automatically. Brenner steps up, looks down, doesn't like what he's being shown. Will sling it in, and they'll call him down on strikes. The Saints get out of here, and we will go to the top of the ninth after this short break here on VIC Radio Ithaca and the Bomber Radio Network.
It's the top of the ninth inning here from Freeman Field. Luke Zelenko on to wrap this one up. Bombers unable to offensively finish the job in the bottom of the eighth inning. They scored 4 runs. That was the third inning in this game where they've scored at least 3 runs. They are ahead by the very wide margin of 18-9. They've doubled up the Saints. A really strong offensive showing that we've seen from the Saints, Anthony, and typically, well, it was a very weak offense, but the Bombers have been too much.
The Bombers have just been consistently on top of it, and even though we're saying that the Saints' offense is weak, when you score 9 runs in a game, you score 9 runs in a game. That's a feat to be looking at impressively. However, the other team doubles your score, doesn't mean as much.
Absolutely. Zelenko, a guy coming in just 3 2/3 innings on the season. He's been touched up a little bit in those games. He's given up 7 earned runs. That's a 17.18 ERA. He has struck out 5, though, so keeping the ball in the ballpark, limiting hard contact is going to be a key for him in this game, as well as 5 walks across those 3 2/3 innings. So with a 9-run cushion, one of the benefits and luxuries of that is you can just pound the strike zone with little remorse. It's going to be due up here in the top of the ninth for the Saints. It looks like it's going to be having a little bit of trouble identifying who that is down there, but it looks like it'll be Sean Desjardins, followed by Verastro and John Donald, the catcher. So 7, 8, and 9 for the Saints.
So no opportunity at the save here, but it's something where you want to get 3 outs down and get out of here and maybe have the rest of your night open up for the game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Scully remains in the game doing the catching. That one drilled right at the second baseman. 1 pitch and 1 out. That one caught by Matt Curtis.
And the bench goes wild over that catch. It was right there at his glove, and he grabbed that one.
So Verastro into the game. He's been on base all 4 times. The Bombers can't seem to figure him out. This would be a great time to get him out for the first time today. He hits this one in the air to right field. Waiting on it and making the catch is Ethan McDonough. 2 out on 2 pitches.
1 more out, and the Bombers win this series with 1 more game happening tomorrow morning, and it is the bottom of the order.
John Donald, the last man standing in between the Bombers and a home opening doubleheader sweep. That's in for strike 1. And there's no reason right now for Zelenko to paint around the edges or dance at the strike zone.
Coach David Valicente got his 120th win earlier today in the start of this doubleheader against St. Lawrence. His father actually got his 120th win in a doubleheader against St. Lawrence. Now he's looking at win 121 if the Bombers can get 1 more out.
That one was a ball, so it's 1-1. That one dribbled to the second baseman, grabbed right there, and the throw to first will complete the victory. Curtis puts him out, and the Bombers, it is a doubleheader sweep on opening day from Freeman Field. 18-9 the final, an offensive onslaught, 36 combined runs between the two games, 20 hits in this one. Pitching was a little bit inconsistent, but in the end, they get the job done. For VIC Baseball, a special thank you to our manager of television and radio operations, Reese Finch, sports director and our field producer today, Toby Zabore, athletics director, Susan Bassett, Justin Lutz, the all-powerful Frank Myra, and the entire athletics communication staff, VIC station manager, Ava Berardi. For our outstanding field producer, Toby Zabore, and studio producer, Sarah Stark, alongside Anthony Labonte, I'm saying so long from Freeman Field on VIC Radio and the Bomber Radio Network.
Let's do 3. We'll do like a